Hello and welcome to the show. Oh my goodness, you guys, I just woke up from a nap and it wasn't enough. I am terrified. I'm not even gonna lie, you guys. This is gonna be intense tonight, and I think I'm ready. I'm not quite sure. We're gonna go. Y'all see how thrown off I am? I got my stuff all in the camera. Tonight we're going to be talking about some fun topics. If it is your very first time watching the show and you are not familiar with the format, let me explain how this works. We have the men's page on Instagram called Yonci Nation. Normally I have it up for you, but I'm a little bit behind here. Let's see. This is my regular page. All right, let's see. I forgot to put this one up in the little queue. Give me a second. Let's see. Where is it? It's Yonci Nation, but it's a page just for guys. There we go. All right, so let's put this up here. So it's Yonci Nation. If you're a guy, you can join this page. You can answer questions. I post questions Monday through Friday. And then I post all the answers, all the things that the guys say with their names, of course, redacted. But I post them on my Patreon page, which I think we're this way for YouTube. So if you want to join, you can at patreon.com/Yonci. If you need that link, remind me to put it in the description so you guys can have that. That being said, I've got a couple of people who are going to be joining me today, and we are going to be getting into these comments. If you know the drill, comment your city and state. Hey, William, let me know if it is your first time watching or if you are an OG. If you're a first time watcher, comment newbie, and if you have watched more than once, you can comment OG. Shout out to Kenny. You are here on time. You're not going to be delayed like you have been in the past. Watching everything like 20 minutes back. And I think I said hi to you, William, already. Okay. All right, so let me see who we've got backstage so far. And let's set this up here. Hey, Tay, good to see you, girl.
Hey.
Hi. We got Willie, the troublemaker, in the house. Hello. Love seeing the show on the TV behind you. That's always fun.
With them free views.
Man. How are you guys doing?
This is good.
Get this out of the screen here. Anybody take a nap today?
I should have.
Yeah. See, y'all are lucky because you can exit stage left if you need to. I'm looking into AI that will allow me to stay on and still look like I'm on camera. Let me say hello to Instagram. Instagram, go ahead. This is a reminder to come over to YouTube and watch the show. You can see everybody there on camera. You can join the conversation in the chat. Just type in Chasing Yonci and it'll pop up. But go ahead and join us on YouTube. All right, we're going to just dive into the questions for today. We got some more people who are coming on, but it looks like they're on CP time, which is okay because they're not getting paid. Okay. He said, can I be on the panel with y'all? Yes, you can, sir. You can be on the panel. Do me a favor. I'm going to ask you a favor, Willie.
Subscribe to Patreon. Oh, my bad.
Oh, the guys, I do let the guys on. But can you send him DM Willie? He's got his IG information right there on the screen. Can you DM him the link? Because I'm live on Instagram. I was gonna say I could send it, but I don't think that I can.
Hey, just tell him to DM me on Instagram and I'll send it to him there.
Okay, perfect. All right, William. So DM him there, and then you can jump on. All right, so. He said, oh, well, if you're on Patreon, then just click it. The link is there. That's for all my patrons. Even easier. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. All right. We're going to just dive right in. So we've got the first question. Question number 1. If your first sexual experience with a woman was bad, how would you respond? And I thought this would be an interesting question to ask because guys say, I couldn't be with someone for a long time and not know what she was like in bed. And this is such a big question. So I'm not gonna lie, I was a little surprised by the answers. But the options were, let's see, give her a second chance, stop seeing her altogether, or I don't really care if she's great in bed. Which one do you think had the most answers, Tay? Give her a second chance to redeem herself, stop seeing her altogether, or I don't really care. She's great in bed.
I think maybe give her a second chance. Maybe.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that.
Tardone, I don't know how to say his name correctly. He said try again. So he thinks the same thing as you. We'll see. What are your thoughts, Willie? I don't know if you might not remember because it's been a while, but what do you think most guys said?
I think that most guys are going to say give him a second chance.
All right. Well, let's see if both of you are correct.
It's not right.
Oh my God! Why is this thing tripping? Let's see. All my stuff went back up and came out of the queue. Okay, so just give me 1 second to grab it. This is terrible. Hold on, make me go through an extra step here. See, y'all, when you got me terrified having to take a nap and I come in all groggy and confused. Okay, let's see. What did I save this as? Oh, it was just saved as the wrong name. My bad, y'all. It's saved as the last week's name. Okay, there it is. Okay. So here are the poll results. You guys are right. 69% said give her a second chance to redeem.
Good.
I guess the question would be then, what happens if after the second chance it's still trash?
I don't think, personally, I don't think that she should be given a second chance. I don't think that's a wise idea at all, because women have it so easy when it comes to having sex. So if you mess that up, that's just like, a wide open layup for you. I don't see how, what are you doing? I don't know. It's just, to me, I can't see a reason for a woman to suck in bed unless she's hyper attractive. If she's really pretty, then I get it. But outside of that, no.
So I want to know, and I asked this a long time ago, what makes a woman bad in bed? We'll have to go back and read those answers again. But yeah, it's just I'm going to say something, but then that
it should really, for the average woman, it should only thing that should make them bad in bed is hygiene, like a hygiene issue.
Right.
Because again, I give a little grace for pretty hyper attractive women, but just for regulars, it should just be hygiene for them. And then if you knew that you was about to give me some coochie and you brought me over some all day vagina, and whatever that issue was, or it's a beaver trap down there, it's a lot of stuff going on, I'm not giving you a second chance to disrespect me. That's crazy.
Out of control. Yeah, it's mostly, receiving. So, you would think that there's, wouldn't be that bad of a receiver. To put it lightly, let me know where you guys are watching from. Those of you who are new and just coming in, I already apologize that I'm off tonight because I took a nap because I heard a rumor that it might be a long night, and so I'm not sharp and on it like normal. Okay, not Kenny trying to rush me and say next question, sir. We got a whole 2-hour show.
2 hours.
Oh, sorry, of content to cover. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hello, Blondie. Shout out to you, Kenitra. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the show. Those coming in, don't forget to smash that like button so that when our resident snitch shows up, we don't have a bad report. All right, so let's go for the second question. Let's see. Any thoughts on that, Tay, by the way, before we move
It's 14 people watching and it ain't got but 4 likes.
I mean, not exactly, because I haven't really ever been bad in bed, so I don't know. I don't really have too much to say about that one.
Hey, she said I don't know about that.
Okay.
That's a great thing. Okay, let's see here. Size in the house. Good to see you. Okay, Kenitra is watching from Charlotte. W.J. Vaughn said great discussion so far. Thank you, sir. I just like the video. Very nice. Thank you. Yes, we'll put this up here. Please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Let YouTube know that we are out here and we are doing great things. Y'all, if you actually want to see the show, Go ahead and watch on YouTube. If you don't want to see the back of my head, I promise it's great on YouTube. But go ahead and watch on YouTube. Okay. All right. So let's get to question number 2. If you lost your job, would you stop dating someone? If you lost your job, would you stop dating someone? All right, let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and put the responses up. 60% said no. 40% said yes. Oh, and I'm tripping. See, y'all, I'm so off. I didn't even read the guys' responses, but first I got to know about the face. Willie, what are your what are your thoughts? I'm assuming I know what you're going to say, that they have no business dating if they lost their job, but let me not assume.
Yeah, it's 60% of men saying they want to date like women, like with no financial. What? Like, if you ask that same 60% of men, I bet you they wouldn't tell their daughters to date a dude who doesn't have a job. But then they expect to, we like 35 and up. So if 60% of us think that way, I'm sad for them. Like, how does your dating muscles work if you're not employed?
Right.
Like, I mean, I'm telling you, the only way I think I could ever have erectile dysfunction is if I was broke. So I don't see how 60% of dudes are gonna stop.
Right.
Are gonna continue to date somebody when they can't afford to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
You gotta get your priorities in order. You know what I'm saying? Chase a bag instead of a bad.
Yeah, one thing I will never do, Willie, you hit the nail on the head. One thing I'll never do is date poor. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Where are you going? I mean, you can go for a walk, but y'all going to get hungry. You can go for a drive, but you got to get back home. You got to put gas in the car, and they're going to be looking at you like, it's your car. So what are we about to do? And you got to be able to provide that. It's going to look a little weird if you find out that you can't provide the bare essentials. If you can't do the bare essentials, how are you expected to accommodate, the things that are supposed to be unimaginable? The dreams come true,
Somebody said it in the comments, and I could see how it could look like that. He said, I thought it meant you lost the job while you were already with someone. So dating could have sounded like we're dating, we're in a relationship. What I meant was if you are out, well, actually, no, I guess it could be taken both ways, but like if you're casually dating. So someone, I'm going to give the comments, and by the way, I'm going to go back and read the comments from the last one. But they said, let's see. Oh, shoot. Okay, I'm just going to go out of order because I queued up the first one, and then just now I forgot that fast. I was going to read the answers. So hold that thought on lost your job, and we're going to go backwards to the, oh, no, I did find it. Okay. After this, I'll go then to the if she's bad in bed. Okay. So one guy said, because he's an entrepreneur, he said, if I had a job, yes, she's likely to break up with me or treat me differently anyway, regardless of what she says. So I'd save us both the trouble. Another guy said, I would be more cost effective and creative, but not stop. This guy said, if I'm dating someone, I wouldn't stop, but I wouldn't start dating if I didn't have a job. Hello, Lynette. Good to see you, love. Let's see. This guy said, if we're breaking up because I'm down bad for a minute, then what are we really doing here? This is a moment to see what each other really brings to the table in terms of characters and morals. And that's where the confusion is. Like, is this my man? Or, which is funny because that's what happened in our situation. We were committed to each other, and then his job started laid off half the company. But different would be like if you're not in a relationship, but you're dating, like you're out going on dates. Okay, someone else says, I'd stop because I ain't taking a chance that they will stay. I've lost 2 jobs due to mental breakdown and COVID, and it showed me I'm not worth anything. Oh, if I ain't got a job. I don't care how much women say they don't care. I'm going to read one more. This is more than yes or no. Just dating, yes, because I do believe a man is the provider and occupies the role of leading. If I lost my job while only dating someone, it's only showing her my leadership can be unstable. As a man, I know I have to focus on getting back on track to function as the leader and provider I know I am. Long-term girlfriend that you're about to marry or is your fiance, that's different because that's very different because this is a woman you vetted and she understands what I'm about at that point, knowing what I am capable of at that point. So the one I would stay with. Pretty much people kept saying that. I don't think I'd break things off. I was already in it, but I wouldn't go looking for something new. So any other thoughts? Feel free to weigh in, Lynette, also on this. We're talking about if you lost your job, would you stop dating someone?
No. I just would be on a budget. It's called a budget. You just be on a budget. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't go out with any man without money in my pocket anyway, or some credit cards, something to cover me, or cover him just in case something happens. So if I lost my job, I'm gonna be on a budget, a real budget.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that same way. Like I'm always gonna have a certain amount of money on me, regardless of anything. I told my daughter that the other day, and she's 16. So I said, always keep money on you, regardless of whatever's going on. If you lose your job, whatever the case may be, keep a certain amount of money on you for rent, bills, everything else. So budgeting, definitely.
Yeah, I don't think anybody should go out with anyone without money, especially a woman without, because what if the car breaks down? What if you need to jump in a cab? What if you need to lift? It's so many things that can happen when you're on a date. And then what if you need to pay your own bill? Like
I agree.
Period.
You know, it'd be crazy
I think that should be
if you had a crazy date, right? And then like 7 o'clock in the morning, your phone get cut off.
Wait,
right there,
what?
Right there. Oh, y'all, if you don't have no job, you had this crazy date. It was the most blessed experience. And then you ain't pay your phone bill.
Oh, you're saying you didn't pay your bill?
Yeah, like your phone bill.
I'd have money set aside for that. I'd have money set aside. I'd go right on there and be like, bloop, bloop, and I'm good. Back in there.
You might have to get one of those track phones or something. You might have to switch up on a budget, get a little phone. You add $7.
You better message me on IG.
Look at Willie's face. Willie, make that face again, Willie. It's a real thing. You gotta be prepared for the inevitable, man. Like
you have to be prepared.
Yep.
I gotta say, thank God I've never had a phone cut off. I'm like psycho about my bills though. Like I feel I am paranoid about things. I like to try to have rainy day fun. I mean, there was a time where I was down like really, really bad, but I still ended up managing to pay my bills, which that's all glory to God. Because that just could not be it. But I did have friends who'd be like, "Oh, sorry, girl, I can't bet you my phone got cut off." I'm like, "Dang."
Are the ladies saying that even when y'all have a man, y'all bring money just in case something goes wrong on the date?
Yes,
Absolutely.
like I gotta cover my man just in case something happens. Like
Willie, it's a real thing.
I mean, what's wrong with covering your man just in case
something? I am not saying that anything is wrong.
Willie, don't start, Willie.
She came ready.
Yeah, wait, hold on. You don't start because I'm not saying nothing's wrong with it. I'm just saying
you want clarification.
That's what you guys are saying, because I mean I don't see anything wrong with the woman going out with the guy and not having
I don't see nothing wrong.
Because if he's in her gut, she should be in his wallet. So I just feel like that's when it's okay. But if y'all are telling me that y'all are still gonna bring money in case, Chase decides to give me the runaround with my bread, that's different. I'll take that.
So.
Yeah, I mean, even if you had, I don't know if you have anybody that have a daughter, like if your daughter's a teenager and you send on a date, you're gonna say, "Baby, here's $20, here's $40, just in case."
My daughter can't date till she's 30.
Willie, hold it down.
Don't have a what
Willie, how old is your daughter, Willie? If you don't mind me asking.
Too small for me to even be worrying about this type of shit. I don't want to gray hair.
I have a daughter. My daughter is old enough to make some choices, man. When I tell you I thought that she's gonna make it to 30, I mean, when you get the closer you get to them adult years, you gotta start thinking different.
Hey, my daughter's gonna be a lesbian until she's 30. So
I thought you would think. I made a joke and said, you know what, baby. My daughter, she asks questions very early, and I said, you know what? everybody got AIDS till you actually marry somebody. I didn't know what to say to my kid. Now, mind you, she's like 19 now. I just said everybody got AIDS till you marry them, and then when y'all get married, y'all die together. I didn't
If
know what to say to her.
if, she,
But
if baby girl stays a lesbian, then like no, shoot. I ain't never seen a plastic penis ruin a woman's life. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, so I would much rather for her stay on, you know what I'm saying, the Silicon Valley than
hey,
her
brother.
be, out here getting the real raw and then end up, pregnant at 17, 21 or something.
I mean, and to
Cool.
be honest, it's hard to really make that assessment, man. And especially when when they're young, you see so much innocence and the impression in their face until they get older, and then you see their experiences and you see the people that they deal with, and you're like, oh, I was that bull back in the day.
Right.
Oh man.
I don't want to
But
know nobody that my daughter sleeps with other than her husband. I just
oh, it slips.
that's so weird to
Hey,
me. I
brother,
can't even imagine.
don't. It slips,
Ugh.
and it
Oh,
is
look
a
at your
scary thing.
Willie making the noise.
It's
But
scary.
what would you say to your nieces then? If you have nieces, like
They all got kids already. Shit, I've already missed that boat.
oh
Yeah,
you
nieces is different. Don't
Yeah,
matter at this point.
they've been pregnant since they was 14 and 15, but that's because of their parents.
oh.
Like me and mine, I have my oldest is in college and he's still without child. And if anybody was gonna have one, it was gonna be him because he's girls keep calling him gorgeous, and I think that's so weird, but he loves it.
Oh,
Yeah,
this generation is different. They got kind of names that we be like, they
listen,
called you that?
yeah, if he told me a girl called him gorgeous, I was like, "What were you doing?
Exactly.
What?
What were you doing to me?" She's like, "No, Dad, I'm just him." I was like, "Oh, all right."
I feel
I
like
take it.
I'm in the era of hands ugly. It's like
That's
that
not a
combination of handsome and you've actually done work. Like I was born in like '83. We
me
still got
too.
like hard hands. We've had like some broken bones, and we define that as beautiful for me and my generation. I couldn't wait to get a scar in the scab.
Damn. So we the same age. That's good to know too. I used to always feel like I was the oldest person on the platform.
No, you're not.
Uh,
You are the baby of the group.
Why
First of all,
why Yonci come back with her finger up to her face like she the senior citizen in technicality?
Yes.
I am.
Oh man.
yeah, so you older than me.
Yeah, she older than both of us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you the baby of the group. Y'all the babies.
No, I'm the youngest.
I am years ahead of you and Monte. Y'all were born the same year.
Hey, real quick. So all I'm gonna do is tell you
Three
this
is that
now.
bomb generation.
From now on,
Not that bomb.
From now on, just know the cougar jokes are flying. They're live and eligible now.
Call me a cougar, boo, because I don't look like a cougar compared to some of these
Okay. Definitely.
I mean, that is
I'll be
Honestly,
50 in 4
that
weeks.
is
I'm
your
happy for that.
you'll be how old?
50.
Lynette, get off this live line.
Actually, I'll be 50 in 4
I don't believe you either.
September
I don't believe
17th,
you
I'll
either.
be 50.
Show me. I'm gonna do you like I do women from Atlanta. Show me a birth certificate and stop talking to me.
driver's license.
I'm
Don't matter.
serious.
Driver's license, definitely.
No,
I'll be 50.
He said birth certificate.
We need proof of ID, ma'am.
I need proof. I need to see that F. Like the hard F. F.
Hilarious.
Serious.
Well, y'all, I had to DoorDash myself some sugar and some caffeine because, like I said, yeah. Cheers, Willie. All right, wait, we gotta do that because we're not sponsored.
Oh my
We're on
god.
those shows.
No sponsors. No sponsors.
Blue
You will
drink.
never know what I'm drinking.
Is her drinking it like it's a Kintsugi teacup?
Hey, listen, I got the backup next, so
Yeah, y'all, I'm trying to get ready. I told you. Let's see who we can shout out. I think I saw Jersey was in the house.
they still in cars.
Let's see. Hey Ariel, good to see you. Good to see you. Well, I'm gonna say Emerging Judean King. I don't know what your government name is, but that's okay.
Hey, that's the homie from Irving. He cool.
Oh, that's what's up. Okay. Oh, remind me to tell you who his neighbor is. We'll talk about that later. Okay. Who else are we? Did I miss anybody else in the house?
Cavani Elaine.
Where? You said Elaine?
Yeah, Cavani Elaine, she got like her.
Oh, yes,
mom and dad's name.
Cavani. Hey, girl. She's in one of my groups. Good to see you, love. Okay, let's see. Hold on. All right, y'all. I'm being petty. Don't mind me at all. Okay, we're gonna, as I promised, we are going to go over the comments of if she was bad in bed on the first go round. So let me go ahead and put the first caption back up so we're matching. Okay, if your first sexual experience with a woman was bad, how would you respond? This is what they said. The word bad is kind of broad, but I'm going to keep it simple because I know me. So that being said, I don't really care if she's great in bed. I'll make her great for me.
Like that.
Right? Mic drop.
Okay. I like that.
This guy says, my answer isn't listed, so I will include it here. My answer is I don't have sex before marriage. So that's going to.
Nobody asked you all that.
Right, like I'm saying, like come on, bro.
So congratulations because
darn.
your meat ashy. So now you don't have an opinion. You probably shouldn't be having sex before marriage. So you don't disappoint her before she love you.
I do not co-sign the opinions of any channel members, and it does not represent my channel or my
damn.
You talking all that reckless?
Willie, you on your own, Willie.
It just don't grow.
I'm cool with it. 100%. That does not reflect Yonci's, but as you know, God is in the page. I wish I had seen that when he posted it. Oh man,
it was goofy. I couldn't even respond to it. I was like, man, come on, brother. Hey, man.
And he wasn't the only one. Okay.
It don't count when you're a virgin by like when you're not a virgin by choice.
What is that called? Incel?
Sure. I would just go. I mean, they got a new fancy term for it. I don't even call it undesirable. But yeah.
No, but when I found out that incel was involuntarily celibate, I just took it to another level. I just thought it was like a trendy little word. I didn't know that. By the way, can someone snitch for me, please, while I sneak
22
this?
and 17.
What is it?
22 and 17.
17 likes. All right, we gotta. If you guys are watching, well, obviously you're watching because you're hearing me talk.
Like and subscribe.
Hit that like button so YouTube knows we're having a good old time. This next guy says, give her a second opportunity, like I'm giving this little unidentified snack a second opportunity to be eaten. This next guy says, I'll teach her. I feel like this needs to have a Barry White voice. I'll teach her how I like it. Women.
Yonci, don't do that ever again.
I'll teach her. Women worry about performance more than men. Men can't change what we're born with. All women have to do is take it with enthusiasm. Oh my.
I kind of like that too.
Well,
kind of.
You know, the tone of that sounded a little miserable. Like it sounds like he had a problem with it, but I get it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Mont says that he'd be on later. He'll be on the show later. Normally, I'd be excited about that. Today, I'm a little scared.
Let me drop. Shouts out.
Okay, so Kenny has asked a couple of times about the database, and y'all, sorry for the smacking, but y'all just gonna get this because I gotta keep the sugar in me, okay? So Kenny wants to know about the database. I have a database that I am building. I am working on a project. Wink, wink. And anybody who wants to be in the database, you can do so. I have that posted up on Patreon. For the guys, I have it posted on my men's page, but I have not announced yet officially what it's for, Kenny. So sorry to disappoint you, sir. That is the answer without really giving you that much information. Okay, the next guy said, if a man really likes you and knows what he's doing, heavy on the knows what he's doing, it'll never really be bad. There's always room for improvement, but for me, I'm communicating if I have suggestions or critiques. How you respond will tie into how much I like you. Men like a woman who listens and takes direction well. And I would say, as someone who's a virgin, but I have read in books, people who have knocked the boots, I have heard that each person is different. And so chemistry is different with each person. And if you approach it as a one size fits all, no pun intended, it won't be great because you got to get to know your person. So I think that you have, like in the biblical scenario, you just have your one person, you have a lifetime with them, you have a lifetime to learn their likes and dislikes. And I feel like the only way something would be bad is if the person just hears your suggestions or requests and just says, meh, nope, doing this thing instead. So if you can't figure out how to have fun between the sheets, that is a problem.
You can play Connect 4 in bed.
You said what?
Just play Connect 4 in bed. That's fine.
Lots of fun in between the sheets, huh?
Uno was pretty great.
This undisclosed soda is really great. Okay. All right. Let's do one more. Can you guys handle one more? Oh, I would pick the longest one. Okay. Let's see how much I can read. I've had this discussion before. I'm not sure what's considered bad about a woman's performance. Most anything can be addressed supportively and improved. Does bad equal no rhythm? Starfish, lack of experience. i.e., she doesn't know how to perform orally. Not a good fit. If that's what bad means.
It's a scary
I'm
cat.
done.
Yo, you ever seen this scary
I'm
cat?
so done.
You know
Whoever
this scary
made that
cat?
comment was straight to the point. That was Willie.
No, actually, this
No,
one wasn't.
my comment, she's not going to read.
Oh, I can imagine. Look at it.
Yeah, actually, did
Little
skip
raw
it. It was
in
a he
Honor for the
said,
private page.
he said,
Oh my
he
god.
said if you have a connection, he said then if it's those problems, then it could easily be fixed. If you have a bad connection, you could show her how to move, coach her, use lubricants, etc. Bad at sex to me is her attitude, meaning she's unwilling to improve, thinks nothing's wrong. Excuse me, downside of drinking soda live. Stubborn and prideful. If she's resistant to learning sexually, you can bet there will be other areas you will have difficulty with as a couple. So my answer is C with a little bit of A. All right.
Well,
Can't
I
change the
my
scared
male
cat.
friends, bad sex is like throwing a sausage down the hallway.
Man.
God.
So when my friends,
God.
my friends talk to me like regular. So when I was told that, I'm like, "What that mean?" And then he broke it down. I said, "Oh, that's something I could never say." So I had to ask him, "Give me an example," and that was the example he gave me.
So is it a ginormous hallway or is it a
Basically,
very small
like it's easy
sausage?
to throw a sausage.
Because it could be either way. It could be a little, those little
Yeah.
blanket sausages.
I see it.
You got to have a follow-up for that one. Bro,
And then
you got
this
the
could be
monkey
like
in
those
there?
stadium hallways, like when the basketball players are coming out to the floor. So it's all relative.
Yep, he said hot dog down the hallway. I said, well, damn.
And this is the crazy thing is, like for real, a woman doesn't have to do anything but like follow instructions. And then you know when it's her turn, don't be lazy.
Excuse you.
But at the same time, it's not like y'all gotta do a whole lot because one thing for certain, two things for sure is the guy's always gonna get his 99.9% of the time.
That's true.
So then after that, I don't think a dude can tell you that it's bad if he got his if he finished.
Oh,
I
mean, they'll tell you bad if you just laying there like a board.
Hey, Willie, you've dealt with a scared cat in your life.
Yeah, I mean, because pretty women are like that. I mean, I get it, but we're talking about just like the average woman. They don't have an excuse to be bad and boring and just laying there like a human sex toy with no batteries. Like that's not.
I mean, it's about willingness and capacity at that point. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah. If a woman's sex is bad, she probably don't like you for real, and she's just doing it because she's bored.
You took it out. I was just about to ask someone, ladies, if anyone doesn't know what a starfish is, this is a starfish.
Yep, bingo.
If you like it,
a face down starfish is not bad though.
Oh, what did you say, Willie?
Nothing.
Face down starfish is not bad.
He doesn't care if she's there or not. Just
I'm just face down is different.
Just saying. But if you face up starfish, ladies, is that a good indication that you don't like him? I'll never forget there was a scene from Girlfriends, and the character, no, it wasn't Tony. It was what's the other one that was married?
Joan.
No, the married one.
Oh shit! Don't get me wrong.
Maya.
Maya.
Dude. He's like the guy is supposed, of course they don't show anything on daytime, but they he was supposedly like pleasing her, and they pan up and she's reading a magazine. She said, "Oh, are you done yet?" And I said, "Oh gosh, that's terrible."
What?
But yeah.
So
I'm calling for a divorce online. I'm finna.
You said what? Oh, divorce.
I'm calling for a divorce online. I'm doing it on my phone.
She was always treating her husband bad, though.
You said what?
In that show, she was always treating her husband like
Yeah.
not with respect. She was emasculating him on a regular. And let's not talk about Joan. Joan was nasty with it. So she was emasculating queen.
yeah, I have to agree with that.
I heard emasculating. I heard it differently because the sound went out for a second. And I was like, "She's a what?" Yes.
A downstairs DJ.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Oh, hands up, hands up. Let's see. Carl Lawson to Dallas. Wait, what's Carl Lawson to Dallas? Okay.
That's
a lot of people in here.
That scared cat is crazy though. Like, I want to move.
Okay, where are we at with the likes? I'm gonna queue up the next question. Bless you.
Heck yeah. Hell, you crazy.
We are
21 and 19.
Ooh.
Okay, that's close. There is some feedback, so if anyone is playing something in the background, please go ahead and mute that or mute yourself. Okay, here's the next question. Could you be with a woman who made considerably more income than you? And let me give you an example of considerably. Let's say you make 100K and she makes 250K. Is this going to be a problem? Vote in the comments. What do you think the men? Now, what do you think? What do you think the men said? We took a poll. Do you think the majority said, yes, I could be with someone who makes considerably more than me? Or do you think they said, no? What do you think they said? Kenny voted yes. The sausage thing, he said, I never experienced that. I want to know if you or other people did. Oh, my. So his question, we'll put that up before we start talking real good. Have you ever experienced, well, I guess you don't have to say who specifically it was. Not the kissing toes in the profile picture. Okay, Ma, kiss your queen's toes. Anybody have an experience like that where they say, hello, hello, hello? Or I guess the ladies would be like, is it in yet? Let me know when it's there. Girl, I've been in it. Okay. Guess nobody wants to share.
My bad, I was muted. I've skipped, they say you gotta wait 6 weeks for stuff to snap back after you have a baby. And then if you don't, you would expect after a woman just pushed out a 12-pound baby that it'll be a lot of stuff that's still, super loose in there. But I will tell you that in 3 weeks, for those of you who don't wait the full 6, that's I don't know, man, about the hot dog in the hallway thing, because the things that come out of
that is crazy. I can't get that in my brain.
That come out of a vagina, like after I saw it happen personally, like and witnessed my child be that large and still come out of that same hole that I used to frequent so often, I don't believe that there is like people are, oh yeah, my so huge. Nah, bro, it's a 12-pound, 24-inch human just came out of that.
And Willie, I'd like to agree to disagree. And the reason why is because there are some people who used to be bodybuilders but stopped working out. There's a thing called Kegels that are very important to people's lives, and I didn't know how important they were until I had somebody explain it to me. They got to put forward the work.
You're right, because I've dealt with someone who wanted me to put my whole hand in her.
Right. A hole in the wall is a hole in the wall, no matter how you see it. I'm going to try to redirect. You saw that, right? A hole in the wall is a hole in the wall. However,
I don't have a small fist, but I know that.
I get it. I got a large glove, but what I'm saying is that there are some people who, They don't
I mean,
exercise.
I felt that way after I was like, how do I follow my fist? Like, what are we doing?
What do you do
here?
after that?
Well, you got to switch holes. But that's the point is that like you can still do it.
I don't know what they talking about.
That's like we somebody else to do it.
Listen, yeah, y'all do. You just don't want to admit it out loud. I don't have to die.
There's a reason why we know this information because somebody told us.
No, I'm talking about I did it. Like I'm not.
That's what I'm saying, Willie. Somebody was like, "It's
Well,
okay," and I'm like, "That is not normal."
When you see it, you're like, "Wow."
Yeah, it's like
We are designed in a very miraculous way, though.
Snapback is people underestimate like snap. It's a lot, and people also got to realize too. Like if a woman really likes you, her body is going to relax to receive whatever it is.
Absolutely.
Come on, could you say that again for the people in the back?
No, I don't want to leave a bunch of men out, but I will just say that if a woman likes you, it's typically going to work in your favor anyway. So you might just have to get the car revved up a little higher than someone with a little longer or stronger of a key. You might be running on 89 octane.
Being mentally stimulated is a real thing. Like,
yeah,
be like, oh, it don't got to be all that, but it really does. They talk about foreplay starting at the beginning of the day, complimenting her, this and this and this. If she is stressed out, if she doesn't respect you, if she is, mentally, like we are so connected mentally and physically, and so it's just crazy how we could be stimulated by a story that we heard. We could see something, read a romance novel and just be ready to go. And you could be over there thinking you're doing greatness, but if she's not prepared, that mental is
if she don't want you, you ain't gonna get it. You could get it, but it's gonna be dry as a bone.
And then when you do get it, and that one time that you do get it, it's not dry. She's thinking about somebody that was her best.
Exactly. And she rushed.
It's about the supplement. The supplement is real important.
Listen,
it's a real thing. Somebody is taking your place.
See, the thing is, a woman supplements, and like a guy feels like that's disrespectful. Men, we got to supplement too, but it's out of like necessity because we don't
try not to get there.
Yeah, we don't get to where y'all want us. If we don't finish, y'all think something's wrong with us, or y'all, or now we cheating, or we done hit something else. So
there's a median. It's between like 7 minutes and like 17 and a half minutes, or somewhere in that median, where anything after that, you think we're either cheating or we're not being low. Like if you go too fast, you got too excited because you was thinking about somebody else. If you don't finish, you thinking about somebody else.
Yeah.
You know how many times I done bit my lip?
You better tell that.
thought about the game last week.
It's 10 million people trying to get out of one door when I finish. You think I can hold all them people back for?
You see what I'm saying?
Like, that's not how this works.
Billions in the whole fight, and the gun went off.
I have a question. Is intimacy different for a guy when you have deep, deep, deep feelings for a woman as far as the enjoyment process? Or is it, or is it the same? I have heard people say that how did he describe it? He said when he met his wife, their connection was so different that it was harder for him to control himself in that way, timing wise, because he was so in love. It was like there was so much more coming.
You lose your stroke count. It's okay. Every guy does it.
The more we like you, it drops our stroke count. Like if we like you a lot, that's minus 500 strokes off rip.
Absolutely.
Things that we don't have to think about as women.
Yeah. Or
now, Willie, real quick.
Like you a lot, it's harder for us to hit other women too.
You said what?
Real quick.
If we like you a lot, it's harder for us to with other women as well. So say for example we're dating and we're still hitting whoever we got a roster. At the end of the day, we end up hitting our entire roster the way we hit you. So to them, that may make it. You might not like what they like. So if we got 2, 3, 4 others, and we hitting them the way we hit our main, like we hit our favorite, then they may think we fell off, or they may think that we're doing something else. But the whole time, the only reason why we're able to finish with them is because we're thinking of you.
So
I heard. I'm not saying I've done that personally. It's just
Hey, man, don't tell nobody's
Wait,
story.
what? Like,
Listen,
what? That didn't even
God,
make sense to me. I'm sorry.
God worked on me. God darn it, you're not going to have me
Yeah.
relive my traumatic past. But
Right.
it's not. He's very accurate with that. Like we will, in fact, whatever it takes. And God forbid you get the best of a person that thought that they had the upper hand. Oh my goodness, it's going to take everything.
Wait, what do you mean?
So for me, and I'm not going to put too much of my business. If I
A
really
friend,
like
your
a
friend.
person, if I really like a person, everybody else gets cut off, and I don't have that. I don't have that roster like I had when I was a kid. Like I'm more or less. I'm by myself to find somebody for me. But back in the day, I had a roster Monday through Friday for the month. So with that said, if I found somebody that was able to fulfill that
Hey,
entire
go
area in
around the
my
other way.
life, what I would do is completely check it off. Well, there goes Monday the 3rd, there goes Tuesday the 7th, there go you check it off. And at that point, that person becomes the entire embodiment of your life.
Like,
And it's
not. I'm
not
not.
always sex. It's other areas included.
I'm not saying again. This is just what I'm speaking. I'm taking someone else. I'm not talking about myself. But I think women
I
grossly
was.
underestimate how hard it is for a man to sleep with two women, two separate women. Like not outside of like at one time, like it's everybody's. You know what I'm saying? It's a tag team thing. Like how hard it is to have a woman and that you're not connecting with, but go out and then have someone else you do connect with, and still have to come back home and perform for your partner because it's going to probably be the most trying to think how to word it.
Disastrous.
The most smooth
Catastrophic.
sex a man will ever have. Because what'll happen is he'll go and get her straight, be like cool, and then leave, and, go see the girl he's thinking about. And it only takes 10, 15 minutes with her. But he just had to, give his lady 2, 3 hours to finish because it's just not the same. Like, because he really likes the other girl, but he's with her right now. Like, so I heard that's a very, very, very difficult thing for men to
Let
do.
me let me give you, let me give you the understanding of childhood. 3 minutes. You said in 10. You said 10, 15. 3 minutes. If you desire somebody, it's hard to control yourself. No
And
matter if you have a side joint or not, you got to develop a whole nother level of discipline. Like you will, like no matter if there's a plethora of women, but if that woman gets the best of who you are, not takes advantage, but gets the best, oh yeah, you got to reset. You got to really exercise all areas of your discipline because that's an adverse situation. Code red. I got to go down to the functions: hips, pelvic, shoulders back, chin up, walk out with dignity. It's a real thing. And
so
what may seem like 10 minutes, it's only three.
And you can't hit that girl more than two. Like you gotta give yourself like 3 or 4 days break. And but you
Heck
can't hit the
yeah.
girl with like the one you connect with, and everything like is real good. You can't hit her all the time because then you're gonna be stuck on her like where she is, and then nobody that comes behind her is gonna be able to please you until you like get off of her.
so
So I
should
heard.
should a woman be nervous if the guy is giving her like a 40-minute session?
A lot of
No.
times, yeah, because I
But,
mean, I would say yes because no disrespect to ladies and present company excluded. No dude should have to last that long inside of good vagina
Well, okay, so here let's clarify.
per round. I'm not talking about like one and done. That's disrespectful.
No. But if the lady. So if you hear 40-minute session, does your mind think that he is inside the entire 40 minutes, or are you thinking that there are additional activities, excuse me, that are bringing him to the 40 minutes? What is your first thought when you hear
Carrying
40
a vagina, they can take penis for 45
I
minutes
mean,
straight.
right. The whole process is a good 45-minute encounter. But if you're
Oh
talking
well.
about pumping, I want to see you get up on a fresh day and run 45 minutes.
Well, no, because Willie was saying about being inside, it wasn't gonna last 40 minutes, but that's why I was asking that question.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta use some. Not saying you don't, Yonci. Yonci, you. This is for the people. Y'all use some sense. Ain't nobody pumping for 45 minutes to an hour here.
Yeah,
But
we
I'm
switched
saying
over.
that it sounded like Willie was saying, and I'm saying,
Oh
if I
no, I'm not.
I
I'm
mean,
not
that's
putting
the
nobody.
whole counter.
I'm not. I mean, I have, but I'm on a regular. I'm not
Back in
putting
the day,
nobody in
yeah, it
one
was great.
position for 45 minutes unless I hate you. Like, do you know how like the amount of this like like lack of concern I have to have for your insides to just plan on doing whatever I have to do to
45 minutes.
45. That's like 45 strokes a second.
You
Like,
gotta count the
especially if you in
60,
jackhammer mode. Who's
45
gonna take that?
60,
So wait a minute. So
45
you
times.
telling me that you cannot be intimate with a woman,
No, that's not what we said.
ejaculate. We're gonna use some terms here, and then continue on? Because I've been with men that can do that and still
Of
go.
course we can, but like that's not the point all the time.
You're talking
what
about
I'm saying is with that woman that I have to do the 45 minutes with, once I bust, I'm finished because I just gave you 45 minutes of, you know what I'm saying?
So I'm
giving you the best that I got.
The woman that I don't have to, that I don't do that with, yeah, she can get as many rounds she wants because I actually like her. But like if I'm just saying effing for sport, man, I'm just going here to stroke my ego. I've been in the gym 48 days straight, so I want to see if I can give you 48 straight minutes. It's an ego thing for me. But if I like you, then it's a different story.
Listen, you get the full vulnerability at that point. You gonna get the moment. Like, listen, you want some juice? You want to get a sandwich? Let's go ahead and order some food and let's recover.
I got a job.
Get the best.
So what would you do on vacation then?
Oh,
if you on vacation and y'all in
vacation is porn star mode. Like that's a whole different thing. We got people to clean up after us. We get unlimited towels. We got a balcony with a view. Like
you get to repent. You mean vacation? You get to repent. Leave it there.
Like you gotta get up in the morning to go to work. I'm not gonna sit over here and be trying to have sex for 3, 4, 5 hours at a time. Absolutely not. On a Thursday,
you got a white robe in your closet. They give you white robes on vacation. I'm going to use it.
You need that type of stimulation. I'm buying you an extra rose.
The irony, what we're learning here is that if a man really, really likes you, you're gonna have less strokes. That's what we are.
No, that's not what we said.
I haven't had anybody last for like 45 minutes to an hour.
You said not 45 to an hour?
I've never had anybody last 45 minutes to an hour.
They shouldn't
I can't believe it.
Listen, no disrespect to the ladies that have like, the 1% of women who just like have the magical vaginas that can just take that for 45 minutes.
With the unicorn John.
On average, though, if a guy is in a woman for, even if he just medium likes her, it shouldn't take him. The fact that he can go 45 minutes is one thing.
Exactly.
But
that is a full heavyweight fight.
That's like, no one's done a 45-minute CrossFit workout. Like, again, sex is not easy. That is like.
Do you know how much Floyd Mayweather got for $45 million or for 45 minutes? He got $310 million. No, $350 million.
Yeah, no, I'm cool.
For 45 minutes.
We're also watching though. No, just no, but this is the thing. I think that, and I'll just add this, and then we'll go to the next question.
For $350, you can watch me too.
Exactly.
Watch it work. The thing
I wouldn't perform in front of our parents. Whatever. $350.
I hope that the men watching know and understand. If you love your woman, you should definitely do the we're getting really graphic in the show, non-penetration activities. Especially
first.
If you know that you are not going to be sustaining very long, and not even oral. Like, look, I've read, I said I'm a virgin, so I've read that
I'm a virgin. Wait,
they really told me
that non-sexual stuff is amazing. Like there are levels to it. So like when you first start out, the joke, like it started out as a back rub, and then how did his hands get there? But the foreplay, right? And I think that a lot of women would agree that non-sexual contact is the preferred way to start, except for those occasions when it's like just real spicy and jump right to it. But it could be just stroking her hair, it could be rubbing her back, it could be rubbing her feet. And
something's getting stroked though.
You said what?
Something's getting stroked either way.
I heard it saying
regardless.
I heard it saying that women are like crock pots and men are like microwaves. So the guy could just you hit that button and it's warmed up. But the woman, it's that slow cook. So I think God had a sense of humor because he made us completely the opposite way.
Opposites.
Like completely opposite. And can you imagine if women were like men, like he touched us and we're like, ah! And then we're good. And then,
or if he made a man's orgasm mandatory for life to create life.
Right.
Imagine if he did that for women. We'd be extinct already.
And the woman, there's like 70% who can't climax vaginally. So if let's just say he's trash orally, this woman might go her whole life without ever climaxing. Like,
can you imagine if he had nothing to talk about too?
She should cheat.
Man,
like
I'd be already talking to somebody else.
If you saw the man of your dreams in like a picture and an idea, and you walk up to him, he ain't got nothing to say, and then you find out he ain't got nothing to do either, and now you're stuck.
I hope she wouldn't marry a guy with nothing.
Welcome to dating Instagram models.
And then you got to go 45 minutes.
And he still ain't doing nothing. Like, that would be catastrophic for me. Like, damn.
That
I mean, I'm trying to
self-implosion. You gotta jump in a tornado after that. I'm not saying nothing more than that. Spin and hope for the best, because that is crazy.
45 minutes and I'm never hitting this again vagina is crazy.
On a quiet dude that looking at you crazy.
So I have a rant. Well, it's not rant. It was on the same topic, but I want to know. You guys vote in the comments. You guys vote on the panel. But do you think that it is creepy or romantic to look into each other's eyes while being intimate? So let's
minus 500 strokes.
I was just about to get into it. I was about to say,
look
good.
Look away.
What do you say after that?
We make eye contact every time. It's minus 500 strokes. So stop looking at me before I embarrass myself.
You really say it twice?
No, don't look at me. Don't say you can do a lot, but don't look at me and don't tell me you love me. Like, those two things, it's over.
What about the women who like to talk dirty and then it just
I love you. I love you. It's dirty. That's dirty talk. That's not talking dirty. That's foul.
Yeah, don't look at me. Like, I'm telling you now, we're having a child. Like, just those two things.
Say it again, Willie.
Do not look at me.
That's the worst.
Eye contact.
I'm definitely looking at my man. Definitely. And I'm saying all kinds of stuff. I'm saying everything that I want to say. I'm finna get real nasty, real freaky, and it's just me and him. Oh, it's on and popping.
But what if
don't you whisper in my damn ear?
What if he says, don't talk like that because, like he said, minus 500 strokes. What if that's the case? What happens if as soon as you say, oh, that's what I like. He's like, babe,
I'm telling you.
You got to go to child support. Like, we either got to go to child support or Rite Aid.
I told you what it was. Don't say my name and say my name. If you actually say my government name, minus 1,000 strokes. If you can make my government name sound attractive,
by the time you finish it, you're going to have a baby.
Yeah.
So the woman who likes because I didn't even know there was a term for this, but there's a woman. There's a term for like talk. They said something kind of kink. I can't think of what it's called. But basically, like if he says like that's my good girl, or they were saying it was an Instagram post. They were saying like some of the things the guys say. But I would think that would be terrible if her kink was saying things like that or making sounds, and then he's like, "That's just sending me over the edge. You can't do that." That would be the.
There's also a kink for.
There's a lot of words in vocabulary. You better figure them out.
If you look me in my eyes, you just changed my kink to busting fast. Now we're even.
Right. You look. You want me to simplify my vernacular? You want to have a baby? You better put some sunglasses on and look away. You better bite that pillow and close your eyes. Do something.
I'm gonna pull your wig down so I can't see your face.
Do something. We gotta figure it out.
Y'all vote in the comments. Is it sexy or is it creepy? Is it stimulating or is it creepy to make eye contact?
It's damn it overwhelming. Darn it. Sorry.
It's definitely sexy.
Okay.
Like special needs kids get overstimulated. That's how I feel when you look me in my eyes. Like
Willie,
stop.
Willie, you better tell the truth.
I am. Like, don't stop. Don't look at me. Like if I like you. Now, if we're just doing what I'm doing and I'm just trying to do some dominant stuff, that's different. But if you look me in my eyes, minus 500 strokes. And if you blink all slow and then you cute too, you're getting pregnant. Like birth control doesn't work anymore. Like you just turned off your birth control. Whatever that switch is inside there.
That's if you guys are intimate. Now, if she, okay, so everyone's voting erotic. What if she is serving you? Okay, we're gonna say it in a politically correct way. Eye contact. Then is that hot
I'm
or
buying
is
her something.
That's a little weird.
I'm buying her something. That's it. That's what we're doing.
That's a little weird. Looks like you drowning, low key.
No, because like
It's
if she's already on her knees and she's looking up at me,
That's
she's really choosing like oxygen and my pleasure. I mean, my pleasure over her breathing. So she deserves a gift. Like
a little
for a
treat?
relationship, one of the two. It just depends. Like if we're not in a relationship, she gets one, and if we in a relationship, she gets a bag. I reward hard work and
Hey,
coordinating all of that stuff at one time. That's difficult. So she deserves whatever it is that she asked for.
William, you said it's a bit creepy for you if
It's
she's
a little weird.
she's in a
It's a
prayer
little
pose.
weird. It feels like I have to ask if you're okay. Like you good? Can you breathe? Like it feels like I have to. No.
No, she's not supposed to be able to breathe. She knew what she was doing when she went down there.
No, absolutely. But I understand the nature of what's there. I'm not gonna sit there.
I don't want to check on her.
Like,
Are
can
you
you
okay?
imagine? Like they looking up at you and a tear fall out their eye. Like you just like, are you okay? Like they sniffing because the nose is all snotty. I feel compelled to ask because I am a serving person. I'll be
Are
like,
you thirsty, hon?
I'm an accommodating person. I'll be let me
better
grab you a
go down
tissue.
there and act like you need your rent paid, and like you just lost, like you lost your job and you got the cries and sniffles, all of that. Because otherwise, then I'm just like, all right, well, this was just a preamble. But if you're able to get a prequel out of me, I'm telling you, you deserve it.
I mean, again, if you know me, that's a different story. We can have fun all day.
She said her eyes aren't cocked, are they?
Oh God, see Westbrook.
Look at this one.
Oh my God.
Woo, I couldn't hold that laugh in after reading that. That's hilarious. Oh man.
If her eyes go cocked while she's doing it, bonus points.
Yeah, she got lazy eye. That's listen. You got.
Hey, listen. No.
Shouts out to lazy eyes. Listen,
her eyes
we see
always
you.
gonna straighten out while she does that. So
we see you is what we're saying. We see you and we recognize you.
You ever tried to make lazy eye? Like, hey, bring it back.
Whew. Okay. All right. We are actually going to get to the question because we done had that up and it had nothing to do with the conversation, but that's all right. Okay. Could you be with a woman who made considerably more income than you? I'm going to ask the guys in the panel, ask the guys in the comments, and then we are going to put the answers that the men gave up on the screen. So what are we saying? Can we be with her?
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Okay.
Absolutely.
Duh.
Oh, all right.
And well, I think anybody who doesn't, I think is really weird. Like, why would you not?
Because they're broke. That's why.
So the majority agreed with y'all. 90% said sure.
Who does 10%? It's gotta be two people.
The guys who don't get women anyway, and they take it. They're going to use that trope that if a woman makes a bunch of money, she's less likely to be able to be led, and all of that stuff that these red pill content creators talk about. And because they themselves don't make a bunch of money, so they don't know how it is to deal with someone that also makes a bunch of money. Oh my gosh, that's the 10%. I can point out those units too if you want me to.
I think that there's a different. So Mon says that he would not. So it'd be interesting when he comes on, he can give his perspective. But here's the thing: I think there's a difference.
Not surprised.
I think there's a difference between somebody not being able to hold their own and someone happening to just pay, make more. It's one thing if her income is sustaining his lifestyle, like he couldn't make it without her. That's why I gave the, you make 100,000 and she makes 250. But I'm wondering if like he made 45,000 and she's making 250, if he would be able to handle it. Now I will say this. There is 100%. Yeah, I wish you were on stage too, sir. There's 100% a power dynamic that comes with money.
Heck yeah.
It is what it is. And I think that anybody who says not is delusional.
Listen, they have not met a powerful woman. It is different, y'all.
But I don't even think it's
different.
But I don't think it's a gender thing. And I'll say this. let's just say, for example, if you are going out to eat with someone and you say, I'm paying, I got this. If that person decided then they wanted to get an appetizer, 3 cocktails, an entree, a dessert, and a dessert to go, you're going to look at them and think that's rude. If that person was paying their own way, you wouldn't think anything of it. Or let's just say you invited them out to eat and they insisted that they wanted to go to this particular restaurant. I think that you would feel a little weird, like I'm paying, so I think I should have a little bit more of a say on where we go. I think
Oh
it's just
yeah, yeah, yeah.
natural to feel that way, that if you are contributing or contributing more, that you have a little bit more. Now, is it right? I'm not gonna say it's right, but I do think it's 100% human nature. Okay, what were you
Hmm. No, go ahead. I go ahead, y'all. What were you gonna say?
I wouldn't. I don't want to do it. I mean, I could. I just would. And the reason why I could, because I mean, obvious reasons. But I wouldn't want to though, because at the end of the day, if I do feel that, as much as that trope, women who make a bunch of money aren't desirable, I do understand that the types that do make a bunch of money and are also attractive enough for me to date tend to not be desirable. So there are a lot of successful women in the world who are okay. They make 250 a year, their guy makes 80. But what I will say from experience is when you have a woman who makes 250 and you make 800, it's still different with them. So
Hmm.
her making the money when you also make money, that's the dynamic that I don't want. If I was a guy that was trying to come up and was working as hard as I was back when I did, or say before I, hit my stride, I had someone who had money, I probably would have been okay with it then because it's cool. Like if she's gonna invest in me and not, tie my leadership and my work as a man to my pocketbook and my account, then we're good. But
That
once
part.
you have the money yourself, it's not fun when y'all both have money unless you help her get it.
That part.
What
And
makes her? What makes them undesirable? What are some of the things that make them undesirable?
it's the honest to
What it
God.
took to
And
make
go
that
ahead,
money.
Willie.
Yeah, you said that most of the ones that are
He
attractive
just
to make
answered
that
you.
money
He
are
just
I just
answered
undesirable.
you.
asked, I asked you what it
He
took for them to
literally
make
just
that
answered
money.
you. It's what it
The
took to
extent
make
that
that money.
for a woman to be successful, to make that kind of money, she has to be masculine in business. She has to be aggressive. She has to
There's
be
a
assertive.
killer.
She has to be innovator. All of those things that don't serve her as a partner in a relationship to a guy who is supposed to lead and also be those things. There can only be one
It
person in a
to get
relationship doing
six
all that stuff.
figures in this society, it takes a killer. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not always as gentle as people think it is to be. Most people think that they make six figures until taxes hit. To
And then
make
people
six
also
figures,
forget that
you
six
have
figures
to
is just
exceed six
$100,000.
figures to make six figures. So you got to be a killer to either hide that money or protect that money. And don't no man want another one of us in the home. Because after a certain amount of money, it's going to take a person that's going to look like me or act like me to be in that home. I don't need that. Safekeeping, great. But
I
the
was,
same
I was,
equal, I can't do that.
I was going more so like that. I don't. I'm one of the biggest disparagers of the whole. You got to make six figures because making six figures is not a lot of money.
No.
Especially when you have a skill. Again, it's $100,000 after taxes. It's $72,000. I'm not talking
Mhm.
about that. A lot of people that have that conversation tend to be around the 100 to 150 mark. I'm talking about the women who make 300, four
You
hundred
see
thousand
it? You
dollars a
see it?
year, the 800,000 $1 million a year makers. Those are the people that I'm talking about. Because again, to have that type of success, you're
I
not
didn't
going to get that
qualify as
success
city.
being soft, feminine, meek, or demure. You're not going to have that. And then it is understandably hard for people, not just women, people to turn that off. It's hard for a man to turn off, being the you do this way at this time. It's hard for him to turn it off with his partner. Imagine a woman having to turn off being that masculine with another masculine man.
And
Just
let's be
odds
very
are it's not going to
clear.
work.
And there's very rarely do I get to speak for other men, and I can speak for Willie on this. This is not all. This is not all women who make an upper echelon amount of money. This is for a concerning majority. This is what it is. It's not all, but it's a concerning majority that speaks for a lot of people who remain silent and do their work. That's what I'm speaking about. Can't speak for Willie, but I can speak for Willie in this circumstance, if it's okay, Willie.
Yeah, find a woman that makes $100,000 is easy. Just move to DC or Atlanta.
It's the other part. Once you get over
Yeah,
that, it's different.
I think the threshold is around $400,000 though. Once women start making that type of money, they're almost useless to a relationship to a guy that also has money.
Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting thoughts. I'm gonna go live on Instagram really quick. Can you be with a woman who makes considerably, it's hard to type, more income
You got
than
some sugar jitters.
you? Question mark. Watch live on YouTube. And I guarantee you there are going to be people who try to start having the conversation on Instagram, but I'm not going to be looking. Okay.
I
So
mean, again, it's hard to say considerably because, like Willie said, if you're making 45 and considerably is triple that amount, that's still not enough to really sustain long term a home. But if you make it 100,000, that's considerable on the same scale. That's like you said, 400,000, which is a whole different scope of people you deal with, whole different attitude, a whole different mentality, and it's killers out here. They are killers. They don't care. They treat me like we treat the lower, like, and it's bad, and it hurts, and it hurt my feelings. That's all I gotta say. I'm still
Mon
recovering.
said we're gonna jump right back on this topic when I hop on. I know he hot, he ready, he like, let me on, let me on.
Shouts out to my.
Okay, is that Eastern time? I think that's Eastern times. That'll be like an hour and a half from now, it sounds like. Yeah, it's just
We will still be on, Mont. Don't worry.
it's just an interesting dynamic, you know, like if a woman has money, because I hear this argument all the time, and Keisha, you are being so reserved on this topic.
Just biting her lip.
She is. I'm hoping she doesn't get a laceration. But you know, I hear a lot of comments about guys saying, you know, I'm going to be taking care of, I want to take care of her 100%. She don't have to do anything. But then in the same breath, it'll be like, well, I expect her to do da 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 because I am paying for everything. So it's just kind of like, what is the expectation? Like, what are you getting out of having your way being paid 100%? And you know, each person has to go through that conversation with themselves, you know, and say, am I okay with being in this role? Because I know a lot of guys, oh, okay, 9:55, got you. Because a lot of guys, or sorry, excuse me, some guys will look at their partner in a way that's like the woman is inferior in the sense like I'm going to give her all the tasks that I don't want to do, as opposed to let's see who's good at what and then we'll allocate it that way. And of course, this is part of the vetting process. You kind of have to see how that man moves. But there are people who it's a power trip thing, and it's like if she tries to express herself or she wants to have an opinion, it's like and pulls the money card. So it's like you kind of have to understand that some women have that apprehension, like what comes with it, what strings come attached with, da 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 da.
But not many, Yonci, not many women are going to have that experience firsthand. It'll just be conjecture and speculation, because you have to realize that not a lot of women are going to ever be in a position to date someone with money. It's just not in the cards for them, because at the same time, the men that have money,
Ain't that many of us.
The money that a woman makes doesn't benefit us anyway, largely. Like, because we pay for everything in the household. So her money tends to go for her and the thing that she wants to do. She likes you, she buys you stuff, but there's still no utility in having a woman that has that money already. A woman that, again, if I make $1 million a year and she makes $400,000 a year, there's nothing that either one of us needs financially that we can't go buy. But what happens is that I still end up spending the majority of my money providing a household for her to make a home that she probably will make with her money. A woman making 400 grand is not cooking and cleaning every day. She's paying someone to do that. And even though we're not having to spend that money for us, she's not benefiting us because we could do the same thing. So the things that we tend to want our women to do, women with money aren't going to find value in doing those things, providing those things to men that have money. And It's a hard conversation to have with the majority of women because we can say 99% of them have never and 98% will never be in a position to date someone that can do that or makes that type of money. They'll have sex with them for sure. It's easier for women to have sex with guys that have money.
I get what you're saying.
When we talk about having relationships with where they have to connect like this, it's just I'm saying it's a pipe dream for most women.
Willie, I almost disagree with you until you made that end statement. I'm like, oh, okay, I got you. That makes sense.
Yeah, you hear women talk about, oh, I hit this rapper, I hit this ball player. Cool, yes. Rich men will have sex with broke women, and they will have sex with women with money. But you know what they're not doing? They're not marrying other women that have money. They're marrying the girls they think that they can either build up, build with, or the ones that just get on a program. And women that have money are not getting on a man's program because to them, their program has worked so well.
So this is a perfect time to get into some of these comments from Yonci Nation. Could you
read mine? Mine is bad.
Oh, okay.
Don't read mine on this one. It's horrible.
Could you be with a woman who made considerably more income than you? Yes. The more money for the unit, the better. But if she makes considerably more and she still says I should pay for everything, then no. The next one, could I? Sure.
So that's a no.
Have I? No. Will I? No. There's no reason to settle in that particular case. We'll skip Willie's. Okay.
Why are we skipping Willie's? Hold on. Screenshot it. Let me see what you said, Willie.
No, she can't screenshot it. One, because you're not in the nation. You're not in Yonci Nation. And two,
no, he said don't read it.
Why? Why? He talking all this. He be talking all this roughness online. Why you can't read it now? Read it.
I just told you. I gave you the gist of what I said.
He actually did.
I promise you, I'm never just talking. I'm speaking from firsthand experience.
I know, but I'm just saying I would like to hear it. I like how Yonci
never.
You don't say it.
Never.
Okay, so the next one, making more money, never been the issue. How they act when they do, whole nother topic.
Yep.
Is it wrong? He said, is it wrong that I find satisfaction in pulling my woman's seat out and also willing to provide her with a certain lifestyle?
No.
I might have been responding to something. Okay. The next one, the guy said, yes, but it depends on her attitude. We see a common thread here. Many times I've come across, many women I've come across with high income. Most I've seen single are masculine, acting like a man. It's like their identity is in the workplace more than anything else. What's interesting was I had a client who is very successful financially, and she said she really struggles with connecting outside of work. She meets people a lot through work. And when they're talking, she's talking about work. And guys have said, like, I want to get to know you, not director so-and-so, So next guy says, absolutely. Now it's her attitude that may determine whether I stay or go. Common thread here. Next one, absolutely. And I don't understand the problem with this. One day we're all going to learn that money is just a means to an end. Need it? Yes. Important? Sure.
Look at Willie's face. When you read that comment.
It's irrelevant and it's fleeting. Whether it's her or me that's driving the income primarily, no matter. Let's tackle life together and be happy. I'll read one more. Yeah, if you're a guy that's of a certain tax bracket, for the most part, the kind of women that will be in your social circle by default will either make what you do or more. So, of course, it's no big deal. Make that money.
You know, the guy that said that money isn't everything doesn't make money.
I know he's gonna hold his
45 years.
Because that's the stupid. This is the thing, right?
It don't make no sense.
That's the stupidest. I can't say shit, but like that's the dumbest thing in the world. Like to hear someone that actually has to like go earn, they can't use their body to make money and talk about athletes and porn stars. So I'm covering men and women to say that money's not everything. Then stop going to work if money's not everything. Stop doing it. Stop going to a job. Why do you have a job that you don't love, that you don't get up for without an alarm clock for, if money's not everything? If money wasn't everything, sir, your life wouldn't be looking the way that it does. And that's for anybody. Like the people who say money isn't everything never have it, ever. It's cool in movies, though. It sounds good like on Instagram memes when you're trying to sound all deep and, and woke. But at the end of the day, when the IRS come knocking when the cable
Tell
bill is due, when
T-Mobile
the
that
mortgage
money's
is
not
due,
everything.
money
Go
matters.
ahead.
And all that faith, hope, and prayer is not going to pay a bill. And neither is all that being deeper than someone else or pretending like you're not concerned about earthly possessions. Like that shit is
See,
corny.
I take the money not being everything as in if that's all you have, you're not going to be fulfilled. I don't take it as money doesn't mean anything or it's not valuable. That's how
It's
I.
not the only thing for
everything.
sure. It's definitely not the only thing. I will give you that. But what he's talking about, man, sometimes when I read these comments, I feel like those dudes post because they know you're going to read them to the ladies.
I do have a question. Lynette, are your earrings little miniature cassette tapes? Because
Yeah.
that is so
I thought
cute.
they were razor blades.
She be coming through with the accessories. That is so cute.
I like
I
little
thought
trinkets.
they were razor blades because you from New York.
Well, here we go, Willie.
I'm not going to hold you.
Come on now.
YouTube's the screen. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next question. Question number 4. But before I do, I'm going to go ahead and drop this here. If you are enjoying the show, feel free to show love via either Cash App or Zelle if you are enjoying the show. I would say do a super chat, but they take so much darn taxes, YouTube taxes out. So sorry, YouTube. If you guys want to do that, feel free. I'm scared to ask this. Are we doing extensions tonight, or can there be like a grace period hour where it's just lovely tip for maybe 15 minutes and they don't count?
Let me talk to the my fellow COO Montana when he joins, and we'll have a private offline conversation.
You know what I can do? You know what? I'm gonna do this.
Nope.
If you would like to just out of the kindness of your heart do a tip, then you can tell me it's a tip. And if you want to contribute and it's for minutes, then you can let me know that it's for minutes. That way, if anyone has it on their spirit,
y'all better not simp out either. I'm absolutely not.
If
It's
anybody
like going to a strip club and throwing money and not getting to see a nipple.
Wait, it's about the $1,000 line that Yonci just gave. If you feel it in your heart and compelled to believe so, go ahead and stand in the middle aisle. Go ahead and bless us right now. Listen, if y'all want to hear us keep talking, go ahead and put down, we need an extra 5 minutes, and put it in the daggone Cash App, Venmo, whatever. She's going to post it. If you just want to support, just put support, and she's going to post it, y'all. This stuff ain't cheap.
Well,
you charlatan.
Okay, so you got to tell me if that was just a love offering or that was an extension.
Mont, no extension, Mont. Let's give it to her on the kindness of your heart.
My brother, and I believe that was for extension.
Mont, you got to clarify, specify.
Was that 3 hours? 3 hours?
Yeah, do the math. What's 200 minutes?
That's
3 hours and 20 minutes.
2 hours and 20 minutes?
3.
180 with a 20 left over.
Not 80
40 hours and 20 minutes.
Okay, Mom, you got to clarify. Is this an extension? Y'all, I got to get off this live stream.
Oh, shoot. If mine pulling out 3 hour extensions, we might
don't do it.
Yo, mine is so inappropriate.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like we may well just go ahead and start record breaking.
He said maybe we can work out a deal. Dang.
Put it half and half. Put it half and half.
Hey, and Mont, don't forget, we still got a couple hours back from last time.
No, I paid it off. That's what last week's show was.
Y'all say, look, I paid it off. I swear to God, I
Yeah,
did.
didn't she do the spilling wheel or something where you gave away half or something? Or
yes,
no,
but I also
that was the time before. We had 5 hours back. What time that last episode in?
I did
7 hours. The one before that.
Because I think I donated a good hour. Like I think it was like $40 we put in just to keep talking.
So we had arguing about something crazy. So last week there were no extensions. Last week's whole show was paying off the debt from the week before.
Last week's whole show.
It was 7 hours.
Yeah, it was 7 hours.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
You tried it. I was like, my debts are paid in full.
Okay, that's cool. Don't worry.
Hey,
I have all the money transfer information I need.
Praise God. Hey.
Okay, so all right, I had to fact check, but it is. It's 3 hours and 20 minutes. Doggone.
Damn, I
Okay.
hope ain't nobody got to go to work tomorrow.
I do.
Well, we leaving you here stranded. Like you, it's gonna be now you, Mark, and Willie.
Right.
Don't be
Looking at
want
each
to
other.
say Keisha can stay.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, when we do the singles feature and all that, that still happens within the 2-hour window of the show. So we still keep with that schedule. The bonus hours happen after that. So don't be scared. Anybody who signs up to be featured. Kaylee, I'm gonna need you to go massage somebody right now, okay?
Whoa.
No, she's actually a massage
Whoa.
therapist. I knew that was gonna sound crazy.
Whoa.
She's over here talking about the 9-hour record. Kaylee, I thought we were cool. Kaylee,
The
dog.
single feature is definitely gonna be uncomfortable tonight.
He said, "Get Monte to do the night shift." Oh my goodness! And he had to go.
Okay.
The
Okay.
single feature is gonna be uncomfortable tonight.
Goodness gracious sakes alive. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so let's get back into these questions. Goodness gracious. Number 4. What are some things that women have done in a first date? That is not what it was supposed to say.
No.
Must have been sipping when I put that. Okay, there we go. On a first date, that really made a positive impression on you. I'm going to read the answers first, and then we can kiki. Okay, this gentleman said, "Oh, wow, loaded question with several answers. She was just open to have fun. Her approach wasn't, okay, you asked me out, so impress me. That wasn't the vibe. She laughed, acted silly, ate good food. She listened and asked me questions too." Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I feel like, I was going to say, because I remember this question from last week.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, this was the thing.
Showed up on time was number 1.
Yeah. So I'm going to skip this. If you were really excited to hear the answers, go back and watch episode 13 because we covered it in great detail. I don't know how it ended up getting on the list twice. Actually, let me take a quick look. Yep, I have it on my list twice by accident. My bad. Okay, so we'll just skip to the 5th question. Want, which is okay because we're going pretty long anyway. Kind of like the guys who don't like the girls.
See what you did there.
All right. If you are interested, do you give her your number or do you take hers? Okay. So I asked the guys, do you ask them to call you or do you take her number and call her? What do you men prefer? And then I'm going to post the answers. So guys, what do you like to do? Do you like to say, here's my number, shorty? Or do you like to say, give me your number, girl?
I prefer getting the individual's number because a part of me is still old school. Y'all see my kids out here roller skating in the house?
I do. They having a good old time.
Yes, I wish I was there on my skates.
Strangle me if he was
I
here,
love roller
but
skating.
I love it. I'm like, yo, be free and enjoy life. But I would say I would take the number, but I would want to know if I were to have my choice, I would want some sort of assurance that when I decide to call you, you're going to respond. But of course, we know that that's not always going to happen. But I will give my number because it helps me understand and regulate how I control things in my own little sociopathic way. If I just give my number, I relinquish all control. You do what you want with it. But if I have your number and I like you, I'm going to call you as soon as I get home. I'm not going to lie to you if I really like you.
I would feel a way if a guy gave me his number. I'm not gonna lie. I want to hear what Willie has to say, and the ladies too weigh in. How would you feel if a guy gave you his number versus asked for yours? Thoughts, sir?
I'm so inconsistent here because it depends on 1, how I'm feeling, 2, what I want to talk to you about, or like if you're just someone that I'm thinking, I may have fun with, or it just could be one of those things, then yeah, I want your number so I can quarterback that and do what I need to do to accomplish whatever it is I'm trying to accomplish with you. But a lot of the times I will initiate the exchange of information and give you my number so you can call me when you're ready to talk. because I've already done the heavy lifting and made it clear that I want to talk to you. Now I just let you. I'm saying call me when you're ready, and if you call me, cool. If you don't, you don't. But I don't think it matters one way or the other. At the end of the day, it just really for me it just depends on how I'm feeling.
Okay. Not Kaylee trying to sugarcoat it. She said, "Oh, I just want to spend time with you." I think that we need to riot just a bit. Jacob had the audacity to be lingering in the comments and is not on the panel, so I'm feeling a way about that.
Nerve of him.
I need him to clock into his shift, his volunteer shift. Ladies, how are you feeling if a guy said, "Hey, here's my number"? How would you feel about that? Yes,
I would prefer you take mine.
Okay.
I'm not gonna call. Like I actually went off on by somebody because I was like, okay, well, I'll wait till you call me. So I give people good energy when I talk to them in person. So I just feel like you should call first because I never know how serious a guy is, what they want. Like, I'll just wait till you call.
I feel like it evens itself out over time because at the beginning, women have a lot of control. Like they could say no, they could reject the guy. He's risking a lot. And then at the end, the man is pretty much in control because he could decide whether or not he wants to like ask for your hand in marriage or ask to be committed. So I tend to lead towards like I see it as very masculine when a man takes my number and then he calls because I don't really feel emotionally safe until I see that it's invested.
Are you okay?
So for me, if a guy is taking what I would consider a passive role, I would kind of look at put him in a different light, or I would take it as he's not really that interested. And as we will see when I read the comments, then a lot of them is them hedging their bets and not wanting to put themselves out there and possibly get rejected. And so for me, I feel like that's kind of like a risk that is taken, which isn't very empathetic, but hey, that's my honest answer. Kaylee was saying that we had discussed something similar, and I was wondering the same thing if this was one we had discussed because it was on my list, but it was out of order on the post. So we might have talked about this. What are your thoughts, ladies? Any other thoughts I should say before I read this comment?
I do. I have some more thoughts. I mean, it's more reiterating what you said, just along the lines of you have to give up so much later and trust. And I just really need to know that you're stable, that I can trust you, that you're reliable. And a simple thing is, did you reach out first? Can I always contact you? Like, do I always have to call you first? Little things like that for me to let go and fall into whatever.
Can I say something about that too? When a guy offered me his number, I'll sit there on my phone and I'll be like, let me call you back. Then I'll tell him, no, listen, I can't wait to hear from you. Yeah. And then as he start calling me, I call him. Like, I'm not going to just let him be the only one reaching out. I'm going to reach out also with him. I'm going to reach out also, to show him that I'm interested as well. So if I see that I'm reaching out more than him, then I'll stop. Just like if I know he's reaching out more to you, he's gonna stop. So it's reciprocation. Like I'm a reciprocate.
Yep.
How you feel
I'm
about
gonna reciprocate where you lead if that's where I want to go. But I'm not leading anything.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you what I like, and either you want to do it or you don't. And that's
it.
Damn, what about what he wants? Since when does the only person's concern or likes matter is the woman? Like what? We're not gonna.
Well, if you're leading me where you want to go, and then I'm
right. But that's not what you said.
There. So
you said if I like it and you don't want to do it, then that's it. Like what are we talking about? That's it. That's
if we don't want to do what
you said. I'm gonna tell you what I like, and if you don't want to do that, then as if like if he doesn't do what you like or he's supposed to do, he didn't even know you.
Well, I think you're kind of taking what you know about what women tell you what they
so
like.
I'm taking what you said exactly.
You're implanting it on me. So when I
totally
say like, if you
agree
don't
with
want to do what I like, I just mean like I like to hear your voice.
That's not the
So
same
if you
thing
don't
you
want to
said,
talk
though.
to me, excuse me,
That's not the same thing you said. Like
I
I like
said
to
if
hear
you
your
don't
voice.
want to do what I like that's fine. But that means we're not a match. So when I was talking about things that I like, I'm talking about simple things. I'm not talking about grandiose, whatever you think I'm talking about.
No, I don't think you're talking about anything other than what you said. And you said if you don't do what I like, then we're not a match. As
Right.
if
So if I like to talk on the phone and you don't want to call me,
you
then
didn't say that until after I challenged you about you saying if he's
because
not
it was
doing
an
what you like.
example. You want me to give every example?
Okay, so how about we do this? We'll do a
That's me
reset.
on purpose.
Okay, we'll do a reset.
Yeah, 'cause I got a question, Yonci. Yeah, I had a question.
Okay, but I'm agreeing with you, Keisha, that if I prefer for you to take the lead and call me, or I want to see you in person and all that, and you don't want to do that, that is an indication to me that we're already not on the same page.
Yeah,
What were you gonna say, Tay?
So my question was, do you think it would be pushy for a woman who gave her phone number to a guy that she was really interested in and then gave him her availability to call her? Like, do you think that would be pushy?
Like, so
no, I
for
think you
example,
do
if
what
you
you want to
say
do.
I'm off work after 6, I'm available from 6 to 10. Is that's the thing? Okay. What are your thoughts?
Right.
That's awesome.
Oh, I thought you were saying I'm gonna say awful. I was like, okay.
Hell no, that's awesome. So you done told me one that I can call you, and then told me when you can. That's like telling me where to put it. Yes, please do.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I thought, because it was someone that I was really interested in. That me and him had a great conversation for like 2 to 3 hours, but he considered me suggesting when he should call me pushy. So I was like, okay.
He
Did
didn't
you
like
say it
you
in
for real.
person or via text?
I don't know. I said it through the little DMs when me and him was talking. So I had deactivated
He
the
wasn't
page for a while.
Let me see if that's
Yeah,
the
he
same
wasn't
person who was in
interested.
my DMs.
Yeah. So then when we were talking for about 2 to 3 hours, I didn't get that he wasn't interested. But again, he said that he apologized. He didn't mean to say it like that. I'm like, okay. I just got turned off immediately at that because I had never experienced that. So
Do you remember how you phrased it?
yeah, like we were talking and I told him that I was gonna be kind of cutting my page off for a while because something had happened. And I was like, okay, I said, you can hit me up or whatever. And then, I'm available this weekend or whatever. And he was like, okay, that was that. And when we were talking, he said he kind of thought that was kind of pushy. I'm like, oh, okay. Oops. I don't know. I just thought it was strange. So I haven't talked to him since.
So when you said available, you meant available for a conversation or to link up?
Right. Available for a conversation. And then when we did actually talk, it was like 2 to 3 hours.
That is different.
Yeah, it is. So I was like, oops.
Go ahead, Willie.
That's wild. That's like some precursor to a relationship type shit. 2 or 3 hours?
That's pretty standard, I found.
It is standard. I had a conversation with guys for 2-3 hours, and it just never turned into anything.
That's what it was. And I'm like, I don't know. So it's like, did we just waste time? Like, what was the point? So then it's like he would try to hit me back up in my DMs, and I just didn't respond. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't do like games. I don't do back and forth type stuff. If you interested, cool. Let me know. If you're not, let me know. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like people keep making dating so much harder than it has to be. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be fun. I don't know.
And I feel like at the very beginning, there should be so much to talk about. I can see if after a year in, like, there's not really that much, especially if you spend a lot of time together. So, because like I can't really ask about your day because I know how your day went and that type of thing. But I feel like at the very beginning, it should be exciting, like getting to know you, getting to know your history, what you want out of life, all that kind of stuff. There's so much to talk about. Plus, it should just be exciting. And so I get it if someone's not necessarily a phone person, but it's required. Like, I don't like sitting on airplanes, but if I want to get to Florida and I don't want to drive, I kind of have to get on a plane. So it's like, it's a necessary evil, but I would think that the person would be stimulating enough to make you want to talk. And if they weren't stimulating, why are you even entertaining them? Because the best case scenario is you're going to spend a lifetime with this person, and who wants to be with the person? Yeah. Let me get into some of these comments. This guy said, it's been a while since I've given my number, but there was definitely an era where that was it. Kind of like giving your card had an era. That was cute. I've learned early on that some women will give out their number to men they're not even interested in for different reasons. It was such a waste of my time and effort. That being said, I found it more practical to give a woman my number instead because it's a fair indicator of whether or not she was actually interested in me or not. If she doesn't call, she did me a favor. So this is where I think it's one of those things where you can't use, I'm going to say trauma, even though it's an extreme word. If whatever the lowest level of trauma would be, but I think you can't use a bad experience. You can't take bad experiences and then alter how you move forward. Because this. I'll paint a scenario. So let's say this guy, we'll call him Bob. Bob had some women who gave her their number. They weren't interested. So Bob says, okay, I'm going to hedge my bets. I'm going to take a lower risk option and give my number. But then he meets someone who's really, really who actually was feeling him. But now she's reading giving her his number as him not really being interested or not being masculine or not being a leader. And so she's like, I wish I would call him. And she's actually bummed and walks away. So I feel like that's a missed opportunity where it could have been great. And that's why I say I think that they have to get out of their feelings and just like shoot their shot. If she doesn't answer, she doesn't answer, because like the harm is done no matter what. If she doesn't call, she's still showing that she's not interested. If he gives her the number and calls and she didn't answer, she's still showing she's not interested. So it's like at the end of the day, she's still rejecting you. It's just mentally you're telling yourself she didn't. But I say just call. I would never, ever give a guy a time of day if he gave me his. I just wouldn't. I would not give him the time of day. It would give me such a bad first impression. Jacob said the men have spoken. The men who are on the panel have spoken.
Well, Yonci, can't you reverse that though? Because if a guy say, okay, here's my number. And I said, okay, well, what time are you going to call me? Here's my number. You can reverse that though. It don't necessarily, sorry, go ahead, Yonci.
No. You were talking. You made me think of a question to ask the guys. What if giving the guy the benefit of the doubt that he doesn't want to risk just getting the sympathy phone number? What if a woman said to you, it would make me more comfortable if you called, which I can't even imagine myself doing that. But if a woman said that, basically saying I am interested, but I want you, big guy, to do the heavy lifting, would that be a turnoff to the guys?
No, because she communicated exactly what she wanted in the words that mean exactly what she meant. There's nothing. Guys who are scared to be rejected by women should just date men or stop talking to women. Like that's stupid. And if they would do that, then we wouldn't have to have these conversations. Because again, if you're scared of being told no, you're probably not the type of dude that should be in a relationship in the first place. Like that's super, super feminine to me. But if I met Lynette out and Lynette was like, we got it. I was like, hey, take my number. And she was like, hey, that's cool. But do you mind if you call me first? No problem. Like, cause she said it in English, like, and use words like I didn't have to like guess what she meant. I didn't have to read between the lines and then her tell me, well, I meant like you need to write me a letter first before calling me, or no goofy stuff like that. So hell no, that would be ideal.
What if they say, I'm gonna wait for you to call first?
That's the same thing. That's cool too.
Yeah.
As long as
and I'm still angry about that.
Just listen, say what you mean and mean what you say. All that mind reading and reading in between the lines stuff is why a lot of women are still single, because men don't communicate that way.
Okay.
So we have Nayusi on. Nayusi, I got I don't know if that was you on Instagram who said they wanted to come on because the name I think is different. No, it isn't. I just said it.
He was on here he was on the panel last time.
No, so I just checked. It is the same name. I actually sent you the link, sir, and I was hoping you popped up. So I DM'd you the link and sent it to you. So if you want to join, we would love to have you. We definitely need some more guys to round this out since William had to go and Mont is going to be another few minutes. Okay, no pressure. Just wanted you to know it was there if you wanted it. Okay.
Can I say something else about numbers?
You're a cool dude.
So like I might go out more than people. And so I try to be open-minded when I'm out. And I'm just like, oh, okay, this person is nice. Let me give them the number. Somebody said, what's the sympathy number? So I don't give sympathy numbers, but then like the next day when they call, I don't remember who I gave my number to.
That's a what? You probably should have kept that part to yourself. But now we
I'm just saying, I feel like I don't know how to resolve it.
Kardashians pass out divorce decrees. Like, what are we talking about right now?
Okay, so let's have a serious conversation. So let's say 3 guys talk to you and you, hey, can I get your number?
Which one is which?
Right. So, what would be a nice way for somebody to basically say, which guy are you? And I didn't think about that, but if you think about it, if you're single, it's not like one guy gives you a number and then when the second guy comes along, you're like, oh, I already gave someone my number. Like,
you can't. You're on the razor blade now, and one side he's gonna think you're a hoe, the other side he's gonna think he was drunk and don't want to talk to you either way. So you screwed yourself if you don't put that.
That's why I just don't respond.
If you give your number out to so many people that you don't know who you're talking to, like that's a security risk, let alone for any man. If he was trying to talk to a woman, he found out she did that. Like that's immediate. Like, oh, okay, well, I just got to catch you next time you drunk and then try to do what I want to do then. Like, I'm not fixing to go back and forth with you if you don't know
now, you know what would be, I just thought of something that would be, oh, Kenny just got up. He's like, so what I would say is, let's just say we'll use Kenny's name since he just commented. Let's say Kenny approaches you and introduces himself and you give your number. You could do like how the guys do and then be like, bald-headed Marine, like put a little note in your thing, Kenny, bald-headed Marine, so you can try to remember, or if you're slick, try to take a photo. But sometimes for me, let's just say if I'm talking to someone from a dating or whatever, I will either say, and we exchange numbers, I'll either take their photo and put it on there or ask them, hey, can you send me a picture for your profile pic so I can kind of keep track of who I'm talking to. If there are more
than use that one, I'll be like, send me a picture of your face for your
or ask them how to pronounce. Like now, I can help you be trifling. Like if that's the question we need, but just be like, hey, I forgot how to pronounce your name. Right? Can you tell me how to spell your name? Like then, because they're gonna tell you how to spell it, and then most dudes is not even gonna be thinking about that because they so pressed to get like a response from you in the first place. But if you just ask, like, how do I spell your name again? Or like for fellas, if you get a girl's number, like, hey, how do I pronounce your name? A lot of times y'all spell your name like Keisha, but it's like Keishire or some shit like that.
But I don't think that would be bad to say, I feel so terrible. Can you remind me? I'm bad with names or something like that. No, he said no. But she's saying she doesn't even remember who it is. So if he said my name is Kenny, she was like,
she a high volume shooter. I mean, I get that, but like, ask Monte what he would do. I guarantee.
Nice.
You just proved it. You just said you were. Don't try to take it back now.
I'm nice.
That's a clip. That's nice.
So you just said you're nice. Is that code for
easily accessible
numbers?
Huh? No, that's code for easily accessible to men. That's how we gonna take it,
bro.
If that's how we take it.
Hey, nice to have you. Good to have you. Oh, sorry. She came and went.
Pose that question to the men's group, Yonci. Be like, hey, if a woman tells she gives her number out so many times that she has a hard time.
But why would I tell you that? I'm telling you that because we on the panel.
He was saying that she was telling you that in confidence, not that she's saying that.
Ask the question though and see what men think when they hear it.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they think that it's high accessible, but if you can't access what's allegedly high accessible, is it highly accessible?
Right now.
Yeah, giving somebody the password to your email.
Right now, you tell them you can't access this.
But this is my question. Do you ever give out your number when you don't like the guy?
I hope not.
I be thinking like, oh, he's cute, and then when I get, I'm like, that was a bad decision.
Now, see, I'm not fussing at you, but I am fussing at you. But this is what leads to the little bit of pee in the dating pool, because if a guy has to go through all that discomfort and awkward and push through and then ask, and he gets that, it does make him more apprehensive. Even if he pushes past it, he's more apprehensive with the next one. And so I used to think that I was being nice by kind of patronizing guys. until I started really talking to men, and I realized they value it. Like how Willie was saying, he could talk crazy. If he and Nayusi were boys, he could DM him and be like, bro, you look crazy in that outfit. Change your outfit. And he would probably be like, oh, good look, you know, versus if a girl did that, he'd be like, what the hell? Men respect the straight shooting from what I have seen. As long as they don't feel like they're trying to be shady, you know, be like, nah, that ain't it, King. Like, don't ever do that hairdo again or whatever. So so I have found if I say to a guy, unless he's some weirdo and then he just shows his weirdness, but if I say I'm just really not interested, or better, lie. Like if you want to spare their feelings, lie, but at least the end result is they don't have realistic expectations. But you can just say, you know, I'm in a relationship where I started talking to somebody and, you know, we're getting kind of serious or whatever. I think it'd be better to give that white lie and not give the number than to give the number and he's over here trying to, you know, get a hold of you. But just
Foolishness and fuckery. Foolishness and fuckery.
that sounds like a brand name. F&F. Oh goodness. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop being nice and talking to people.
But no, you can be nice and talk, but I wouldn't give them the phone number. Because imagine if a guy, okay, let's reverse it, which is what always is helpful. Imagine if you met this fine dude, he had a nice full beard, he had side teeth, subject verb agreement, and
side teeth kill me every time.
It's subject verb agreement.
Talk to me nice and not say schwimps and Valentine's and, you know, sorry for your lost. And you do that and I'm woo. Anyway.
Scrimps.
Yep, scrimps.
I hate that.
Wrap up them scrimps in the furl. But yeah, if he could, you know, imagine so you meet this guy, you guys have stimulating conversation. He smells amazing. His, you know, big old broad shoulders. He towers over you. And he's got that deep, very white voice, right? I'm painting the picture. And he's like, I can look into your eyes for days. And then he says, oh wait, he said I'm not allowed to do the guy's voice anymore. Sorry. And then he says, hey, let me get your number. And you're like so excited and you're wondering if you're going to pillow talk tonight. You know, he's going to call you, you're going to hear his voice, and he doesn't call that night. And then the next day you're like, surely he's going to talk to me today. And he never calls. You would feel away. Like if you actually were connecting or thought you were connecting. And if he said, oh, but I was just being nice, you'd be like, you could have been nice in a different way. Don't like.
It sounds like she turned her getting her phone number into a participation trophy.
That's why I call it courtesy numbers.
Yeah, like it's a participation.
Well, sometimes I really do think I might like the person, but then when I'm
the conversation,
you know, sober up when you sober. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah. Then when I sober up, and I'm like, I don't really want
ear goggles. Didn't have.
It's not always trifling, but sometimes it is.
I mean, it's not that saying. Definitely
I'm
not.
here.
I don't want to.
What up?
What'd you say, Willie?
I'm not gonna call nobody trifling because when I use that word, it's very derogatory about how I mean it. But what I am saying is that you know, if it's easy to do something, like for example, let's say me, Nayusi, and Mont in the club, right? And Nayusi come back and be like, "Hey, I just got Keisha's number." Me and Mont gonna be like, "Shit." So she passed her number out like they pass out condoms at the clinic. Like that's not a big deal because she give it to anybody for being nice. Like it's nothing special about getting your number, getting that access to you. Then on the other hand, we have Sai or Keisha. They, you know, you get their number. You know, y'all having 3-hour conversations. She's memorizing your name. You know, Sai fanning you while you talk because it's hot outside. Like that carries more weight than, you know what I'm saying, the girl that, you know, 50 dudes in the club can shoot at and 45 of them can hit. Not like hit physically, you know, sexually, but I mean, you know, get your phone number.
Yeah,
because it's hard to get, like when people respect their access, it's really hard for them to share that with somebody. Even if like you had a dating app number, it's still crazy because then you're giving people direct access to you intentionally with no intention of them using it or you using it and putting it to good use. So it's low-key disrespectful to yourself and them for a woman to do stuff like that. But again, I'm not calling anybody trifling. I don't know Paul on me, just saying. Like, that's all.
Okay. I just thought of a bonus question since we have clearly lots of time. All right, let me put in here for later.
Could you hear me?
we can hear
No,
you.
we can't hear you.
No, for real. It wasn't
I
in
can't hear anything, Sai.
Hey, son.
No, ma'am, you left me the last week. You left me up here. You snuck out and didn't say bye.
Wait, when? I left?
No.
I was like,
No, we were in this together.
My bad.
It didn't even say it was just like Yonci and I and all the rest were men. And I'm like, okay.
Oh.
She did.
I didn't even take that into consideration.
It'd be your own people, Si. It'd be your own people.
Your own gender. Just fine.
I see.
Trying to figure out why I jumped off the thing last week.
Your phone was going off.
I don't remember.
Really.
Oh my goodness.
That was so she walked right into the joke. I couldn't help it.
All right, guys, we are about 10 minutes late, but we still have time for the singles feature.
Oh, this is going to be quick.
We do have the spicy questions back on the table. Actually, no, I am tripping. We have our submitted question first. So we are really behind. Okay, so we're going to knock out this submitted question, and then we will jump into the singles feature. All right, so we've got this submitted question, and I have entitled it, When to
I knew it.
Ask.
I knew it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and put this here. All right. Good morning, Yonci. I know you tell us not to grill men with questions on the first date, but I'm wondering, when is it appropriate to start asking the deeper questions about the things that matter most to us? I would love for the guys to share their thoughts on women asking about things like whether or not he wants children or desires marriage in the future, etc. When can we ask this without scaring a guy off or making him think we want marriage after one measly date?
And y'all say men can't read the room.
I don't know. I feel like you should be able to ask me this when I ask for your number. You should be able to be like, you want kids?
We don't care
You want
about
this? You want that? Because if you were serious, if like you're seriously dating and like you're like at marriage age or at the marriage point in your life, ask me that immediately. I would ask a woman that, like, okay, is this what you want? Do you want that? Okay, well, we can, do something further.
We definitely find out what's important to us. Like, have you sold vagina before? Have you been with any of our homeboys? Like, we find all of that stuff out before we even take you serious.
What are we wasting time for?
Have you sold vagina?
Yes.
You take a survey of all the guys?
No, we know. We want to know if a woman has before. Like,
right. So how do you find that out?
It's hard.
Keisha, have you sold coochie before?
Oh, you just ask them.
That's like asking a body count.
And then they're gonna be like, "Yeah, I did."
They're not gonna be the thing, right? We can find out. A good way to know if a girl is dealing with a bunch of dudes and getting bought. Look at her trips. Find out her last trip was, and ask her how much her plane ticket cost. She won't know.
Interesting.
Free game. Now you know the lie now.
Cricket.
Because you don't know how much a ticket to Bali costs because a dude paid to bring you out there. A lot of girls don't know how much it costs to get to Jamaica. Charmander aside, because she's the Groupon queen. Shout out to Charmander, wish she was here. But they know how much those tickets cost when you pay for it for yourself. But when a dude is paying for that type of stuff for you, and you see a school teacher's been on 9 trips in 1 year.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't go for a girl that travel too much. Like maybe if her Instagram is just all traveling. But also, I just find that. I find that like women who like solo travel a lot, it just seems like something that's a big part of life to you. Like you're kind of your own space and your own, and that's just not. I'm not one of them people. I'm a giver. I want to be with my partner all the time. So I feel like a solo traveler, a girl who just always on vacation or something, might not be.
They like that just.
Like, what if they want to see and they just, like it's hard for them to find somebody. So instead of waiting, they might not like. It's just like they have to do that to see what they want.
I hear a child coming home.
Yeah, if this was the fifth, we all be drunk. But if you look at it too, some of us guys who are actually security conscious understand that the countries y'all want to go to have high threat crime ratings. Y'all don't even know what a threat condition is. So y'all just really want to go to Jamaica, want to go to Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Egypt, and all these dangerous places for Black women on solo travel. So to some of us, it looks like y'all just care more about getting pictures for the gram and then actually caring about your safety. because that's what a lot of us think about when we are concerned with our women doing solo travel is their safety. It's not. I'm saying outside of y'all selling coochie to get there. That's a whole separate issue. But if we look at you and try to figure out your decision making process, and you are consistently putting yourself at risk, you're going to be a liability for us 10 times out of 9.
Yeah, but then also, a lot of women who solo travel. How do you feel about your vacations being interrupted? Not even interrupted, but when you get a man in your life, at this point, most masculine men are going to want you to make sure it's okay with them before you travel somewhere. Now, how do y'all feel about that? Because you have all your freedom. You can probably go on 5-10 vacations a year if you want to, but then you get in a relationship with a man who's like, he's masculine, and he's going to be like, oh, before you want to go to China, run that by me, see how I feel, see if I'm comfortable, because if I'm not comfortable, then maybe you won't end up going to China without me. How do you feel about that?
I feel good. I like that because I like to check in. I like to let you know what's going on. That's why, like, even if I change my hair, I'll have to get your opinion first on what you thought about it.
Well,
how do the other ladies feel about that?
I don't know.
She's 1 in 1,000.
Right.
Yeah, I want to know how they feel about, now you got to run your vacations by somebody.
So it would depend on.
Here we go.
No, you don't. Do you want to know how I feel, or do you not want to know?
I would love to know how she feels.
There you go.
I think it would depend on, like, if you're telling me, if you're willing to travel with me and to go to those places, then I would be like, cool. It wouldn't be a problem. But like, if it's just like, I don't want you to go and I'm not gonna go either, and neither are you, then I feel like that's a misalignment.
Okay.
Like, I don't think that's masculine.
Well, let me paint a less radical picture then, right? Because that's kind of like far over here and far over. We're gonna kind of bring it to the middle. So, you're comfortable with running your vacations by somebody and making sure that they're okay. Kind of we're giving you the okay to go. As long as, what if he's willing to go to a couple places with you a year, but you like to travel much more than that? But he's like, all right, let's take 2 vacations a year.
Oh, I don't know. Like, I could give up, like, if we go somewhere together, because it's funny because I could give up going some places. I'm not a solo traveler, by the way, but I could give up going for some places if he's offering other things. But like, I've had bad experiences with people who don't want to do anything. So I don't want to give up stuff for them because they don't want to do nothing. So.
Okay, cool. Because early on in my relationship, like, she wasn't used to that. She had to kind of be like, okay, I can't do this without, I got to run this by you. So she had to kind of, that's how that worked.
Yeah,
but you see, she got used to it because you proved yourself trustworthy.
Let me ask y'all a question.
You do things.
If you're saying that she needs to ask permission when she's in a separate place of living, meaning I live here and you live here, but we're together, or you saying because you live together with your woman, she has to consider your opinion or consider going away without you, or she have to act first?
For me personally, once I consider you mine in any capacity, that's, I'm worried about your safety to that extent. I'm thinking about you to that extent. So I want to make sure that before you go to a foreign country, that you run that by me.
Yeah, I don't think living situation has anything to do with that. It's about the relationship aspect.
Hey, shout out to GMT and Mingo.
Hey!
He should come on the panel. Like, he should definitely come on
up here, sir. Come on up here. By the way, is this a love offering or is this indentured servitude?
That's my dog. Those are for minutes. For minutes.
No, don't influence him. He can
that's my partner. I got his vote by proxy. Ask him. You want me to call him?
He can make his decision.
No, I'll call him real quick. Hold
Not
on.
Jacob asking you, someone's skating in the background. We know what part of the show he's on now. It cracks me up when people are late watching.
Yeah, he's at the beginning of the show.
So I got a question back to. So when y'all get in a relationship, then that means that is a control, and you can tell them what to do, sort of.
Yes, because I'm responsible for you, and you can't be responsible for someone and not be in control of some things they do.
You're responsible for them how?
You have to forfeit some of your autonomy. You're not single anymore.
Hold on. Some of the autonomy
wait.
is somebody telling you what to do.
Hold on. I'd like to. Okay, so
one of the things that you're not gonna do.
so she kind of took the angle of, are you trying to like control me or something like that? But you got to understand that when somebody is technically, because you already spoke on this earlier, you are the type of woman who would like a man to take the lead, right?
Yeah.
In order for somebody to lead you, right, they have to have some sort of governance over you. It's just it just is, right? In order for me to lead my family, for me to lead, I'm serious. In order for me to protect my children, right? I can't protection my children is not being reactive when something happens to them, right? It's teaching them you come home before the lights come on because this can happen at night. It's teaching them that if this happens in this situation, you have to do this, right? So me protecting them is teaching them. Everything that I teach them throughout their entire lives was me protecting them. I can't protect them like, oh, you're over here and you're in Alaska. Let me hop on a plane and come get you.
Somebody who you teach.
Absolutely.
In a healthy relationship, yes.
Absolutely.
May I add something to this? I think that there is a middle ground where the end result is still the same. So if you have a guy who is protective and is wanting to influence his partner, I think that he will be much more successful if he is able to communicate in a way that shows her that she still has autonomy over herself. For example, if I was Keisha's man or potential man and I say, Keisha, sit down, you ain't traveling to Chile. That is one option. Or I could say, my love, by the way, you look gorgeous today, honey. Did you do something different with your hair? Right? So, where were you considering going? We'll do a little role play, okay? Where were you considering going on your next trip? I know you're about time, about going. Where were you thinking about going? You say Chile.
Go upstairs.
All right, role play. All right.
I want to go to Chile.
Oh, I heard it's beautiful. I've been doing a lot of research on that location. Now, I got to be honest, I am a little bit concerned because I've been seeing the kidnapping attempt rates are this high and the stories I've been hearing are da-da-da-da-da. I think it would be in your best interest to choose somewhere that has a better reputation or wait until I can go with you. What do you think about that? I think that if she is in a relationship with someone that she trusts and respects, that is going to weigh heavily. And I don't really see a mature, sensible person going, no, I'm still going. And at the end of the day, I think that's a healthier relationship anyway, because nobody wants to be told what they're going to be doing. Like, even if I say to my guy, it makes me uncomfortable if you go to a strip club, I'm not going to tell him you cannot go sit home.
It's the way you say
it. Makes me really uncomfortable if you got a woman shaking boobies in your face and
I've never taken them. She told me that one time and I was planning it. And then she said, no, as long as he's not going to a strip club, I had to immediately pivot. I was like, oh.
I like to
Help me out though. I'm sorry, I'm new to this. I don't know my brother's name, but what was different about what you said and what he said? He said the same thing.
It's the finesse.
It's just don't police it. That's all.
Yeah, but the thing is, for women, it's everything. But I also would venture to say it is different for men too, because if we say, "Go wash my car," it's dirty. Versus, sweetheart, would you mind taking the car to the car wash tomorrow, or wash again?
Yeah, polite.
It's. But we're humans.
But I think for me, it's a problem that women want somebody to take the lead, but then you don't want to have any kind of submission.
That's my exact issue.
I think,
argument.
Let's talk about it.
Well, Yonci,
I say any type of submission. So that's why I was kind of.
That's what I meant. That's the type of submission.
What'd you say, Willie?
The type of submission where you don't get your way is the only type of submission that it seems to be an issue. Because you keep saying like a misalignment when someone is doing something, when a man is doing something that you don't like to get your way.
Because I don't want to talk to somebody who want to text me to death.
No, you said misalignment earlier again because the guy who solo travels in misalignment. So
because there are different reasons why people cannot want you to go.
You can't be responsible for something you don't control.
Yonci, I agree. Yonci, the example you just gave, right? My woman can absolutely walk up to a door and be like, I'm not opening that. If she wants to, because that's my responsibility. it's my responsibility. She can say like, I'm not opening that door. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
But I think
that's all right.
able to,
Yeah,
and
some people that's not that important.
But I feel like, okay, so I'll speak for Yonci. I would never tell my man, open my door. I just wouldn't. Maybe it's how I'm raised. To me, showing respect to another human and then an adult adds another level to it. I'm not going to speak to him any kind of way. And I wouldn't want my partner speaking to me as though I'm beneath him. If I respect his input, I'm going to put weight on that. And if there's a situation where I say, I don't really understand or I don't agree, and he says, I don't have the time right now to explain it. I just need you to do this. If my guy said that, yes, I would acquiesce. However, in a normal situation where it's not like it's an emergency situation or limited time, what I respect about him is how he communicates with me. And I have been in a relationship with a dictator type. And to me, Monte is just as much a leader, if not more, because I actually respect him. And why I respect him is because of how he speaks to me. Him recognizing that I have autonomy over myself. And to me, it's kind of the same thing with my kids. Ultimately, yes, they have to listen to what I have to say. But at the same time, I want to hear what they have to say. If they keep doing X, I might have a conversation with them and saying, well, why did you want to go there? Or what made you, initially tell a lie when that's really not, and it might be that I was scared, mom, or I da or whatever. And it can lend itself to a conversation. I think the same thing in work. If you could have a boss who just says, go over here and do that, versus a boss who says, hey, this is really what I need. Can you stay a little bit later and do X, Y, Z? Now, of course, there might be times where he's like, no, it's not an option. You just need to . But I feel like the person who works for someone who's not a dictator, who lives with someone who's not a dictator, they do things because they want to, as opposed to fear of repercussions, whether it's them being angry or whatever. I don't know. I just, eat the cake, Willie Mae. I can't get with that.
I 1,000% agree with you that like you should. A part of being a leader is being a communicator, and you got to know if you're a coach, you got to know how each of your players respond, and you can't just take the same approach with everybody, right? Because the goal is to get them to receive what you're saying. If they don't receive it, then I totally understand that. But I'm curious, like, maybe a lot of women have dealt with this in the past where they kind of chose tyrants, and these men just kind of were on power trips. But I think for a lot of men who are actual leaders, you need that governance, and it's not about power. A leader is doing everything for you, right? They do everything for you. He could just hoard his entire money and just go sleep with a bunch of women if he wanted to. But if he's trying to take care of you and do this and have kids with you, you don't have to do that. Men don't have to do those type of things. But a lot of us want to build a family, and we want to, we have this urge to serve people, because that's all building a family is serving people.
How would you say it in that scenario that Keisha wants to go to Chile? She mentioned she's planning a trip to Chile. How would you say it to her if that was your girlfriend?
Okay, so I'm assuming that this is a new relationship, and it's the first time we're approaching. We haven't even talked about this yet.
Yeah.
Then I would probably open up that conversation by saying, it would be more organic, of course, but I would probably just open up that conversation and kind of let her know how I feel, and be like, I might even make a joke and be like, Chili, you ain't run that by me. And she'll be like, oh, what do you mean run it by you? I'm like, and I'll be like, oh, you're my woman, and I feel uncomfortable with you just going, on a vacation by yourself. And we would open up the conversation. Yeah, I would open it up that way by kind of like just throwing out a soft,
I was just messing with you saying joke, because usually there's truths and jokes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I just want to say I understand now why y'all wouldn't date anybody who travels solo. It makes complete sense.
Yeah, you just probably not that aligned. Yeah, it's a very independent person that loves to travel solo. Very independent person.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you got to meet somebody who's the same way, and a man that's the same way as you, that likes to travel with his friends, and you like to travel with your friends. You like to travel together. Maybe that's not the man for you. A man that want to say, well, can you, let's discuss this first before we go. I mean, if I get a man, we're traveling together. I mean, we going, but I can't have nobody, and I'm speaking for me. I like to travel. So if you the guy that only likes to travel once a year, that means you're not compatible to me. If only once a year is good enough for you to travel with me.
Or you don't care if I go with my friends.
Yeah, you do meet guys. I have girlfriends that's married and they travel. When we do our trips, they travel with me or I travel with them, and they husbands travel with their boys. You know, but everybody is different. So everybody, relationships are different.
Yeah, everybody gotta be aligned. I know me. I don't take God trips. Like I
Right.
just,
Right.
I don't really like have an interest in it necessarily. I think maybe one day, my homie's gonna go somewhere. Maybe I'll do it. But
Right.
Do you
But
have
that's
a lot of
your
close?
choice, though. But that's your choice.
yeah.
That's
Do
something
you have close guy friends?
Do I have what?
Do you have guy friends, like maybe friends that you don't see a lot because y'all are all in your own respective families now?
Yeah, we don't really see each other a lot.
Yeah, because that's what a lot of the guy friend trips, like, it's people that don't get to see each other.
Most of the God trips that like my homies have been on, they just trying to cheat on their wives anyway. Like they trying to cheat on their women.
And that's
so
true too,
that's not
especially
my
if they're
swag.
going to Belize, Colombia.
Oh yeah, the DR.
Dominican Republic.
Do way more damage.
What'd you say, Willie?
You can go to Atlanta and Houston and do way more damage.
And Atlanta, you're right, Atlanta.
So Willie and I were talking about this, and I was in a mixed group, and there were varying takes. By the way, sorry about the singles feature. We lost our single. We ran over y'all. But the conversation was this, and I said, I am old school. When I get to a point where I am in a relationship, I am booed up. There are certain things, like the Bible says, when I became an adult, certain things are, I left certain things behind. When I get in a relationship and I'm booed up, there are certain things I don't desire to do. And for me, and it might piss off my girlfriends, I'm not trying to hang real tough with my girlfriend. I love y'all, but I'm in the couples, double date era. Like I'm in the let's go on a couples trip. I'm going with my girls to Bali. I'm not even hitting the clubs and doing those things. I'm not doing a bunch of meetup at cocktails. It might be the guys are kind of doing their thing and we might split in the room, but this is no judgment. It's just me. I don't have a desire for that. I know that when I was out by myself, I was trying to be seen. I was looking to meet people, and that was the reason to be in certain social circles. So my preference, if I'm in a relationship, is to have someone who's also on the same page. And it's not in an attempt to stifle him or tell him where he can't go. But to me, it's kind of not a good look to be in I call it nightlife circles. There's a difference between going to Chili's and eating a steak or going to grab a game of poker with the fellas than going to a club, going to a lounge where the women, we know how the women are, like they're intentionally dressing in a provocative way. It's considered socially acceptable to approach a person. Like you're less likely to be at Chili's eating and some girl just walk over to your table and be like, hey, big fella. But in a lounge or a nightclub, type setting, that's very open. There was some girls that jumped into the guys' photos. They were trying to take a photo of the group, and this girl, probably tipsy or whatever, she jumps in the photo like, hey, and felt very comfortable because that's the vibe. So I'm curious to know what you guys think. Do you have a difference in where you go by yourself once you're in a relationship, or is it all the same for you as when you are single? So you
can't be in a relationship having single person behavior.
Simple.
If you've seen it, but most people don't. Do you know how funny I act, like in a relationship, as compared to how outside I am when I'm not?
It should be night and day to me.
It's not,
it is different.
It's not even a big enough of a disparity between the way that I conduct myself when I'm with someone as compared to when I'm not. Especially when I'm with someone that's like I'm taking places and being seen with. Like it's almost like I'm trying to think how to word this without sounding like an asshole.
Just go ahead.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Like
we after hours now. 10 o'clock.
We know.
Like it's the dumbest shit in the world.
Be you, Willie. Be you.
I women get in relationships and still want to act single or then get mad when they can't keep a man. Like I would never in my life tolerate a woman doing all of that single girlfriend stuff with me while we're in a relationship. Like you want to go on girl trips, cool. Because then then I say, okay, well now two of your homegirls are hoes, and they say birds of a feather flock together. You're gonna, but listen, the pushback from the I want a solo travel crowd is no, just because they are don't mean that I am. You know what? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say that a sun is shown on a dog's ass, and you are the one non-hoe out of the group of 5 women that are also selling coochie. But you know what? The men who see your whole friends think that you're one of them.
They're gonna think,
absolutely.
That is my point. It's like that to me is crazy. Okay, so you picture a bunch of guys. Because I've seen this, and my girlfriend got into
the guy. Every man on this panel has been the guy that has thought like, oh,
thank you.
And we all want to tell ourselves that we got the one non-hoe in the group.
I feel like that is.
So that's the same logic for the men too. Birds of a feather.
Yes.
For the most part.
Honestly, I was out with someone, right, and met this person through someone, and we went out, the two of us. And she's not only in a relationship, she was married. And the way that she was conducting herself, we know that there's a fine line, right? Like you don't have to be direct and say, oh, I'm going to give you your number so we can sleep together. You could be like, oh, it's business. I make cupcakes. And hey, if you ever want and you could find a way, to give your business card, whatever. Like I peeped stuff. And I was like, I don't like that. And you could tell when someone's flirting, right? For me, I don't want to hang with somebody like that. To me, it makes me uncomfortable. And so if someone is comfortable hanging around someone who is a perpetual cheater or somebody who is, always trying to do whatever, when I had a lot of guy friends, when I was single. And so I would be privy to all the kiki, they would keep it a buck with me. And the stuff that was happening behind their wives' backs, behind their girlfriends' backs, and you see, and it's usually in settings like that. The reason why I didn't like dating entertainers, DJs, musicians, actors, whatever, there's a lot of stuff that happens and it's work. We have to go to this rap party. We have to go to this premiere. We have to, I feel like when you get to my age, like I'm 44, like you just have to own what it is. And the question was brought up, well, does that mean that you don't trust your person? And I liked how Willie said, if I could use the example you shared, you said, if I'm going to the hood, I'm not going to be iced out, basically. And I like the way you put it because it's like, why am I even going to tempt fate? So if I've got a great immune system, I could take all the vitamins, I could take all the antibiotics, but I'm not going to go be in someone's face who's getting over COVID. It's like, just because the person, you don't have to think that they're trying to, but I'm also not going to throw you in the fire and kind of see. And like I said, also, that's just weird. Everyone's flirting, and you got to be like, oh, I'm in a relationship. Like, that's just weird.
Every man in that club is trying to sleep with somebody. And and any man in that club will hit if she's fine, and even if she's not, because enough liquor, everybody look good. Your girl is gonna go in there and telling you this is what's, again, a lot of guys, they ego think, the guys who are okay with this, they either one think that their girl would never cheat, which is the most naive thing ever to assume about a woman,
or egotistical.
Yeah, or they think that nobody can hit their girl because they think they just him, and then don't understand why. Like when she left. It was nice and tight, but now she done came back home and it's a hallway. So like
hard way.
The difference in like
the hot dog in the hallway.
How women approach this is just crazy to me. But at the same time, Yonci, again, no shade to anybody. I have never seen someone who was like generally viewed as wife material have this be a foreign concept. Like you said, I don't want to park a Rolls Royce in Oak Cliff just because I know the doors work. I'm never gonna go over there. I'm never gonna drive that car there. I'm driving a Beater. I'm driving a Hoodoo. I'm driving an 88 box Chevy. You know what I'm saying? Or a Scat Pack and shit. I don't care about getting stolen. Because just because I know that it's gonna work, and just because I know my lights work and I have insurance, I don't want to go through the hassle of having to replace that car. So why would I want to put my woman, or why would I want my woman to be in a position where everybody in there is gonna be trying to hit her? everybody's gonna be trying to get in their pants, and everyone's gonna be trying to take her home. Why would I want my woman doing that? And then why would a woman want to put herself in that if she respects her man?
And that's my biggest look. I'm about to send this to the group chat and be like, just watch it from timestamp 9:00 until, because I'm interested. I'm curious that nobody else had that thought process, because I'm starting thinking the conversation like, am I crazy? Because it's like
I've been around a lot of a lot of my friends are married, a lot of the ladies are married, a lot of the guys are married. And I'm not gonna say we just stay in the clubs or lounges, but if it's a birthday, the married women coming is not any issue. Like, it's not always guys in your face trying to holler. So it's I get what y'all are saying, but it just doesn't resonate with me as far as that's the environment of the club, that like they have to turn down all these people. Like, the married people be sending out the single people to go find people to talk to. So
how many times have you been out and not been hit on by a man?
Well,
you beat me, Willie. Go ahead, Willie.
But that happens at the store, the grocery store.
So it absolutely happens at the club more, right?
That was someone else's point. Somebody else made the point to me saying, I get hit on at the grocery store. And my question was, is it the same at the same rate? Because I don't normally get approached that much if I'm just out and about, because usually I'm in a beeline, I'm whatever. If I'm sitting somewhere with my girls, I am standing on the wall, I am not leaving without getting hit on by multiple people. It's just gonna happen. And so, to me, I call BS, not to you, but I was calling BS in the conversation. Like, it is not the same, the energy. And as somebody who used to throw events, that whole environment is created to cause social interaction. The way that the seats are set, how much liquor is flowing, the dim lights, the music to get people to move. Like, it's a whole vibe. And so it's like, to deny that that's not saying you can't go, because I've done that. I've gone to venues like that. For me, it's just, in a perfect world, why is it glitching? Okay. In a perfect world, there would be either I go with my partner, or we're not in a hookup, type of nightclub environment.
Listen, if your female friends care about you, right, they're going to make sure when they thinking about you coming to their party, they're going to make sure they plan an appropriate party or an outing or something like that.
Or no,
my girlfriends know, if you want her to go to where you're going, where she's going to say, oh, I'm not going to no club with you. I'm not going here with you. We're not doing that. We're not going to this. We're not going to hedonism, that the Jamaican resort, if y'all want to go on a girls trip. Right. We got to go, like, yo,
I had a friend.
For the ones that like, well, I got to go to Carnival. It's part of my culture. Bet.
I won't be part of
that. Ain't all that's part of your culture, man.
Right. So I had a girlfriend, and she was upset because her guy was planning a trip to Vegas. And you guys might have heard the story before. Was I told it in my Facebook group years ago. Well, anyway, he was going to Vegas, and she was not invited. She was actually prohibited from coming because it was a guy's trip. So she was in her feelings, and she said, you know what? All right, I'm going to match your energy, and I'll plan a girls trip. So she planned, got us a house, and we went out to the desert, and we had our little girls outing, okay? So we're chilling, hanging out, whatever. And then that's a whole other story. The next morning, we're having breakfast, and one of the girls is like, oh, hell no. She's looking at her IG story, and somebody within his circle posted a video, which, rookie move, nothing.
No, he did that on purpose. That's some hate.
Yes, he did.
He posted his story.
That was straight facts.
That was a
their hotel room, and the hotel room has heifers in it. And so the chicks some of them who were in relationship with some of the guys were like, oh, hell no. And then the guy's response was, we can't control what the single guys do. And I was like, y'all making my point. That looks crazy for a married man or a guy in a relationship to be kicking it in a hotel room, and you're just being a good friend and letting your boys do your thing. Like, it's just like, You guys are in two totally different zones. And then my thing was, okay, if you want to hook up with the chick, okay, then why can't your married guy hook up with his chick? You should have just let her come. If you want to be out pulling pee, then let her come, and while you go to your room and smash, he could be smashing his chick. That's wild to me. And so I've had this conversation with people, and they're like, you just don't trust them. And I'm like,
first of all, the guy who posted the pic, he's never going on any more guys. They cut him off. They cut him off. He's not invited to nothing.
That's keeping to himself while the single people doing their mess. That married bull being a snitch.
And dudes don't even be on their phone.
Telling his wife everything that's going on, and no, you can't be there because you gonna tell your girlfriends.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
like for a dude to be out on a guy's trip,
and there's levels to this.
It screams I'm snitching. Like to me, if we go, like I've been to the DR
100
5 times. Promise you, wasn't on the phone, not one of them, and 4 of them for weddings. So like, if we go out and you posting videos about some shit, like what? And then were you friends with my girl? Like what? There's so much wrong with that story.
Yeah.
You better put you in it and you in it only.
Man.
Yeah, that's what the person should have did. I agree with that one. I'm not even a guy. I would
post it. Because
make it a point to just be you in the corner.
Bro, if you post something and you doing some bullshit and my girl see it, my girl knows that I especially tend to be on some bullshit and demon time 99.9% of the time when I'm with my homeboys, and you post you out here doing, her default assumption is going to be like, so what was you doing? You was in the corner with your Bible? You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's what I'm saying. What do you think you're on? You're on the scripture that they at?
Like,
Willie, and 99% chance is that person that's snitching is on your dollar.
Oh no, and he's trying to probably be on somebody's wife.
You
too.
Breaking the code.
Listen, I don't have friends.
Like this
all of my friends are damn near identical.
And again, for those, and let me put my camera on so y'all think hi. Who said thank you?
Because I was not feeling that voice coming
out. No.
It's
not that the majority is doing anything wrong, but the perception is that everybody's doing something wrong because that joker don't know how to act. He don't know how to put rules in place to say, hey, I'm the single one. They're taken. They're minding their business. They're doing what they got to do. Willie could be in a whole relationship, drinking a tea, minding his business, but the perception is he's out hanging out with me because I'm single.
I just you will never ever find someone who could. You know how hard it was for me to explain to the woman I was in a relationship with the one time that I did go to the DR that I wouldn't get nothing. Like I had to walk around on FaceTime.
It's hard.
Like, bro, I went to go pull girls for my partners in front of her so she could see what time it was. And then I left. It was in a whole different room. And guess what we had to do? Sleep on FaceTime because I got tired of her calling me every 15 minutes.
But it makes you get more attractive, I think, to a certain type of woman. If you're anywhere decent looking and all your boys are hollering and you haven't hollered a single person, it's kind of like instigates that, why am I not good enough for him? And it will make that person even seem more appealing. So even if that guy is doing what he's supposed to be doing, and you post it up somewhere in the in the thing, like we'll use now you see, for example, so let's say you were with all your guys, right, and they're in the booth. They were in the booth, but they go to the floor to try to talk to him, and so you stay posted up with your little cognac or whatever you sipping on. Some chick is gonna be like, hey, player, why are you by yourself? Oh, you don't see anything you like. Like that is gonna be an invitation, even if he's doing nothing. It's like, why is this good-looking guy, if he's he's not married, so he doesn't have a ring, like, why is he just by himself? Oh, you need some company. It's like, you're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't. So I just feel like, why put yourself in the boiling water?
I'm not hanging out with my. I'm not hanging out with my single friends. I ain't hanging out with my
that's the bird of a feather analogy.
Yeah, like if you got single friends, like you gotta know where I'm hanging out with y'all at and how and what environment and all that. I'm not hanging out with y'all in your environment. I'll hang out with y'all. We can go do what we gonna do, but I'm not going to your environment because for one, I think it's weird. Well, not weird, but at a certain point, like if I'm trying to leave, you're gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna hang back with the shorties, right? Or it's just like we're not on the same time completely. So like, if we want to go play pool, let's go play pool. we want to go do this, let's go do that, and then you do your single stuff on your own time.
And I was gonna say, can you give some suggestions? Because that was the other thing mentioned was like, if you just hanging out with if you're hanging out with your guys, like what else is there to do? But I was saying like, I'm used to guys playing basketball, shooting, playing pool, even having like a poker night at one of the guys' house where the ladies are like y'all leave, let us have the house, or if you have a man cave or whatever. But can you guys think of other things that guys?
I just like to talk shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's real.
We can do whatever. Like we just shit. Yeah, just find somewhere to be at talking shit. That's it.
Like men enjoy that fellowship, like that youthful fellowship. Like, and honest to God, unless you are a ratchet individual who has not experienced life, then I could get why the fear will dispel why you go on vacation, and the fear would be that you sleep with another person. Because the reality is you don't have the fervence to endure anything beautiful come across you. But if you're solid and you're a real solid dude, most we gonna do is probably challenge our money and play poker. That's the most we really gonna do.
I want to make sure. Are you saying that the mindset of not wanting the partner, you're saying that would only come from a place of thinking the person's going to cheat?
Well, I know what I am saying is that a man who is involved or has a desire for partnership is not going to put themselves in a position to mess up.
Got you.
That's what they're saying. What I'm saying is that most men that I know, and I can't speak again. Willie, I'm starting to understand. Willie got a different fragment to him, but most men, I can honestly say, who are desiring a partner are preparing for that partner, and they don't even know what that partner looks like. So again, playing poker and playing Call of Duty and playing different things is them finding a way to subside what they really want to do. What the reality is that, again, not for partnership, but this is for single males. They want to find dominance somewhere. And we got to find a way to tame that part.
So I wanted to bring up this, play devil's advocate for the person who says that it's an insecurity thing or a fear that the person cheats. And I always go back to saying, to me, I wouldn't be in a relationship with someone, one, if I thought they were capable of doing that. Like that was a high temptation. Not saying it's beyond anyone. Yes, anybody can. But if there was an actual trust issue, to me, that would be it would be there in different facets. Like I'd be nervous that you were going to hook up with a coworker. I'd be nervous that, you're going to smash someone at your Bible study group. Like I would be worried about all the time. But for me, the difference is it's not about a fear of being cheated on. Obviously that is a risk, but it's more so to me, it's not a good look. And it's also, I'm trying to think of a way to describe it. It's just like, but it is putting a person in unnecessary temptation. What'd you say?
It's foul.
Yeah, I just feel like I just feel like it's inappropriate. It's not a good look. In the same way, I wouldn't want my guy necessarily, posting pictures where he's got really tight pants on. Like it doesn't mean that I think he's going to cheat, but I don't want women looking at him that way. I don't want, people to think that he is available or anything of that nature. So I think there's just a different group of people. Some people just are about respect and what it looks like. And then other people, they could be like, I don't care if everyone's naked and at an orgy. I trust my person. They're not going to do anything.
Yeah, respect doesn't always look. Respect is like you can't always make sense of practices in certain cultures, right?
Man.
You can't always make sense of like, oh, you shook my hand, and like it's probably another country who don't shake hands. And if a man shake my hand soft, I'm like, what are you doing? Why is your handshake soft? And they might not even care, right? But we care about something so minuscule. Yo, it shook a man's hand and his hand was like warm and soft, and he just like this little dangly handshake.
That's like, I've experienced that before, and I was like,
yeah,
half like this, and it look all weird, and you're like, what is happening?
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Anyway, we done went so long that I never even got to Tay. So Tay, if you're still watching, hope you saw my comment. I will reschedule her. I might need to put the singles first feature earlier in the show or like right in the middle My bad, because we get to talking. Insecurity is an excuse to dismiss the responsibility of the action. Oh, that's a whole mouthful, Kelly. I like that.
Wait, what?
She said insecurity is an excuse to dismiss the responsibility of the action. I think she's saying the person calling it insecure is dismissing the responsibility, like it's taking away what the person's responsibility is to act a certain way. I just think that you said it best. You said respect. To me, it's a matter of respect. I can do everything I want to, but I'm not going to do everything that I can do out of respect. There are things I'm going to hold back, and I would be concerned if there was no difference in a person's behavior when they're in a relationship versus not in a relationship.
Boundaries are important.
Like, ladies, do y'all dress the same when you're in a relationship and you're not in a relationship if you are going out somewhere?
Without your man?
Yeah, like if you're just going out with your girls, do you dress the same whether you're in a relationship or not?
Crickets.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this stuff.
Hey,
I talked to
wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't know because I talked to somebody for 10 years and it was just a whole thing. So I don't know what I would do.
I think I do though.
You think you dress differently?
No.
Or the same?
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you dress pretty conservatively on a regular?
Yeah, she don't dress crazy now. So
you wear freakum dresses when you go out?
I don't even go where they require freakum dresses.
There you go.
Yeah. You don't count then.
Like that's an easy question to answer. It's either yes or no. Like
it's simple. It's simple. Yes or no.
Different when you're in a relationship. It's
let's not say relationship. Willie, real quick.
We said no. She doesn't dress differently. She did answer it immediately.
Is representation important to how you dress?
Yeah. I would present differently if I was single.
100%.
I drive a bucket. I drive a bucket. I don't care what I drive. If I was single, oh my God, like I would not be driving the car I drive. I wouldn't, and I wouldn't be like just going outside like it's like
I switch it though. That's the difference. When I'm single, I drive whatever within reason. I'm still very particular because I'm a car guy. But when I'm in a relationship, that person, everybody else is in a Hellcat or something. But when it's me and her,
I walk. I ain't gonna hold you. I love walking.
She gets the nice the nice vehicle because I know what it's like for a woman to, women want men who have nice things. So if I get with a woman and I have nice things, I expose her to those. But when I'm single though, I'm not driving. Just for example, I'm not driving a Rolls Royce every day. That's
no right.
Like it may be a Sunday when I'm just bored and want to go park at the casino and valet in front. But I would never drive it every day. On a day-to-day basis, you know what I'm saying? It's a vet or a scat pack or something like that. Just something regular that I don't care about. Like that's my bucket. Yeah. But when I'm in a relationship, though, I kind of do turn it up a little bit.
If I was single, I would be like my everyday driver would probably be like a Range Rover SV or something like that. That would probably be my everyday driver.
The Escalade ESV, bro, not the Range Rover.
Every day.
I'm not that. The Escalade is a little bit too dad car for me. It's a little bit too dad car.
ESV? Whoa. The V. Check out the ESV, bro. Like that was a monster.
Don't you judge us.
I think it's the ultimate dad car. Like, but it's amazing. It's beautiful. Like I love Escalades,
Subaru.
but it's still
dad car. First of all,
can I point out something really quick? So, like, just with the guys, everybody has their own different idea of what you do when you're single and what you do when you're together. That's why it's very important, like, to be careful our assumptions and these generalizations that we put on large swaths of people to make these judgments about them. And that's all I want to say.
Can you give me an example? Because
like you just said you would drive a hoopty, and he just said he would drive a nice car. So that's one example.
Well, he's different. Like he got way more money than me. Like he's like Really got it on him.
It's like if you look at for example, right? If you put men that are at the same level take me and Montana, we're at the same level, right? There's 10 of us in a room. 80% of our things that we do are going to be the same. So it's okay to generalize those things. So for example, those 8 to 10 men aren't going to be okay with their girls going on solo trips. Or to make a personal example, those 8 or 10 men are going to hear you saying stutter when we ask you, do you act differently in a relationship than you do when you're single, and then automatically disqualify you because you didn't answer the question. That's a generalization. That's a generalization.
Okay. So here's the thing.
You put 10 women in your position, right, who have 10 of y'all, 80% of your views are going to be the same. So now when we ask 8, 10 other 7 women who look like you and think like you and act like you and on that same level, how you feel about solo travel, you're going to be on the same page. Or how do you feel about men are saying that, well, if I'm responsible for you, I have to have some sort of control. Like it's the same. It's nothing wrong with generalizing a general group of people.
Yeah, but you're generalizing. Like I said, a lot of stuff you say doesn't resonate with me. And like I hang with people, and I know married couples who take private jets.
Take yourself out of the
and the stuff you're saying just doesn't resonate in how they act and how the men act and how they feel. So it doesn't always resonate.
But we do know that we have to
compare anecdotal information to a generalized statement. That's where the disconnect is.
Man,
right. And yours is you think yours is
talking about men generally speaking.
Have you ever heard that the exception proves the rule?
They give you the same opinions about most of the stuff. There is a majority on everything she posts. That is a general opinion amongst men. You can't argue with that information when we give it to you just because it doesn't resonate with you or you don't particularly like it.
But also, but Kaisha, I'm sorry.
It's just Keisha.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, no problem. Whole life.
All right, but also like you gotta put these people in the like categories and demographics. Like me, every man is not the same, right? You got certain men who are masculine, but most men who are masculine are the same to a high degree.
Like
we are
whatever words y'all want to use.
I'm just because we can use
me, but the guys who I know,
not even. I'm sorry,
who like have money, like. Their wives have high positions too, and it's just not.
Yeah, so it's the things that make us different. The important things are like, and I would call it masculine, but it's masculinity. But we can call it different things, right? But we can take certain things, like we can take certain things of our characteristics, and they would all align together, and that's a group of men. And then there's another group of men, like certain types of men are okay with their girlfriends doing certain things.
Like, and it's just the fact that you're trying to put these other men in a different.
We're all in boxes. We're all in different categories.
Is like not masculine.
So here,
like I guess all of that is crazy.
Wait, because Keisha, masculinity has a direct definition, and it has direct characteristics associated with it. This is not just me making stuff up.
No,
right?
It's
like,
order.
Yeah, like a masculine man needs responsibility. He craves responsibility.
Exactly.
Right? Certain other men do not. That's the masculinity, right? You can give me $1 billion. You can be like, yo, you want $1 billion?
People who I know have responsibility. I'm just saying they're just there are.
You don't know what I'm saying about responsibility. So you don't know what
we're not disagreeing with you. We're not disagreeing with you in that area. It's providing context.
Yeah. That's so when I say responsibility, I'm not just saying like, oh, I got to take care of my kids, right? I'm saying like I want to be responsible for a woman completely. I want to be responsible for you. I want, like, if anything happened to you, I want that to be my fault. That's the type of responsibility I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about responsibility like,
ownership.
Yeah, I gotta clean your car. I gotta go take it. I gotta
responsibility. A woman's father wants her man to have for his daughter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
That's what I mean. I don't mean just like
and that's the part, and I understand where you guys are coming from. It's the part that a lot of times we have been given that thing where we're given choice as to what part of the ownership we can take. A good man and a just man and a real man takes full ownership. It don't matter. It does not matter. Yeah, did you do wrong or did you react? Did you respond? Yes. But does it matter? No. Why? Because they understand that the results begin and end with him.
I don't understand why y'all are thinking that the people I know don't take full responsibility.
We're not saying that.
So we have no idea who the people you know are.
We're not, and if I can be clear, wait a minute, Willie. Go ahead.
I can't. What you say, Willie? I'm sorry.
We don't think that the people you know don't know anything or do anything. But what we were telling you was that those small group of people that you know don't represent most men.
Not the majority. It is not the majority. Your one absolute is not the encompassment of the 90% of society that exists.
Also, what's
But
the
That's
age
the
of the
I was
part.
people?
saying
Where are they
earlier
from?
that
What do they do
sometimes
for
the
work? Like,
exception proves the
You know,
rule.
I can send you their IGs if you want me
But
to.
I
the
mean,
foundational aspect of most men, if you break them down, take their feelings of what their experiences are, they only care about three things: space, their time, and their matters.
yeah,
And if
like
you decide to impede on any one of those things, you become what's that big L word that we don't ever want to say, which is called a liability.
I thought you were gonna
That's
say
what it
I'm not
becomes.
even sure what y'all think I'm saying at this point.
And so
I don't know how we got
oh, I
here,
think I think you're
but
just
it's
saying that
cool.
everybody
what we're
you
saying,
can't generalize certain things and
what we're saying
ideologies and stuff like that.
exactly.
That's
What
what
we're
she's saying.
saying is that you cannot generalize, and also what we're saying is that
Y'all
the
saying
people
we
that
No,
can't generalize?
no, that's
I
no,
thought
that's
what
that
what
was
we're
the
she's
first
saying
saying.
is
statement I started
the
with.
people that you know are of the minority, not the majority of the society that we have to continually correct as men.
But also, Keisha,
That
you gotta think.
minority is out of the box. We got to
Yeah.
exclude them.
But Keisha, you gotta think like most women are the same, right? You might disagree, right? But I bet you, right? I'm not a single man. I'm not a single man. But from my experience, right? I know how to get with any woman that I want. Not any, but most women that I wanted. I know because I know who they are. I know what you think. I know what you like. I know what you like. I know what most women like. Maybe not you because you might be an individual, right? But most women, I know what they like. I know what they want me to I know where they want to go on a date. I know every move. I know what they like. Because most women are the same. And most men are the same. Like if you went and any of these men on the stage or any men in general, if you were in a relationship with him and you just said, you know what, I respect you so much, most men would love that. And and they would love it. And I don't know most men, right? But I
But
could
their
bet you most
idea
men would
of
love that.
people's idea of how you respect them is all different.
If you said that to a man, 80% of them would
We would
absolutely
disagree.
love that and be like, I never heard a woman say that to me before.
I would honestly say that men don't disagree with what respect is. Men have a foundational principle
See,
as
they
what they deem
like,
respect.
I
I
love it.
mean, and I'm going to ask the majority of the men here. And there was a silent
If
gentleman.
I
I can't.
asked you guys what cheating was, like even the answers that you give on
Mhm.
here, they're different. If I like one day I asked
The way
what
we
respect
articulate
was.
it would be ultimately different, but what we reason it to be is ultimately the same.
Hold on. There are
Sir.
certain there are
It
if you
is
certain
ask
big
Oh
things
man.
that
1,000
we
men
all gonna agree on.
what cheating is, 800 of them are going to have an identical definition. Like,
identical. 80%. That's the
I don't. It
majority.
shouldn't even be this much of a conversation. Like, bro,
It's not.
you can't ask
Okay,
four
I'll be
people.
quiet.
You can't ask like
No,
four
bro.
people. Like, oh, there's four people that are going to
You're
have
right.
different conversations and
You
different
don't have to
definitions of this
be
one word, as if like that's enough of a sample size to make a generalization of men.
Hey, you guys say
And
No,
you
it's
got
and
it.
it's
no,
no
I
different
get
than
what
making
she's
a
saying. I understand
generalization
what
of
she's
woman.
saying.
I do too. Yeah, it just sucks.
Yeah.
The
I understand what
What
she's
reality of it
saying.
sucks. Yeah, go ahead.
What's
I'm
up?
sorry, gentlemen.
No, I understand what she's saying, and it makes sense why somebody would think that everybody is different. But more people are alike than you think, right? Like when you go on Instagram, like I can see certain women, right?
Yeah. I'm not saying that everybody's different. I'm just saying
Yeah,
all of these hard rules, they just even the thing about the going out to the club, like everybody on the panel seemed to agree, but the people I know wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
It's
yeah.
anecdotal.
But you
And we're
gotta
talking about people who've been
yeah.
married for 20 years now.
It's anecdotal.
But
So,
you
but your
gotta,
stuff is anecdotal.
It's not.
but wait,
Remember,
wait.
I'm quoting the advice of 1,000 men. I'm not talking about the 2 or 3 people that I know.
But
I'm not
also,
doing that.
I think
So it's
Keisha
not
has to
accurate at all.
understand. Keisha has to understand that that's a particular demographic. Somebody that's been married
It's
for
a
20 years.
very isolated
That's
one.
people who have been married for 20 years
Shouts
plus.
out to them.
That's completely different of somebody who just got married or somebody who's not married, right? These are different types of people and different lifestyles and different demographics. You can't compare the two. If I've been people been, you know how many people that have been married for 20, 30 years and then they swingers? And you can act
Yeah.
and you can ask somebody that's 30, would you ever do that? And they like, hell no. Because once
Man,
you've been married for so long, it might be some
I
people
took
might,
when my mother went, my mother passed away. I didn't mean to say went. When my mother passed away. Right. When thank you. Thank you for finding humor in my suffering, young lady. I appreciate you. I'll inbox you later. When somebody when you can sit down and say, okay, dad, he's 63 years old or 69 years old. He's been married to this woman for 43 years. And now I got to introduce him to the construct of 2023, 2022 dating pool. He's going to have an anxiety attack and likely he's not going to make it because we're different. Everything is that he knows it through that period of time that he's been married. He can talk all the nonsense that he wants. Oh, you need to do this as a married man. You got to prepare to this as a husband. But he'd never prepared for life as a husband. So now that he's dating again, life is different. Now I have to show him, Dad, you cannot expect mom in that faithful style of mom into the style of generation because they changed. Everything is different. And we have to respect and value and honor the difference, but also say, hey, there's only a state that men will go with acknowledging and accepting that difference. No more than women are, we would hope that women will say, you know what, there's only but so far I can allow you to be before I'm like, you know what, that's not okay, that's inappropriate. We expect that.
Mm. I think there's certain nuances, obviously, about certain things, but we're not looking at those nuances like, we're looking at the vast majority of us that agree on the same stuff. That's all.
Absolutely.
But everybody's going to have nuances to what they believe in. I think most men wouldn't cheat back on a girl. They would just leave. When a lot of girls would just cheat back. A lot of girls would cheat back. Most men is just not going to be with her.
We don't have the capacity.
That's crazy to cheat back.
That means I gotta feel that shit twice. No.
That's that get.
That's funny. Imagine a guy like just cheating back, like to get his get back. Just stay with it.
And most men are gonna look at that dude like, why'd you do that?
Like just leave. Like, yeah, like because most men are the same in that respect. Like where girls like justify cheating back. I think that's crazy. But a lot of them think that it's okay.
I don't knock you.
Yeah, if that's what they want to do, but men don't do that.
Majority.
Where everybody go, Yonci?
Sorry, when the comments are on the piano. Oh, some people are backstage.
No one has control while you were gone.
No, now you see it's backstage. Everyone else is on.
It's about these comments. They going nuts.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Hold on. What am I catching?
And Keisha, we all respect your opinion too. We just having conversation. Everybody respects your stance and your opinion too.
I was gonna add actually backstage before I went to go refresh my beverage. That I love that there is disagreement because one, it shows that people can disagree and still be respectful, and that's been my thing since day one. And two, it makes for a much more interesting conversation than a bunch of nodding heads. So I appreciate that, and it takes a lot of courage to be able to be like the one who disagrees. So I appreciate Keisha for doing that, and she's never condescending or things like that. It's just that's her opinion, and these are someone else's opinion. So what is this debate going? What you're talking about in the comments? Are they going crazy?
In the comments.
Somebody just asked. So how does one get to determine the majority?
But
go ahead. Sir, go ahead, please.
Because we're men. We know other men. We've been in locker rooms with other men. We grew up around other men. The majority of our lives. It just and the difference between
because I would never claim.
So the truth, to add clarity to his truth, I've been trained more than I've been parented. My coaches had a hand in my life. I've been around more teammates than I have my siblings. We understand as men how to build and how to collectively design ourselves to submit, to do all those things. And it's not to say that women can't. But what I do know is that from a younger age, that lesson is not given.
Mm-hmm. Keisha, do you think most men want women to submit to them?
Hold on. I did something. I I think sure, but I think that people have different definitions of what submit is.
True, but you do think most men want women to submit to them.
Right, but if you're all talking about different stuff,
there's nuances, right? But but submission to a degree has a definition, right? It's a word.
Yes.
It's a
What's
word
the
in the English
definition
dictionary.
that we're working? So I tend to ask people, what definition are we working with? Because different people have different definitions. Like I might have a church definition based on scripture, but there are different scriptures that everybody else learned.
Yeah, no, I totally understand.
Everybody got their scriptures from the internet, and then some people didn't. Some people didn't even like. I can't keep talking.
Well, that's what them side conversations.
So I always ask, what does that mean when somebody says so some people think that submission is like control. Somebody said it in the comments, like it follow my orders.
I don't think most men would say that.
Well, it doesn't matter what most men say.
But we
Like
talk
you
about
still
most men.
talking to one person, so you do what that person said. But other people might say that is what most men say. So I'm just saying this, it'd be different.
So and also, I feel like a lot of men struggle to articulate what they actually mean.
No, that's true too. So like when I'm having personal conversations, it's what does that look like? So you guys have had examples and you're giving your examples of what submission would be. Like if you don't want her to go somewhere, then she doesn't go.
I wouldn't even give examples because it's too nuanced. I would just give a general
well, I mean, y'all giving examples as we're talking today.
But when I ask you, do you think most men want women to submit? Right? It may not be wanting them to defer to them when it comes to girls trips, right? It may be something more,
right? No, and I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of what I'm saying. Like people have different ideas of what respect is. So somebody's respect might be, I don't want you to go to the club. Some guys don't care what their ladies wear, and I don't think it has anything to do with income level or if they're paying. Don't come out here like that. So I'm just saying, I don't think it's as easy to generalize.
Yeah. So you're trying to be more specific when I already agree that there are nuances of to respect for certain people. But the general question I ask is, do you think most men want their women to submit? And you agree. And that might look different for everybody, but there at somewhere that there's an overlap somewhere. When it comes to that submission.
It might be overlap.
I thought they scared you away.
Well, okay.
I'm just listening. So listen.
Anywho, so I was trying to figure out a way to kind of summarize. Avatar Roku was saying, "What am I missing?" And so we're talking about the majority view. So I'll try to sum it up if I can. Sounds like the guys are saying there does tend to be a majority opinion on things, and I believe that Keisha was making the point that her experiences are different than, for example, what the panel is saying a lot of times, and so she thinks that there might not be the majority that they are saying there is on most of the topics we're saying. Is that a fair description, Keisha, or can you summarize it better?
Yeah, that's a fair description. It was just, it was just kind of odd because like Willie keeps saying, well, people with money, and I'm just like, the people with money, I know
we did one time say with people with money. Don't misquote me.
What did you say? You said man of a certain demographic and
exactly.
A
so I didn't even say tax bracket, but this is what's important. If you're gonna quote somebody on a platform where you can rewind it, make sure you're accurate because that clip is gonna be nasty for you. What I said was that a man in a certain peer group, not money in a certain peer group, think the same. And if you put 1,000 of us inside of and ask us the same question, our responses are going to be 80% the same, which is why we can generalize certain things. So no, Willie didn't say men with money.
You never say anything about men with money or a certain
everybody can speak to that. And then
demographic.
I wouldn't even phrase that to you because I don't know that that's the demographic of men that you deal with. So I'm just giving a general baseline of men. And the men on the platform, we all said the same thing.
And there are different types of men with money too.
You can't generalize it as if that didn't just happen. So
you got men with money.
Man of a certain peer group.
if we're going to quote something, be specific because words
Okay,
have
so I just
meaning.
want to make sure. So you said man of a certain peer group or man of a certain demographic?
Both. They're the same thing. They're the same thing.
Okay, so what is demographic?
So I'm not a dictionary tonight, but we can look at.
Oh, you just gave me a. You just said I need to look up the definition
we use
of
them for the
anecdotal, but now
meanings
you're
they
not a
have,
dictionary.
not how we want them to work. Like when we say stuff, like when you say the people I know is anecdotal, if you use the subsection of the small subsection of the people that you know, that represents to represent a whole, that is anecdotal information because it's based off of a.
So I'm not trying. I think that's where I'm not trying to represent a whole. I think a lot of times
we're using words all willy nilly. That's also another disconnect.
You said what?
When me and Montana or Jacob say something, the words we use mean exactly what they're supposed to.
So like, what word did I say that doesn't mean what they're supposed
anecdotal? Stuff that I like. It's like you have to explain and give context to the things you're using because the words you're using to articulate those don't work. For example,
how am I using anecdotal wrong?
I just explained it to you in the comments. And then here's another one. When you said that if a man doesn't do something that if he don't do what I like, then we're in misalignment. But what you really meant was, well, I like to talk on the phone, and had you articulated that to him, then that probably wouldn't have been what happened. So you consistently.
Hold on. Why are you making up what I have and haven't articulated?
You can rewind it. Like again, I've got to pull it up if you want me to. We can rewind this and play it back.
Rewind it. I said if a man doesn't do what I like, then there's a misalignment. So if
but what you like,
I never said if I told them or if I didn't tell them. I never said if I told them or if I didn't tell them.
It should be common sense, though.
But
so I'm sorry if I gave you the benefit of the doubt.
I get that you want to say that I don't know how to use words.
I don't want to say anything. I have no dog.
Now you didn't just say I don't know how to use words.
No, you have consistently
because you said we use words that are specific to me, but you make up.
Did she do the Fox News side by side?
Right.
It's okay. It's okay, Willie. I don't know words. I don't know what anecdotal is.
In the right corner.
Etc.
I think.
If I could
offer this, I think the value of this platform when the men get together is you hear from a man's perspective, and it's not 100% all men. I don't think you were saying that, Keisha, and that's so. It's not me coming for you.
Jacob, you know I didn't say it was all men.
I know. I just said I think the value is you get to hear from men, us coming together, we're telling you what we think and how we view things. Because that's women don't get that view. Even when you do see couples together or friends that might look like what you want, you're still going to get just only one view. But when men get together, sometimes when we start talking, you get to get a different perspective. I give you an example. I remember I was dating this girl, and I was sharing with some people who didn't know, and talking about the date I went on and how bad it was. And a good friend of mine said, I can't believe you went through that. None of my girls would act like that. And I promise you on God, I was talking about her girl. Okay. But she didn't know her girl like that because she's never been with. So the importance of hearing like Mont, Will, and them telling you what
perspective. It's all about perspective.
You would never get from your girl and her man together. I'm just putting that out there to consider because you're going to see certain things. But when guys get together, we start talking, which is the value here. They're telling you kind of how they view things from time to time. It's not 100%. Nobody's saying
Keisha, and it's not to say that your experiences are invalid. It's not to say that what you've heard is invalid. No, what that is really discovering the beauty of the minority. That's what we're actually saying. The majority, however, don't get to really truly experience that.
And when we say demographic,
and we're talking about like you're talking about 80% or 70% divorce rate, 70 to 74% divorce rate, which men don't have a choice. However, we are agreeable to the idea because as men, we know that we can start from ground zero and get to 100 with no problem. However, how do we encapsulate that idea and still be able to try again and love again and enjoy again? I can't speak for any of these people, but I'm a divorcee. How do we get to do those things again and still find them enjoyable and still find them complete? It takes men to say, hey, I'm a divorcee. That man has never been married. That man was a hoe. But if you find 4 men with different personalities and different demographics all agreeing on the same thing, it's not to say that that's the completion. But what that is saying is that is actually contributing to the majority.
Sure.
And when we say
That's all it's
demographic,
saying.
Keisha, demographic is like it's basically just taking certain data points and connecting them, and you put people in a group from those data points, which could be, for example, you might we might act like we don't know what all the kids want to wear, like sneaker wise, right? But I can tell you what all the kids want to wear. They want to wear Asics right now, and they're very popular among kids a certain age group, and I can tell you that for sure. Like that, I know that because of a demographic of a certain type of, it's a demographic. So they like to wear the same things. They like to dress the same things. That's why we have trends, because certain clothes become popular because most people like the same stuff. If that makes sense. That's where trends come from. Are you a type of person that follow trends?
Data trend.
Probably not, right?
You know what? You're probably right.
She's probably not the type of person that follows trends because she's an individual. But most people follow trends, and that's why they're called trends. That makes sense.
Being contrarian is ultra trendy. In 2024,
it's beautiful, and it's beautiful.
And I wasn't trying to I wasn't trying to be contrarian, and I know what anecdotal is, and I just think it's really interesting how you guys can speak for all the men.
Willie, but again,
for all the men in the demographic.
Trying to speak for all men.
Keisha, we're not speaking of all men.
Certain place.
And
we all understand what manhood is. We all understand what masculinity is in a man. And we are all in agreement about those basic points. We may not all be in agreement about specifics, but we are all in agreement about certain basic points about manhood, about things that we're all going to believe in.
I'm not talking to you.
That's your choice.
No, I'm not saying I'm not talking to you. I'm saying the face I made is not to you.
It's like
I'm gonna go home.
No, she made it sound like she was saying that the
glad you clarified. I am glad you clarified.
The last show.
Because I made a face and so I laughed and I was like, oh.
But that's so funny though. That is a perfect demonstration of how something there could be a miscommunication that is completely
again, and there's one.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
5. There are 6. And
don't do it. Don't just stop. Just stop.
Stop. I'm gonna go ahead.
We're gonna take a quick little break. We're gonna switch it up.
There we go. Let's switch it up.
We're gonna play a little fun game called 4 Words.
There we go. Let's play
Turn
a game.
her on in 4 words. On the panel, you can say it out loud. In the comments, you can type it in.
I bought you a dictionary.
I hit the lottery.
We're turning.
I'm sorry, it was too fast.
I won the lottery. I hit the lottery.
You do a dictionary so you can use that compound word.
You are so beautiful.
It's hilarious.
Oh man, I paid the bills.
That's only 3.
Did I mention Willie is my favorite person?
Oh, okay. We can get into some math tonight.
I'm like, I'm the one with the cocktail. What's happening?
You know, that was like trauma. I don't know. I thought I was at a space table earlier.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry. I gotta blame it on something.
Will you marry me? Come on, y'all, in the comments.
What?
You need some water, Jacob? Little something in your throat there.
Don't drink and drive.
Wait, sir. Whoever's coughing, they words. Was you good over there?
4 words, y'all. How are you turning her on in 4 words?
I cleaned the kitchen.
How about for Keisha? Every man is different. No, I'm just playing. I think the kitchen is good. That is good. Yeah.
We just come fresh over.
Blame it on the No, I'm just saying.
I don't know. I hit the number. Shit. I don't know.
That's like turn somebody grandma more.
Right, not the
Not the
number.
lottery, the number.
The
Look.
number. I'm gonna play the numbers
Not
today.
the number.
Stockings up to the calf muscles.
I played your numbers.
Oh my God,
Granny.
Granny. Where are my witty people
What about
tonight?
with like? Let me taste it.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Y'all are filthy McNasty.
Filthy animals.
Ah,
4 words is a lot.
Oh.
Like, yeah, how
That's a lot.
girl can you get in 4
That's
words?
a lot of absolute. You got to deal with some absolutes in them 4 words. You got to make it count.
I feel like you should have said turn him on in 4 words because men tend to be a lot more
like we.
than women. Y'all need.
All right, so let's turn it around. Turn him on in 4 words.
I'm listening now. Let me see.
I want you now.
I swallow, not spit.
I can't have kids.
My IUD is new.
Oh my God!
I cannot.
This is for you, Yonci.
I don't know why I thought he'd come through the computer.
This is. This is.
What
That was not okay, man. That was not. Okay.
I want you now.
I'm not wearing any bras.
Oh, I can't have kids. Oh yeah, I have no panties. Yeah, not wearing.
I hate him on everything. I hate Willie.
I don't like wearing lashes.
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't like lashes.
Let's see.
Oh my God.
I cooked. I'm horny. Run on sentence.
That'll work. That'll work.
Anybody count words after that point? Let's see.
We can deal with everything.
Wow, that is huge.
What?
We can deal with everything else afterwards.
Wait. Never mind.
What can you cook though? Are you a vegan?
Hell no.
You saw the face, Willie.
He is the
first. Vegans get no love. Like zero.
I don't think they got vegans in Texas.
Hell no. How you know? Because if they had, because there's too many fat vegans as it is. Imagine if it was vegans in Texas. Like, how are you a vegan in
Texas? I think you got to go. You got to go.
I'm going to open up and unpack a whole bunch of trauma about vegans and my experience with those insane demographic of people, and I'm just not willing to. Yeah, F them.
All right.
There's a lot of high calorie food that is meat free.
And that's crazy because vegans they present themselves like they're so healthy. And I watch the vegan girls.
But pump yourself full of cholesterol and artificial synthesis to substitute for what you're missing.
Doritos are animal free.
Vegans are just lazy fat people.
Damn.
That's what it. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Dang, Willie, how you feel?
I'm just saying, Willie's
one of my favorite people.
That's probably the new vegans. Have all this processed vegan stuff.
At some point in one of these shows, we're gonna have to start talking about like some romantic shit or something. Like we gotta bring that back at some point. Yeah, I don't know when. Maybe not tonight, but we gotta.
It's the fan.
We have to do what? You said
what?
We gotta start bringing back some. Like I don't know. I just been in a lot of adversarial men and women conversations. I'd like to bring back something.
Oh, I thought you was talking about vegans. I'm like,
oh no, vegan. I left that alone. Like that's just that word don't even make sense.
You better start talking about something.
Vegans don't make sense to me. You can eat fries and be
okay.
A vegan.
We good then.
Okay, who on the panel feels like they have the best game?
Well, I have no game.
Okay, so only if you think that you won't get in trouble.
I'm not playing.
I'm not playing with y'all.
Yeah, you see how we just knew to leave this one alone? We just
knew artistry.
Some pickup lines.
Yeah, like if y'all were if your life depended on it and you had to get someone's number.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Wait.
I'm gonna voluntarily put that rope around my neck and jump.
What nationality is a woman? Like, is she attractive? Is she unattractive?
White, black, Asian.
We'll just pick one of the two girls on the panel. You had to get their number. You didn't know them from YouTube, the show, and
I'm not answering this.
You had to get your number.
For one, grown men don't really use pickup lines.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Too easy.
Sorry, I should have said that. How would you make her
You-
comfortable enough to give her phone number? How
You
about
would
that?
start a conversation with her about something completely unrelated, and then once you're in mid conversation, it's easy.
I want to see it. I want to see it in action. Is anyone comfortable?
Absolutely not.
I promise you, it's not going to happen.
No.
You'll be in line at a food place. You'll be like, "Have you ever tried that before?" And she'll be like, "Oh yeah, I come here all the time. I think you should get this. I think you get that." And then y'all mid conversation is over. It's done.
We don't play
Here's the thing, Mon. So you did give an example. So I'll give you that.
Yeah.
This is a thing that I say. Everyone always says it'd be so much easier if you just dated people who liked you. It's the same thing with flirting. Like the people who teach all those courses and what to say and all the mind tricks and all that stuff. The fact of the matter is, a woman finds a man attractive, unless he doesn't talk himself out of the drums, he's gonna build well. Like you could talk about pretzels, you could talk about airfare, you could talk about the weather. She's gonna and want to continue to talk. And I think it's about being able to read the room, read body language, and understand. Because I always say you literally just need to find anything that is relevant to what's around you, and it's a natural progression. And then if you are talking to her and you're like, it's hot, she's like, yes, it is. And then she goes right back to what she's doing. You read the room, you read the body language. She's not engaging, and vice versa. If you like the guy, then you don't just answer one word. You go back, man, it sure is. I really regret wearing this hoodie today. Hey, where'd you get your hoodie? Whatever. Like you will find a way to prolong the conversation. I think people make it way more complicated than it actually should be.
It's all about comfort when you're dealing with women. It's all about comfort. That's all. Like
two things that work on every woman is just make them laugh and then make them talk about themselves. That'll get you. That'll get you 80% of the way.
And you just put them in a comfortable state.
Yeah.
Like connect with something that happened to them in their childhood. Ask them a couple of those deep, thought-provoking questions. Like, what did you want to be when you were a little girl? And then why are you
just
not?
Bump into someone at Starbucks?
Not trauma bond.
Can we listen, shout out to the church fan. Let's throw up the church fan. Where's it at?
I understand how often that works. Like, hey, you wanted to be a lawyer when you grew up, but now you like
somebody said trauma bonds. Willie would
no, but I mean like you don't know this person from a hole in the wall, and you saw him.
Ask them. Like when you start the conversation, you get them talking. You ask.
So do you still talk to your dad?
Hey,
you don't
like.
Damn.
Yo, that would be
no, damn that Yonci that had saved my life. First question I asked on the date was, "Where's your daddy?"
Okay, here I have a question for you. What if? So this is brought up a lot about the relationship with family or whatever, right? What if the person had like an alcoholic parent? What if the person had a God forbid, molestation, situation? What if the person had like a narcissistic parent? Is that a write-off that she's not in a relationship?
Well, if I can be honest, as a single man, it depends on how you overcame it.
Okay.
Like if you are struggling with how you feel about your parents, then this is zero tolerance. You're not going to have no problem. You're not going to have no dealings with me because you're not going to have no problems. I'm not messing with you. But if you're going to have saying, hey, I don't disagree with how my parents' negative behavior is, whatever that behavior is, and I'm against it, then I'll give you a chance to show yourself.
So you're not always going to get that information up front.
No, absolutely not.
That's a heavy first conversation.
And gentlemen, we'll have a chance to show you if you mean what you say. We'll go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was reading something. Keisha, you all right? We good.
If she has children, no, I'm not dealing with that because that means either you haven't dealt with your shit and you got kids, you probably push that shit off on them. And the most unattractive thing a woman can be to me outside of a hooker or a prostitute or all that stuff is an unfit mother. And to see how
in that level, yeah.
So if the dad, I'm okay. So here's the hypothetical: the dad was inappropriate, or let's say the dad, was a criminal and went away to prison, something that she didn't have any control over, and she's accepted it, like this is what happened. She's moving on with her life, but they don't have a relationship because of that. Are
No,
you?
I don't care about. No, I don't give a shit about that.
Then
It may
that's
take
cool.
some
Again,
time
it's
to see
about
how that
asking the
manifests itself in
question.
her life.
It's what?
Like
It may
asking,
take some time to see how that manifests itself in her life.
Thank
That's
you.
true.
It's about the understanding. Like if I ask you where you, and I think that more men that are single need to ask more women in society where their dads are at. Like where
Hmm.
your daddy is, and how you answer is more telling than where your daddy is. We get it. Our generation has been absent. But if you don't like and you hate your daddy and you talking about I wish bop 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 and dot 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 and you're acting like he's here presently, then I have no space. Like you have no space for me. I have no space for you. You need God.
things I gotta push back on. Will, in our generation, fathers have not been absent. That's not the norm. That's not
Shit.
common. It's not. It's not the majority either. There's
Are you
no
talking
data.
about William?
Also,
What generation were you talking about? The ones
I'm
before,
talking
like your
about
fathers?
no, and
Because
being very specific. I'm talking about the latchkey kid generation. I
okay,
cannot
so
speak.
let's
I
in the
cannot
generation
speak for
we're
any
born in the
other
same year,
generation, but the
and
hood latchkey generation.
we're born in the same year. There's no data to support that. None. There are now. While there are a lot
Most of us can't read.
of black
Well,
fathers who aren't at home, the majority of them are. So let's not. That's not a narrative we're gonna push because one, we can't stand on information, and then two, we won't stand up when you scrutinize it.
Willie,
So
what
that
I'm
one
saying,
part, and then the second thing, William.
Willie, wait a minute, Willie. I definitely don't concede with your data. What I'm saying is, if I were to ask my father, he would not support any of your data. He would
He
not
doesn't have
take
to. He's
an
one
analyst.
person.
What I am saying is, even my father being present was not available to me as a latchkey kid in the 80s. Why? Because his focus was only on providing means to support the family. He did not care how we felt.
So
He
are you
didn't
saying
have
that
any
because it
interest.
didn't happen to you, that's normal, and that's the common?
No, that's not what I said because I agree with the fact that the 80% is the majority. I happen to be the minority that
Oh,
made
okay.
it out of the latchkey generation.
So
What
then
I
we
am saying
agree.
is again, huh?
So then we agree that the minority
I
of kids
am.
have their father.
We are agreeing. Well, what I'm
Okay,
saying again is specifically on my experiences.
fair enough.
As
That
a
we agree with.
latchkey kid, I prefer. It's not about the data. It's not about the statistics. If I can find another latchkey kid that understands how we were raised, goods, bads, and difference, then it provides me a better opportunity to live my life more naturally the way I see fit. Some people want a different opportunity, but for me, I prefer somebody who's more ingratiated into that latchkey independent generation.
Oh yeah, I have no.
What
There's
were
no
we talking
pushback from
about
there.
before this?
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
Jacob, are you okay? You
What
look
were we
sad.
talking about?
I went into it, but then he provided stats, so we had to get into what latchkey was in our
No,
generation.
before
Him
that,
and
we
I
were
are
talking
83.
about
I
something
We
thought we was
else.
we
talking about the draws.
No, you're
what
talking about would you date a girl who had issues like had daddy issues because
the
somehow
Oh,
you
right.
know,
daddy
Yeah.
right the
and
Oh,
daddy issues are of that 40 years that Willie and I were born in, which
got you.
is
Yeah.
from
she
like
had
about
daddy issues
79 to
for
go
me.
ahead,
She
Willie.
just can't have children and daddy issues because
Yeah.
Yeah,
the odds of you having daddy issues and having kids and then being able to not push that
you
shit onto
can't
your
have
kids
both.
is nil.
Yeah.
So the amount of self work that it takes and therapy, all that shit that you haven't done on your own is one thing. But for you to not have sped up those efforts, the moment you became like a parent, just makes you look bad.
Mhm. And
Yeah.
for me, and this is where I guess we agree with Willie, is that I had difficulty as a father being a latchkey kid because I was present with a father that wasn't available to me.
Mhm.
So as a result, I prefer a person that is able to accommodate that moment when I'm not available. So I look for a person that is more stable in those areas. And it's not everybody. I just prefer it. You know what I mean? A person that understands, like, listen, we got to hold down the fort for a moment. You know, Pop got to work. But when Pop come back, I'm going to ensure, without saying it, Pop going to have your undivided attention. Why? Because that's what he desires. Because I already know that.
Not every child gets that privilege.
Okay. In terms of the question of like, would I date a girl with daddy issues? It depends on how her daddy issues manifest. Like, if they manifest, and like I know girls with daddy issues who just was that much better of a partner because they just kind of, you know, like a man, a husband isn't that much different than a father, if we being honest.
No.
And a wife isn't that much different from a mom, besides outside of intimacy. Like if I challenge anybody to kind of really create a clear difference in the responsibilities of a husband and a dad. They're like almost one and the same. So as like I know women who that manifested by them kind of like wanting the admiration of their man even that much more, and you know, kind of them, you know, enjoying having a man who kind of was a leader. But there are also some women who kind of might manifest in a way that I don't really like it. So it depends on how it manifests. It's not a problem unless it's a problem. That's all I would say.
I think she needs to have addressed it.
100%.
Yeah, she has to have addressed it. That's the big one.
And I really think that, and even with us as men, it's not to say that this, and I don't believe that this dialogue is about wrong versus right or man versus woman or anything of that sort. But I really believe it's telling that if a majority of men are saying one thing or the majority of women are saying one thing, it will really behoove us to really take note of there's two women right now on this panel. Two women are saying the same thing. Would it behoove me to say, hey, they got something going here? It would also behoove some of the women here beyond your experiences. If there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women on 5 men on the panel, if 5 men on the panel saying this is not okay, regardless of how our experiences shaped it, it is not okay. It will behoove one to say, even if we don't agree, or why isn't it okay? And we don't do that. Our society has gone so far from asking the questions that matter. Men are to be tested through adversity. Women are to be tried through their virtue. The end. If you can't ask your man a question, don't deal with him. If you can't sit down and challenge your woman, don't deal with her. And this is not for those who are married and those who are involved. This are for those who are seeking. Don't go through that experience because you don't have to. That's all I got.
That was enough. Thank you.
So let me recap here. What did I learn tonight? Let me see. Keisha gets 10 numbers a night when she goes out.
You wouldn't even know him when she said that.
He was listening.
I was in the chat.
I do not get 10 numbers when I go out.
Numbers when she's out.
I don't remember.
Sal likes fans.
Oh, I had a question for the ladies.
Yeah. Write it down, mine, in case you forget to write it down. Write it down.
I know what it is. I'm curious of your responses to this, right?
All right.
Who do you respect more, your husband or your father?
Who do I respect?
Who do you respect more?
My husband. We went over this.
Okay, so
you mean my hypothetical husband?
Hypothetical husband. Who do you respect more? Husband,
why does there have to be a level?
I'm
just trying to figure out. So if I have a husband, I'm not gonna go to my dad and ask my dad for stuff.
But
so if that's what you call respect, then it would be my husband.
Just do your best to answer this. So
it's a question that requires an answer because it's order.
Yeah,
and I know that some people don't like it, but it's order.
But just do your best, Keisha.
So can you give me an example?
I can't necessarily give you an example, right? But let's say your father, right? You probably
yes, you can. Go ahead, bro.
Okay,
go ahead. You know what
you respect your father to a certain extent, right? So your father, you won't talk to your father a certain way, right?
Yeah.
Your husband, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't talk to him a certain way.
Yeah, I don't talk to people nasty.
Yeah, but
you're pleasant.
When you see your father, you know that there's a line that you don't cross with your father because he's your father. The line you don't cross.
I don't cross lines.
But you
So
know
I
that.
would respect my husband more.
So
I would respect my husband more since there has to be a more or less. But
he,
like
but
I'm not a nasty person. I don't cuss people out.
yeah, you probably got good
I don't
character,
talk
but that don't
about
mean that
people. You
that
know,
don't
like
mean
if
that you
somebody want me to
don't
do
understand
something,
lines, right? Because you understand that you respect everybody, right?
not
You respect
everybody.
every,
I expect
well,
my.
you
I
respect.
mean, yeah, I don't generally like.
Yeah,
You got to be really, really bad for me
you
to.
generally respect everyone.
Yeah.
So, but you understand that you generally respect your man differently than you generally respect the man that's walking in the street, right?
Right. So I
So
say
there are
my
lines.
husband.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. I just wanted to see. We already know what Sai think. So, but I wanted to see what the other women think. Cause
But what happens when you have to go to your dad to get stuff?
what do you mean when you have to go to your dad to get stuff?
Like there are some women who still have to call on their dad because their
And they should
husband can't
respect their dad
handle it.
more.
Okay.
And they married?
It should be
If you
Yeah.
gotta go to your father, if you have to go to your father, right? Because words are important, right? You say have to. If you have to go to
Yeah.
your
So you have
father,
to go to your dad and ask for money, or you have to
then
go
you should
to.
respect your father more. And if I'm your father, I don't really respect your husband that much.
right. I don't
You
want
know,
that.
Yeah,
it's
if
like,
I'm
why are you
married,
asking me for
be
stuff?
going to your dad. Look.
Listen, when my daughters get married, I'm traditional. So my daughters, like, if they really want my provision and protection, you have to come to me and bring that man to me, or else you're making a decision by yourself, which means that you have to face every consequence based on that decision. But if they're gonna have to come to me, and I'm gonna pick out a man who can do my daughters can live with me forever, and I will take care of them.
My
But
dad
once
said he
they,
would build a wing on the house. He said, say the
yeah,
word.
my daughters can live with me forever. But the day that they find a man and I agree that this man can do everything that I do, you know his responsibility.
Don't come back home.
Like, his responsibility. But if I agree that that man can do that, then if I made a wrong decision, then I'll eat that, right? But if you choose him and you didn't bring him to me, you eat your own decision. Which is the good thing about being able to defer to a man is be like, all right, that's my mistake because I thought that was a good guy. So
You guys talk about men being leaders of women, and I'm not refuting this, but sometimes it seems like the only people that men are supposed to lead are women.
no, you lead other men
So
too.
how do you like if all of y'all are leading, who's the leader amongst?
So I'll
Like,
give you
how
an
do you
example.
see the man as
I'll
a
give you an
leader
example.
amongst his peers?
Let's say me, Jacob. I don't know how to pronounce your name, bro. Nayusi.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
Me, Willie, Nayusi, William, Jacob. We all stranded, right? And something has to happen. The natural leaders will come out, right? The natural leaders will come out, and guess what? In order to be a good leader, you got to be a good follower. If I see that Willie is a better leader than me when it comes to this aspect, what you need, bro? What do you need from me?
Oh, yeah.
It's that simple. What do you need from me?
Man,
Everything will fall into its proper hierarchy. It just will happen. And if you're a leader,
did you know that there was a study that was done in Harvard and Yale decided to mimic this study, that they took 1,000 girls, young girls between K to 6, and took 1,000 boys from K to 6, and the girls were able to present community. Boys were by majority able to present hierarchy. So it goes to show you that these boys who have no understanding of how this stuff works, they don't care about any of this stuff. They organize teams against one another. The majority of the boys organize teams, understand order of who was the best boy, who was the worst kid, who can be the referee, who can be the mediator, and they created order and a structure and a system. But the dominant feminine species, and it's not to say there's anything wrong with it because it's so important, they create community. They create an area that allows us to find refuge and harmony and balance and understanding. So when we talk about what this gentleman, what's your name, good sir, with the blue do-rag? I don't want to. Mark. Pleasure
Mark.
to meet you. I'm William.
Yeah,
Well, when we talk about those areas, it's not to offend, but it's to provide understanding to make your life easier. Because this man, Mark has nothing to gain. He's a married or he's a individualized man. in his own appropriate relationship. The difference is I'm a single man that's seeking, but we have so many commonalities. Our commonality is how we decide to view what we desire, the end goal.
I
When
think
we get
Keisha wanted to
older,
push back too.
which one's Keisha? Go
She
ahead.
said
You were talking.
she wanted to
Oh
come
no,
in.
I'm not trying to push back. I just a lot of times I hear men talking about leader and men are natural leaders. And I just be wondering, like, it just seems like some people the only thing that they can lead.
No, leading is a skill.
Are they not a
Absolutely.
leader outside of their house? Maybe that's why it's so important. But
Most
then you
when
just
they
said
start.
leading is
Go ahead. I'm
also
sorry.
knowing when to follow.
Yeah.
So that's true in the
Smart,
relationship
please.
also.
Please go
Yeah,
ahead.
you gotta
You're
delegate.
married. Go ahead.
You have to delegate. You have to like my woman might be better at a lot of things than me. And guess what? I'm gonna delegate, like, hey, take the lead right here. I'm gonna defer to you. I wanna hear what you have to say. I want you to, you tell us how to do this. This is your, where you step up.
And I guess
Delegation is leading.
That's very important.
the separation mark is where men are single, and Willie's in a different genre, because Willie understands that in a different capacity. But when people who are aspiring, they have an idea as to, again, where we're coming from, as how we want to know you. We understand that, number one, you're emotional. How do we become agreeable to your emotions so that you can become agreeable to what we deal with? We got to deal with that stuff. And unfortunately, we do, like the society does not give the time to get to know one another, to that space to say, hey, I got a difference over here, you got a difference over here. Let's sit down and find common ground so we can grow and become a unit the way we're supposed to. We're trying to take the old and microwave it, and it doesn't always work like that. Some can get away with it, but it doesn't always benefit everybody.
I have a question.
Sure.
When someone is in the initial dating stage, you're just going on dates, you're finding out what each other likes. You're at the very beginning stages. What can a man do to demonstrate that he's a good leader? Can I hear some specific examples of what a woman can pay attention to say, he's exhibiting leadership skills?
We always have plans.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
we plan what we're gonna do, where we're gonna go. Just lay out what we're gonna do for the day. It might be a situation she's dealing with at work. I know this is a little general. You may offer a quick solution to it. Men like to solve problems for the most part. We like to get to the point. It could be you might observe something while y'all together, and he may just sort of take control of the situation. He may show leadership in protecting you. There might be a situation going on and something breaks out. Hey, baby, hey, come on, put your arm around you. We getting out of here. He shows that he's going to protect you and keep you safe when y'all together. I don't know. I can keep going, but those are just a couple ways that come top of mind.
Feel free to keep going.
We do things without you having to tell us.
Preach. Hey, brother. Hey, drop your cash app while you at it. You're doing great. Go ahead.
Well, that was what mine said. Somebody just said. I don't know if it was who said it, but I just heard it. They're doing things without having to ask.
Yeah, hey, take initiative.
Yeah, we just see something wrong. Even if I've done this. I've been dating somebody. I've been at the house and I see something that just needs to be fixed. I'll just sometimes my dad was an electrician. There's always a screwdriver set near me somewhere. It's just I get it from my dad. I'll pull it out and start fixing something. Hey, this outlet was loose. I just went ahead and tightened that up for you.
That's gonna get them wet, Jacob.
No, facts.
Three babies.
Look, facts. I just fixed that. There you go. There's your
I just went ahead and took care of that.
Yeah.
Hey, 32.99.
Man takes care of something. It is phenomenal. I saw that, and I'm finding, for me, the older I get, the more I realize that acts of service is a love language. But it's like, hey, I know, let's say, I know you're going to be on late, so don't worry, I got dinner. I didn't have to ask. Or, I know you're going to be going out of town, so I took the car and put oil in it. Like, I didn't just wait until you got behind the wheel. That stuff is, that's grown man porn right there.
Wait, did she say porn?
Oh,
Like you talking nasty. You
Keisha,
my tires.
Keisha, do you have a better understanding?
Of what? How the men show their leaders?
Keisha, you have a better understanding of yeah, like do you feel like you kind of, you know, I don't know. I guess all the men kind of, did y'all agree to everything we said on the, you know, do all the men agree?
All the men, listen, let's show some support. Let's make sure that we're not. Nah, fuck y'all. I'm sorry. Can we
he said all the men.
All y'all.
You're on YouTube.
Put it up. Throw it up. No, you're not gonna do it. All right.
Is the cat male? Does he agree?
All right. Nah, Willie think it's a monkey.
I know. I remember that episode. So here's the thing, and I appreciate you guys giving examples because there are quite a few men who will get keyboard happy and they just start regurgitating things that they hear.
And they do not have plans.
Get them in real life, and there's no kind of leadership. They couldn't lead you to the restroom, you know, let alone.
Guys don't have the example. I think that's what we talked about on the last show. Like when we, you know, I'm not taking us back there, but when that was going on, it was just, I don't think he was used to it. And I think a lot of guys not used, they don't have the example. They don't. I'll never forget in church. I used to be a world changer when I lived in Atlanta.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
We could talk about that. I used to
Pastor
College Church. I used to go there. I used to teach premarital classes about finance.
When you said world changer, I thought that was like pimp slang. Like
no,
it is.
Well, see,
it is.
No, it's a God.
We had a men's conference.
It's spiritual pimp slang.
Watch this. We had a men's conference. This is real. And we were talking about how to approach women. And he had 3 guys come up. And there was this woman in the back, and he invited her up. He said, "Look, since you're gonna sneak in here, come on up and help us." And he said, "You stand over there." And he had each guy one by one. Okay, you're gonna approach her. Go. And just to see what they would do. And all 3 of them, I mean, just like goofy shit. Excuse my language. It was just like, "What's up, girl?" Pastor was off the chain, just saying weird stuff. And it was just like, but it demonstrated that if you don't know, you don't know. And one of the guys came up and he showed her a proper way. Hey, how, like, he introduced himself, whatever. But you had these 3 guys who just, for whatever reason, didn't know. And I think a lot of, especially now, I don't know. I think a lot of guys just haven't been taught the same way they come to your class. I think education is important. I don't think people really know anymore. The dating game has changed. So I can't really, when I came back out here after being away for 10 years, I didn't know what the hell was going on out here. Y'all were texting. Don't nobody talk on the phone anymore. Y'all don't really go on dates. Y'all meet up in places and groups. And it was just this.
A minute.
I was like, what the hell is this? Like, I'm used to calling a woman saying, hey, would you like to go? And then we go do something and come like, but this whole thing of texting and what you doing?
What are you doing?
Nothing, chilling at the holiday.
I didn't know what that was.
You used to knocking on their door, being like, "What you doing today?"
Knocking on their door.
That's great.
We talked about being married before. I mean, I called her. I went and sat with her dad and asked to marry her. Like, I'm just old school, man. I don't. This whole.
Remember when you had to prepare for like just an outing and a date?
Yeah, and come to her house.
And you had to meet their dad, and you was in 7th grade.
Oh, my dad was we were not boys in existence. 7th grade.
Yeah, you had
college.
7th grade.
No, we had
college. I could have male suitors, not before college was over.
We had dance
honking the horn in the driveway. Get out here, girl. No, you knock on the door.
Oh yeah, you would get cussed out.
Introduce yourself. Look,
you gotta introduce. You gotta know your name. You better keep your chin up.
That's a good man, Savannah.
She said Savannah.
I'm cracking up.
Good man, Savannah. No, if anyone ever had the audacity to honk, I would never.
ban. Oh, that is disgusting. Don't do that.
Yeah, my daddy would. My daddy don't play.
Yeah, I mean, and those areas, and I get how they've been missing and unshaped from society for so long. But I guess for the men, I can't include the married men because y'all doing great. Mark seems very content. I can't speak for anybody else. How do we?
Mont.
Mont, I'm
What
sorry.
he call you?
I'm
What he
messing
say?
with
What's
everything.
the name?
The real
What he
reason, I
call him?
don't know.
Mark.
I'll be honest. I called him Mark, and his name
I
is
call
Mont.
him Mark 10 times.
How do we introduce? Thank you, Keisha, for
Not
recognizing.
Mont being at the bottom of the screen.
And the names are showing.
Yeah, how do we
That's
introduce
what I just
ourselves in
said.
He
society?
said, "Will reading is fundamental." Will look,
Listen, I
man.
can't see. I'm on my little 8-inch, my little 3-inch screen. I can't see.
We'll
But
let you
how
be
do we
great. We'll let you be great, man. We'll let you.
Okay,
ourselves
that's
as
an
men
acceptable reason.
into modern society and say, you know what? There's really nothing to be afraid of. And this question is for men. How do we reintroduce ourselves? Because we've been going. Let's consider it's been
I
40
was just gonna
years.
say.
What did you
Like,
say?
let's consider it's been 40 years since men have been present consistently in the home as a majority.
You gonna make Willie
We
mad, yeah?
Yeah, I was just like, look at her
Stay on
really.
mute, Willie.
Come
Stay
in.
on mute. Stay on mute.
Come in.
Reconsider.
And we're not
Don't
talking
do
about
it.
all. We're not talking about all. We're talking about the single men who have been born from existential situations. We're asking, how do we introduce ourselves to the home?
You're
Because we
funny.
want to and we're willing and we're capable. How do we do it?
I think let me say one way to do it is conversations like this. And again, I'm not trying to go back to last week, but what I saw happening.
What
Mm-hmm.
happened?
Stop it. Stop it.
Hi.
Stop it. Stop it. But what was happening was no, hold on, I'm going somewhere. But
But Will don't know what happened, so I was
No,
trying to.
we don't keep it
we'll
pushing.
talk offline. But
We'll
what he
talk
was
offline.
what he was doing for him is what guys should do. Hey, look, hey, let me tell you what's up. Like, let me get you together. Like, I don't think we have a lot. I think we need more of that. When you see some, I'm not saying last week was, but you see some goofy-ish. Hey, bro, we're not doing this. We don't go out like that. Like,
I said for you, bro.
I think,
Last week
I
was
think
some
we
good.
need more of that. And
Mm-hmm.
one way to fix it would be just guys, hey, just calling out the dumb stuff. I see a lot of, I just see some weird stuff these days. I just don't understand. And I try to call it out when I can. I mentor some young men sometimes. I'm like, look, man, this is how you want to do it. We just need more of that. Things have just gotten out of control, out of whack. And I feel like we've gotten to this place we're so scared to kind of draw some lines and call out BS. You can't say it anymore because now I don't know, it's toxic or you being
There's a lot
controlling.
of sensitivity.
Can I
And I will say this with moms raising the kids by themselves.
She said it, I didn't.
I can say it. There isn't the thick-skinnedness, and I always give credit to my ex-husband. He told me there are certain things that are men's stuff. It's men's stuff, and you're going to have to just walk away. Same thing happened to my mom. She told a story when she went in the other room and cried because it was like, my baby. But we'll cripple our boys if we don't have that. And so, there was a joke, like sometimes a boy needs to be punched in the chest. He never got punched in the chest. It was a joke. But he said there's sometimes a boy needs to get punched in the chest. That'll get them together. And so there was a very tough.
No, really, though.
Yeah, that's
that?
real.
No, for real. Like we all agree.
No, really,
like,
Yeah.
you need to be
And so I would say, with my son, we both did a really good job, I think, of balancing him. My job to teach him empathy, and he's amazing at communicating, and he does very well in relationship. And his father did a great job of helping him balance his emotions. If you're feeling this, it doesn't mean you need to get swept away with the current of emotions. You gotta realize, this is not the time, this is the place, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that that's something that is unique to how God created us. And it's obvious a lot of times when a father is absent, or if he's there but not doing a suitable job. Because not all fathers are physically absent, but they might have been either absent because they were working, or they could have had a mom that was so dominant. He said, instead of having to deal with the pushback, I'm just going to be quiet. And then you end up having a mama's boy that no woman would ever want.
Yeah, I think last week was a little scary. And I say this with all due respect to that young man, but he represents, I think, a large segment out there of those that aren't ready to hear what needs to be said.
Very large segment.
Can I say something? I think that Jacob was just saying that we have to be able to say the hard things to people. But before you can actually say something to somebody and quote unquote check them, you have to kind of build a relationship first. So maybe the first step is building genuine relationships with some of these younger guys. Like before you could be like, like you have to kind of pour into them and lead the way.
Hold on. So, but that may be part of the difference with women and men, because we're not always going to recognize the relationship aspect when something needs to be said. Sometimes it just needs to be said.
Well, no. Definitely don't not say it just because you don't have a relationship, like, or if you need to call somebody out. But if you really want to change, like, think about how many times somebody has to tell you things several times before you get it right. Like as an adult, we kind of act like somebody just told us once, which is usually not true. So I'm saying if you really want to have effective change and you want the people to change, like even when we talk about holding people accountable, you have to really know the people in their situation. You can't hold strangers accountable. That's all I'm saying. Like
I done been in the barbershop. Some guy say something off the wall, and you'll see a bunch of strangers turn around looking like, "Hey, what?" We're not doing that.
Yeah, I'm not telling y'all not to do
to some degree. To some degree, you guys are right.
Don't know each other from a can of paint, but they'll in agreement turn around and be like, "Man, nah." Like you just see people shaking their head. Nah, that ain't it.
To some degree, no, I agree with you, Jacob. To some degree, you're right, right? It's nuanced, but I know what she's talking about, right? So, for example, if you never see your nephew, you've never seen him since he was a little boy, and you lost that relationship, he's probably not going to respect you to a certain degree to listen to you when you come around, and you like every time he get in trouble, your mom like talk to him, and he don't know you, he don't respect you to that degree. So you telling him stuff he may not listen to you because he don't feel like you love him.
He's defensive.
You're not invested. You have no investment.
So, Mott, I can actually see your name, Mott. I'm sorry. I had to actually come all the way downstairs. Wake up. I
Welcome.
Went down 3 floors to my cellar to make sure I read your name. So my question to you is,
cellar. You went to the
yeah, because I think it's important to make sure we engage. Yonci deserves
I say
and the best that we can support. Sorry, Willie. But the reality is can we with that idea is can we say, okay, there's still a standard. I get that I have not met you since you were a kid, but there's still a standard as a boy to a man that you got to abide by. And does that standard exist in 2024?
Yeah, there's a standard. Absolutely.
This is to Mott. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, there's a standard. Absolutely. Like I said, a part of being a leader is being able to communicate and communicating effectively so that you're heard. Right now, if this boy, it's like a woman. If you've invested nothing in me, why would I? Why I don't have to listen to you because you've invested nothing.
Right.
So I just feel like my sister always calls me to come and deal with, my nephew, but I tell her like I'm too busy to devote the amount of time that I would need to really change him. And me just coming over there every time he gets in trouble to put my hands on him or whatever, that's doing him a disservice. And that's kind of, to me, I don't believe that that's kind of like the way I should operate. I think that's, so.
Just as long, and I just wanted to be clear for all the gentlemen here, there's a clear distinction, and that's all I wanted. Thank you, Mom. I'm sorry.
You can absolutely check strangers because the same way boys listen to their idols and their heroes who don't invest anything in them, who haven't put any time into them, they can absolutely check them. If I go to a gym and I'm playing basketball as a 10-year-old boy and a professional NBA player comes in there, a college player, or someone that I've just seen is out there cooking people every weekend tells me something, he hasn't invested in me ever. But because I know that he knows what he's talking about, I'm going to listen to him because he has that referent power base that just works when you talk to people. So saying that you can't check a stranger is almost just flat out untrue. Because if men couldn't check strangers, then women wouldn't feel so comfortable talking to men crazy.
But I think
I'm not saying that you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I didn't say you said. I'm just responding to what you all have said. I'm not talking.
Right. And Willie, I'm following you 100%.
I'm not. So don't. There's nothing to even respond to. Just ask a question when I'm done. If you go outside and you talk to a man crazy, women feel comfortable doing that because you assume other men will protect you. You assume that a stranger will come save you because it's not right to do that. But at the same time, if it wasn't for men checking strangers, women couldn't be women the way they are today. You couldn't be loud. You couldn't be disrespectful. You couldn't be aggressive with men because then men would be going upside y'all's heads. So men can absolutely check strangers by based on being who they are, what they are, and then just the inherent power they have in their character. So to say that we shouldn't tell bro that, you know what I'm saying, that 99% of the problems he has is with him, me as a man who has gone through some of those same problems, who has
It's irresponsible.
a lot of those same problems, who's got past those same problems, and because of who I am will not have those same problems, I am absolutely able to talk to him without investing anything in him. And then also behind the scenes, having literally invested in him, I absolutely can tell him, bro, you fucking messing up. Like you are the common denominator between the 47 women that you have talked to us about have broken your heart. You did that. All 47 of those women are not lying on you. All 47 of those women are not ghosting you because you're a great guy and you have all these great things to offer. Those 47 women, being the general consensus amongst those people, is that he is an unfit man and not worth their attention. So again, I'm not saying all women will feel that way, but the 47 women he's dealt with have all demonstrated and proved they feel that way about him.
Most times,
your outcome, the outcome that you get is who you are. Your outcome dictates who you are as a man. So if you're not where you want in life, it's because of the consequences and decisions that you have made or not made. It won't get you there. The same thing as a woman when it comes to dating. If you're not getting the results you want, do something different. Because to keep doing the same shit over and over again is, we all know, the definition of insanity. So people will talk out of one side of their mouth and say they want one thing, or I want a husband, or these guys will say, or these incels will be like, oh, I want to be better with women, but then they don't do anything to get better with women, or even listen to the people that they say they want to have success with. It's dumb.
I agree with you, but this is my thing. So I agree that you can check a stranger, and I think I agree with that when I first started talking too. But this is the thing: why can you check a stranger, right? Only from respect, right?
Yes.
If you're a stranger and you look like I can whoop you, you can't check me, right? Or if you was my favorite athlete, right? He may be able to come down and tell me stuff, and I'll listen to him, right? Or there's another aspect where this is my favorite teacher. I don't have any clothes at home. He bought me clothes. I don't have any soap, and he brought soap for me out of his own pocket. Okay, I admire this man, or I respect this man. So whenever I do something wrong and he look at me a certain way, I feel bad.
Because it's really defining the simple principles, right?
Man can't check you because he can check you on finances. He can check you on things that don't require physical stature or acumen to do. For example, I would take that, the guy who comes in and installs your cable or your computer, probably not a very physically imposing guy. But if that guy tells you, like, hey, man, the reason why your Wi-Fi is so bad because you have your modem over here, you're not getting a signal, he just checks you. And the reason why, because you respect his power base. The thing that I don't think a lot of women, especially, including even some men, don't understand is that your power bases, inherent, referent, or positional. And you have to have one of those three to be able to check someone. It's not just a respect thing. Because if you have the positional power base, that's like saying your boss can tell you what to do because he's your boss. A referent power base is you being able to refer to like a skill set, basketball, IT guy. And then you're saying inferred power base is him just knowing who you are, like the uncle. So say like you're the uncle, right? That everybody in your family knows you do well, you're good with the ladies, you got your life together, you're making it for yourself. That's an inferred power base. And a lot of the times people just try to pull from the power bases that, one, aren't their primary, or two, they just don't have. So that's the only time you can't check someone.
Well, Willie, everything that you said to me are all different levels of respect. So the only reason that I listen to my CPA, because I respect him and I respect his knowledge. I respect the things that he's done, his schooling. I chose him for a specific reason. The only reason I listen to my lawyer, I'm not listening to a BS lawyer. There are certain lawyers. There are certain lawyers. I've been in like litigation before, and the lawyers on the other side was so bad that I thought that I was better than them, and I actually thought that I handled them without even my lawyer needing to, right? Because I don't respect them as lawyers. I respect my lawyer, right? So I think all of these things, to some degree, can be attributed to respect. or admiration. You know, I admire this person and what they, and as far as, you know, when it comes to this particular skill set.
And I would say that, I was say that a lot of the things that were said, I don't think that a lot of the things that were said are in opposition. I think there's room for all the things are true. So if you take the scenario of someone checking someone, yes, somebody who is, we just had a situation where this guy pulled a gun on 2 girls and tried to, like, we imagine kidnap or whatever. And it was men stepping up and, you know, jumping in the situation. So in that situation, it's absolutely necessary. I think it's more of a wisdom thing where you can kind of read the room. Like, some people have defenses up. And so if they felt like you were an adversary versus an advocate, they're going to move in a different way. And sometimes somebody can be checked, but it doesn't resonate. So it kind of goes back to the situation where I was saying with that podcaster who we won't name, who was very shocking and said a lot of things that people agreed with, but rubbed a lot of women in particular the wrong way because of his style. And so, you know, he had every right to say what he wanted to say, but did it resonate? Did it reach women? Did it change their life for the better? People might argue that maybe it didn't, and maybe that more of an impact can be made. I say a lot of the same things that he did, but I don't get the hate. I don't get the pushback because I feel I try to reach somebody on a I don't judge you level. And that's what I get most often, that we don't feel judged by you. You've admitted you've been there a lot yourself, blah, 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 blah. So I think that, like, it's kind of like a buffet. Everything could be taken from, yes, I'm going to respect a person who gives me advice on fitness more by somebody who's fit and cut than somebody who's chunky and out of control. You know, I'm going to listen to somebody who's an authority over me and has power over me. Like, I think all those things that have been said are all true, and they all come into play in different scenarios. My 2 cents. How are we doing in the chat, everybody? We got 14 people who are still awake. How many of you guys are holding on strong? Who has to get up early in the morning? I want to see. I was doing okay until I just said that, Dog.
Do we have to donate yet?
I wouldn't do you like this.
Thank you. So if you do a donation, you have to specify if it is a love offering or you are extending the show. As of right now, we are on until 12:40 Central Time or 1:40 Eastern Time. I have a new topic that I want to discuss.
Ooh, let's hear it.
New topic. This is for the ladies. This is for the ladies. Is it a turn off if he asks you to versus if you initiate? So if you are just of the mindset like, I just want to rock his world, and you come in, or if he says, babe, he needs some attention. Is it a turn off if you are asked to do it? Hypothetically, because I know everyone's a virgin on the panel.
I don't think he ever has to ask.
Yeah.
They want you to tell them, not ask.
It's not a turn off for me.
Don't tell or ask. Like, it should be like, you know.
So you gonna do it every time he thinking about it?
Every time, every day.
She's saying preemptive. He won't have to ask because he's been taking care of it.
Right.
So let's just say,
I would say if I haven't done it yet, then it would be a turn off because it's gonna happen. Like, I'm gonna do it when I'm gonna do it.
Oh, like being told. He already knows.
Well, like, some people are aggressive, so it's not that I don't like being told what to do, but I don't.
She said, "Oh, so you already know it's about to happen. You just gotta take your time."
Yeah, like if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. So just, you know.
So let's say this scenario. Let's paint this picture. We're all trying to do the same scenario. You're in a relationship. You've been in a relationship. It happened. That bridge has been crossed. Now, let's say in your mind, you were like, man, when we go to sleep, I'm about to rock his world. But you guys are still on the couch. So you guys might have a great sex life and everything like that. But maybe he had a moment where he's like, hey, the kids are out tonight. They're all on a sleepover. Let's get frisky on the couch. And he initiates. But you were already planning on doing something later. Is it a turnoff if he's asking you to do it versus it being your idea. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not a turn off. It might be a turn on.
All right. Any other ladies want to weigh in either on the panel or in the chat box?
I think it just depends on the circumstances around it. Like, just in how he's asking, is it like you were saying, like, just go ahead and do it? Like, I think it just depends on.
You ready?
What?
You ready?
Oh, why the bass in the voice?
Auntie Pain.
Finish. What was you saying, Caitlin?
I just think that it just depends on like the circumstances. I mean, quite frankly, I've been in situations where it's just like, well, you know what to do, just go ahead and do it. Like being used versus like, it's mutual, it's fun, it's like a giving thing rather than a required thing. I think it just depends.
No, that's true too.
I'm sorry, I was busy typing. Kaylee, would you mind saying it again?
Which part?
Just the tail end. Like people say, I agree because I heard half of it, and I think I agree with you, but I didn't hear the beginning of what you're saying.
I just think that it depends on the situation around it. Like, is it like, well, you know what time it is, better get to it, kind of thing, versus like,
who talks?
Why do we always go to the tyrant? Why do we always
there are people like that. That is
because it's a lot of tyrants.
Yes.
So it's scary.
Y'all don't understand what just like you say, y'all aren't on dates with these women, y'all are on dates with these men. There are some dudes who listen to these podcasters and they think it's hot to be like, like, sir, sit down. Like,
and it's a lot of guys who like claim
There be a lot of like late greats, Kevin Samuel.
Now, I will agree. Like I said, that's why I said it.
I wasn't supposed to say that.
Because it depends if that is the mood. Like, oh, come on, like, let's get to it. Well, sure, let's have some fun. But at the same, it just depends.
No, that's true too. I get it.
This is a man that you're in a relationship with, and I'm assuming that you chose a man who was not a tyrant. And if you realize he was a tyrant, it would be time to be like, you know what?
How you find all these tyrants and sociopaths and narcissists?
Same way y'all find these women who are unappreciative and don't show reciprocity.
When the
like people hide stuff. Like if you went,
Okay. And it's the attitude. Okay. It goes
with a
both
tyrant
ways.
though.
It's
kind of like
How is a man a tyrant about getting some head? You making this like what is he forcing you to do it?
No,
like hold
let me give an example. Yes,
and not in a nice way, not in a like I'm gonna.
He racked that mug up.
I have been on dates with men who think that it is okay. I'm talking like early on. We not.
Yonci got a lot of hair, so you gotta be careful. No offense.
There have been men who think it's appropriate to just take a woman's hand, and this is his caveman way of saying, I am turned on. Like, they have no chill. It's like 0 to 1,000. And
men exist like that?
Yes, absolutely. Majority. So when you guy who is not pressed, that is why the women go crazy when a guy does not act pressed for sex, or he doesn't act like it's his first time having an erection. Like, sir, calm down. Oh, if we had a tell-all and women told the
can you
nasty, I had men on a first conversation ask my favorite position. Sir, I haven't even found out you have kids yet. Like, I'm not about to tell. I'm a virgin, so I don't have a favorite. But I'm just saying, like, the audacity in these streets. I had a man who thought he could neck with me because he talked about, oh, my car, I parked far. Do you mind giving me a ride? And my dumb butt, I'm younger. Okay. And he's thinking he could slobber on my neck. Sir, we have not even come close to kissing. Like what? So yes, there are a lot of men who can't read the room. They can't read Braille. They can't hear the room. They can't touch the room. The room doesn't exist. They're in outer space, and the room is in a galaxy.
I'm not far.
I feel like
I had a man show me a picture of his penis in person, and I was working from home from a coffee shop.
He had it in a folder out.
He had it in his phone
on 2024.
I just want to interject.
I bet you if I met any of these guys, I could tell they was weirdos.
I just want to interject one thing. Just one thing. It's fuck it. Men
I'm on YouTube.
My bad. F it. Men treat you the way that men treat you how they think they can. And a lot of the times that when these men are doing this to y'all, it's because they feel comfortable doing it to you based on how you present yourself. Again, not all the time, Monty. Wait,
no, I agree, but I was saying
majority.
They're seeing the second time you're on. That was
not all the time, but what Mont was just getting ready to say. If you put these men that y'all are having these experiences with in a room with other men who know better, aren't pressed, those are the men that we will that we will like roast because we know better and we get to be direct with them. Like, bro, you can't go ask that lady what it tastes like from the back and y'all just met. Like,
clown the hell out of him.
That's dumb. But then with women, let's be very clear, y'all for the most part are not much better. And the thing is, I control access to sex. So y'all should be significantly better than we are. And it's just as, if not more, thirsty women going for the men that actually have the stuff they want because they understand that for every one of them, for every one of those men, it's 1,000 women for them looking for those same kind of guys.
They need to connect.
And the stuff that
right,
leave me out of it. In our inboxes is wild.
Wild.
Man, why did you send me your Amazon wish list and a picture of your throat? Like, what are you trying to say?
Listen, bananas. I don't need another banana in my inbox ever.
But can men at least wait till I send a banana or something crazy until they come to me crazy?
Some.
Well,
you
talk to them.
Y'all wait to start asking for money until we offer to spend it?
Well, I don't. I mean, I'm saying.
Oh,
so can men wait till I ask them for money or something before they come to me crazy?
It goes both ways.
Yonci, what did your neck smell like?
It's about pop it.
I just wanted to know because
you gotta put the fan out.
It smelled like saliva after that man was done with it. That was
you ask a man for money, you gonna turn him off.
His mouth was off you. That's nasty. That's how you know he had a mouthful of plaque.
She said it smelled like Trident.
Y'all
remember Trident?
Oh my God, he tried it all right.
Still in the stores.
Yeah,
Trident. Still in the store.
Yeah, you don't know nothing about Trident.
Do y'all ask me for money?
There are so many guys. Honest to goodness, I was so naive when I, got back out there and was dating. And I mean, like really naive, and God protected me because there are some like next level people who should be in jail. Let's just start there.
Yeah, I feel like that man should be in jail.
There are a lot of men who should be in jail, and they're counting on women not wanting things to be awkward. So they will do something highly inappropriate and then either tell the woman who responds away, oh my God, you're so uptight. It's whatever the year. It's 1998, relax, whatever. There are a lot of those creeps out there, which is why I highly recommend to women, no matter what the guy says, do not invite him to your place and don't go to his place. And the guys will say, I just want to cook dinner, or I just want to, and that might be your truth. But for you, that one guy, there are 54 weirdos who think that just because you cross the threshold, that's consent. Like, no, she consented to
just say no.
So, and I did a poll and I asked, like, if a woman comes to your place, you need to get the way down. And the majority, this is a couple years ago on Facebook, with the majority saying that was a sign. So I was like, and I asked that when I was still dating. So from that point on, I was like, if anyone asked me to come over, that's a no. Because this is telling my age. I didn't know what Netflix and chill was. I literally thought they wanted to chill while watching Netflix. So when I found out what that was like a code for, I was like, oh my God, all this time. I'm like, I thought we were watching a movie. What are you doing, Ted? Yeah.
He said, get this work.
Going out with someone named Ted is where you messed up in the first place.
It's Ted. It's the
never
name
in my
Ted.
life. Okay.
You didn't even notice. His name is Theodore.
Ted sounds like he'll try to touch on you without washing his hands, so I don't know.
Theodore.
Ted has dirty fingernails.
See,
Theodore, right. Theodore goes after you with his thumb. Okay. Theodore.
I got a question, because if I don't ask it, then it's gonna bother me. So I got a question. Will, earlier when I said what I said, did you call me a liar?
Will or Willie?
Will. I know Willie's name.
Oh, no, I did not.
Oh, I thought you said something when I had said my answer. What you say?
I said throw the fan.
No.
Fly the fin. I don't call. No, one thing I will say. No, let me be clear.
Yeah.
No, let me be very clear.
I'm listening.
I would never call somebody a liar.
Okay.
The only way I will call somebody a liar is if I know that they've lied directly to me. What you do to society, it doesn't pertain to me.
Okay,
so
thank
I
you.
would
What did
never
you say?
openly.
What did you say?
To be honest, I don't even know what you're referencing, but I know I would not call you a liar because I don't know you.
When we were talking about the bonus question here, and I said my response.
What was the bonus question?
Oh, basically, do you believe that she actually just said gonna give it up with her man because she gave a perfect answer? So do you think
what was the question again?
Like cap or something.
The BJ question.
You think she was capping when she said she?
I wasn't talking to you. Yeah. I don't even know. Are you married?
Who are you talking to?
I was referencing the entire post. Let's talk about the liars.
My bad. No,
let's be very clear. I don't even know if young lady. I think I can assume that you are married.
She is unwed.
I don't know. So
no,
I would not call you. So I'm no, and I'm telling you, Yonci, no offense, but I don't know. So I would never call somebody that I don't know, who have never spoken the truth that contradicts the reality of what I believe in. I would not call you a liar.
Well, there we go. There we
go.
The end.
Cool.
Absolutely
all right, my
the
bad.
end.
You cool.
So
that's it. I'm just gonna be clear across the board continuum.
Is it cool for us to ask for head or not? Because
why are you asking for something that's automatically?
Because first of all, the majority of women just ain't giving head all willy nilly either.
First of all, why are you with a woman who's not giving willy nilly head?
Right.
Okay, wait a second. Hey, hold on.
Right. What kind of women are you with?
Wait, no, time out.
The thing is, I know that people. You have a large following, Yonci, and a lot of them don't have the emotional. The emotional experience, the intellectual experience to understand.
I heard you laughing, Mark.
I feel like
where's
I
mine?
feel like this is one of them situations where like you can ask all your followers, like, do all the girls give willy nilly head? And most of the guys will be like, most of them don't give willy nilly head.
They don't.
And then all the girls will be like, yeah, we all do.
Head at all.
But in
actually, I feel like all the girls gonna be like, yeah, we all do. You need to do that.
No, my point that I'm making and being petty about it is I'm saying, just like you were balking at the idea that you would be with a guy who's a dictator, I'm saying, why would y'all be with a woman who doesn't give head on the regular?
She's of no use to me. She's of no use to me.
Yeah, listen.
And I would say a woman who doesn't give a guy head on a regular is not really into him.
Right.
She's going to want his toes to curl on a regular basis.
Wait, say it again. Say it again so the world can hear it. The world needs to hear this. This is YouTube.
Y'all got to realize women
you deserve to hear Yonci's voice. Go ahead.
A woman who loves a man will want to serve him in every way, shape, or form, and reciprocally. That's how.
Okay, so Yonci, so the ladies on the panel, like y'all get on top every time and y'all enjoy it.
I don't want to be accused. I saw you. I was waiting for it.
We all like it.
I'm waiting on one of y'all to lie.
Right, thank you, Willie.
I don't understand. What's the question?
We didn't hear the question.
Do y'all get on top? Do y'all get on top every time?
God darn it.
Every time you ask, or every time you
no, just every time in general, because we like that. We like it.
I mean, it can start off as.
Do you get on top at least for at least 5 minutes?
That wasn't fair. That wasn't fair. I saw what you did now.
Yeah, I see what you get.
Because if we like it, y'all going, y'all want to,
Gotta over there.
No, but that's a real question. You got to answer.
There's a
that's
song
a real
by
question.
Joe. I could tell you're lying.
Yonci, you're discluded. That's a real question. Young ladies, go ahead. That's a real question.
Yeah, we're answering in the chat.
The question was answered in the chat. I think that's a very fair way to do it.
That's unfair.
No, hold on. The reason why it is fair is because there is a double standard when it comes to women. We've all talked about it, that women are expected to be chaste. So it is unfair.
All right. I see what you're saying. All right.
You were all
I yield.
around the coffee table
in defense, I yield.
She's supposed to be the most unchaste woman ever once you get
right.
in
But
this
I'm
bed.
saying we're talking in public. We're
Public.
not in a
This
relationship.
is a public forum and it's mixed company. So
you right.
I can't even get two numbers.
In the first place.
Listen,
like Yonci is a virgin, so we don't ask her questions.
Yes,
But the other
but
two,
I would imagine
outside,
that
so.
if I ever were to lose my virginity, that I might have a tendency to be lazy. I maybe wouldn't think to do it that way, especially if my partner seemed very happy. But a person who cares about their partner would probably ask and say, "Hey, would life be greater if every single time there was, the horse was mounted and she's saddled up?"
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Can I call out something that just seems crazy to me real quick?
Come on, Matt.
How can we talk about the BJs and like, oh, y'all, we giving BJs all day?
See,
We
facts, Matt.
This is a
You're right.
BJ's lemonade stand over here. But when it comes to like hopping on top, it's like we gotta put that in the chat. I don't know.
For the record,
Whatever.
I have consistently never answered for the record, and I have spoken in hypotheticals and what friends have done.
Preach.
Okay.
Yes.
Because you didn't ask about how
the
you
woman.
give the BJ.
That's
You just asked, do we do it?
We understand that Yonci is a virgin.
On your question,
What you
Mott.
say,
Other three, y'all are outside, so y'all get the answer.
A good 25%, Mott, but that is 25%. You still got 3. Go ahead, Mott.
Yeah,
Y'all know how like y'all said earlier, like, just because you can do something, that don't necessarily
She heard it.
do it.
Hey, don't try to hide behind Yonci's chastity.
Thank you, Willie. There are 4 women, 1 woman answer. Y'all can't be like, y'all.
What's the question?
Nope.
The one that y'all trying to answer.
We all know.
I answered it in the chat.
Right.
There's no question. You're right. Y'all are answering the chat like Yonci.
Right.
Y'all
Every
outside.
personal question don't go in the chat. We all on
Y'all
live,
can
and I
just
can
answer
see
the
your
question
face.
the same way y'all been expecting.
I don't
us to
know.
do it. Y'all want to put it in the chat now, like people can't go back and copy and paste that or read what you said.
We wouldn't expect anyone to be that.
I think it's. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting how like. I think it's interesting how we got like these pretty much jockeys here, but most women from our experience are ladies. They don't want to. That's hard work. They don't want to do that.
Wait a minute. I said
They don't want to do that every time.
Wait, give me my credit. Hypothetically, I said.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about the other 3.
No, Willie,
Hey.
Willie, read what I'm saying. I said hypothetically, I might be guilty hypothetically of not every single time. And hypothetically, because I would care about my hypothetical person, I would probably hypothetically ask them if that is what they would want.
So Yonci,
so I'm going to your statistic. I'm saying I would err on, once I lose my virginity, that might be something that is taken for granted.
So Yonci, hypothetically, are you within the 80%? The 80%.
Hypothetically, I can't give a percentage. I said I
80%, yes or no, majority or minority?
I answered it by saying there's a good chance that when I do lose my virginity, that might be something that might not come to my mind. And so conversations like this would be a great motivator to have that conversation.
Shouts out to Yonci, y'all.
I keep it a book.
Shouts out to Yonci for staying focused and foundational.
What?
Guys, if I hop off for a little bit, it's because I'm having a midnight Nerf gun fight.
Oh, that's what's up. So his question was, when you are intimate, are you riding like a cowgirl every single time, or are you starfishing sometimes?
Well, it depends on the guy and it depends on the energy, but if he likes that girl, do what he wants.
Ain't no pillow princess. That's demon time.
We're talking about the moment you get tired. You get tired. What happens next?
We go to sleep because it's done.
Look, we got a starfish right there. We got a starfish. This is William.
Women had to exert a tenth of the effort that a man had to exert during sex. They wouldn't. I again think that there would be a lot more single women because
I think
also, a lot of women are out of shape. Let's just put it simply.
Yes. So
a lot of men, and we still have to perform.
Wait a minute. Let me say this. I want to applaud you guys, okay? Because this was someone did a post or whatever, And most women would not be able to maintain the stamina that the guys do just from a physical exertion. I'm not even being nasty. So I do applaud that. I do applaud that effort. I think that it is kind of karma and the payoff. Since you guys get off so easily,
right?
You have to do more physical exertion. We have to do less physical exertion, but it's like.
But we can't even ask for a little head. Come on now. Like, that's crazy.
No, we're saying you shouldn't have to ask.
Can't even.
I'm not listening. Okay, no.
I shouldn't have to, but I do.
Devil's advocate right now. It may be one person up here who I could, if God asked me right now, do I think that she really is giving up head when her dude asked, and that I can be like, yeah. The other two of y'all are lying.
To really tell the truth.
F all that. The other two of y'all are lying because one of y'all is not even agreeable outsider. So I don't see you just giving up head because it makes your man happy. And then the other one, you actually have morals and you like to do things. And you know what I'm saying? And like you may have some trauma from like your work-life balance and dudes, you know what I'm saying, pitching tents. So I just don't see either person just jumping up and slobbing on a knob every time her dude asks. But then the one, she tends to give a lot of the right answers that work and register and poll well with men and also presents herself in a manner that presents and polls well with men. I can see it for her. But the other two of y'all are so full of shit, your eyes are brown. I'm sorry, I'm just going.
Keisha said she'll do it. She don't want you to ask. She gonna do it when she want to do it.
That is what I said. That is the question. That is the question. What I'm saying, so let's just say on an average, right? She's doing it 4 times out of the week, just on average. Like he's just at work, let's say he's, he works at home or whatever. He's at work and she just surprises him, comes in, locks the door and handles her business. Or he's in the shower.
You said 4 times in a week.
You think a man only wants head 4 times a day?
So I said, let's just say on average, she is voluntarily. He's in the shower. She climbs in the shower with him or whatever. You're driving home, whatever.
Pay attention, baby. You got this.
And she's just offering out of nowhere. What I'm saying is, does that man still feel the need to ask for it if she is regularly, and I gave an example of 4 times a week, regularly giving? I'm saying, would that man still be asking?
Maybe I missed this. What is the big deal about asking?
That was the question being asked, saying, does it change the dynamic if it's her idea and she's going, I'm in the mood, I want to go surprise him and do this, versus being told, hey, I need you to do this?
Yeah,
listen,
versus the.
How you can tell a man wants head? It's every time the Lord is good. How often is the Lord good?
Brother?
All the time.
Thank you.
Are we
so you think that you've been getting that head 4 times a week when there's 72 extra hours in the week?
Won't he do it?
Like,
won't he will?
What are we doing? Like, if we're gonna be real, let's be real. It's 7 days in a week.
Hey, put that fan out there.
Okay. So question.
I feel sorry.
In a perfect world, right? This is your fantasy world. You're an avatar in a fictional character land, and you're creating your own universe. Okay. Mm-hmm. What are you programming your wife to do?
To walk around on her knees.
How many? So we're talking multiple times a day.
Listen. As long men have a refractory period, right? So whatever your refractory period is, if it's an hour, 2-3 hours. Moral of the story, I'm telling you, the best way to look at this is men want head every time, anytime God is good.
Okay, so you're saying 11 o'clock a.m. she comes in and goes crazy.
I'm getting off that meeting and turning my camera off.
12 o'clock she comes in and she said, I want some more. You're saying you are down to go again, and then
I'm not turning down no head for my woman.
Wait a minute.
No, I'm really asking about
what you say, Keisha?
Did Willie just say be on your knees? Wait a minute.
He did. No, but I'm really asking because as women, and it might be different as women, but depending on how aggressive or whatever, she might need to rest a little bit. Like
cool. Like we're not gonna force it.
No.
I'm sorry, you just did it.
No. I'm saying, from a woman's perspective, I'm asking because it would be different for a woman I don't think that a woman would want sex on the hour, not from even being turned on, but just from a physical, like she will probably
y'all get all sensitive. You can't touch it no more.
So what I'm saying is, for me, I'm really trying to understand physically, would that be pleasurable still if you were getting it on the hour every hour? So at the end of the day, you've had it.
I don't want head 24 times a day. Absolutely not.
That's what I'm asking. I'm like,
There's no way, shape, or
you want to be
form.
literal?
No.
If I walk in the door at 5 o'clock, right? If I walk in the door at 5 o'clock, if she's waiting on the door, like one of the nicest things a woman has ever done for me was be at the door waiting on me on her knees.
Right.
She knew when I walked in, that's what time it was.
And that would be one time that day, right?
Run the block as soon as I got in the shower, and then was like
that day
again. And then we had some quality time, and then later we watched the movie. She was laying in my lap. A sex scene came on. We just started talking about the first thing that popped up, and she did it again. So like that's fine, but I'm not expecting you to just come over here every time the cuckoo clock go off. You go give me some like,
wait, Willie.
Okay, right, Willie. I get what Willie's saying. Willie, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Is that every day?
Huh? That's what I'm saying. I'm asking like on a regular basis, but not a
yes, bro. I'm telling you, anytime the Lord is good, I want some head. Like my woman would understand that. Like,
okay, so have you ever gotten that? Because I had a friend say this to
every day.
Yonci.
No, I had a friend.
For example, as soon as I pick her up from the airport, I don't make it to the house.
No, you told me, but that's airport. That means it's not
that means
right.
She stay with you.
Right.
Imagine when I came home. Like imagine if we lived together, it would be worse. Her poor jaws. Like
no, what I'm saying is there's a difference between the
you don't really use your jaws.
And then what you think you would do. So I thought before I was married, I would have a certain whatever, but I realized that some things it's the idea of it that's the most exciting. But when you actually get to experience it, like when I became an adult, I was like, I could buy pizza whenever I want. And I thought we buy pizza all the time. But then once you have pizza so much, you're like,
I don't want it.
No,
right.
So I'm saying, have you ever experienced having it every single day, multiple times a day, to know that you really would want that every single day?
I think he's already expressed that that's his lifestyle.
Look at it this way. I never
hey,
I never wake up and get tired of being able to go outside and hop in whatever car I want to and driving for the day. You know why? Because it's the exact same analogy. So if I have a Lamborghini outside, I promise you, it's not going to be a day where I'm like, damn, I really don't want to drive this Lamborghini today. I'd just rather stay at home and walk. No. So if I have a girl with a Ferrari throat, trust me, I'm test driving that thing every time I can. Like, that's the point. It's not about just, you know what I'm saying, the feeling and all. It's the connection, it's the mission, all the extra stuff that goes into being able to look down at this young lady who is choosing my pleasure over her own breath. Like, that is powerful. And for her to do that 2 or 3 times a day, listen, if it wasn't so mean, I promise you, every year I will buy my woman a brand new pair of like Louis Vuitton knee pads because I have hardwood floors and I do not.
Oh my God!
Like, I don't want hair 24 times a day, but 3 or 4 I am absolutely okay with. Like, I'm gonna stop putting drawers on at that point. Everything I got now is just sweatpants. Like, I would change my wardrobe if it meant I was getting head every day.
Yo,
question.
Yo,
do the guys agree with Willie, or is that a bit much for you? What y'all think?
I can tell you, my ex-wife used to do that every day, at least once a day.
Once a day.
And you didn't get tired of it.
I said at least. I said at least once a day, and there's no getting tired of that.
Hey, yo, the key point is that this man said his ex-wife.
Is once a day your preferred, or do you prefer 3 like Willie?
That ain't why she's the ex.
No, do you prefer 3 like Willie, 3 to 4, or do you prefer like once a day?
Once a day is adequate because 3 or 4 may be a bit.
Demons before we not together is because other people, they were so proud of their work, they were also demonstrating that work for other people. So that could be a reason why they're not.
Oh shit! Nah, but right though.
Because at the end of the day, like, it's cool to have a girl with a throat that's a Ferrari, but I need to be the only one test driving that motherfucker. I'm not trying to.
Yeah,
that's a whole different scenario. But one of the things that I appreciate most about my woman is the fact that, like, every time I look at her, I'm like, damn. Like, I feel bad. Like, how sometimes you stare at your woman's boobs or her butt. I look at mine's throat because I just know, like.
That's crazy.
I'm not even trying to be funny. Like,
help us.
There are so many, like, that's a
help
thing
us.
for me. Like, one of the things that I judge women on, no disrespect, is their ability to you know, to
It was fun having a channel.
To execute their mission. However, I will say that as a connoisseur of some of the most premium, orally talented women on earth, I have yet to be like, no, I don't want none. I'm cool. No, you just did it 3 hours. No, girl, what do you like? Girl, go for what you know. I'm not turning that down. That's crazy.
How would y'all feel if your man was just once a day was just like, yo, you just gotta throw the gold, like you just got like the Throtosaurus. Like you would
put your oral talent to work.
You ain't even gotta do nothing. Just lay off the side of the bed and hang your head over. I'll do the rest of the work.
Not too bad.
I'll give you a half day off. Like you get a, you know what I'm saying, you get a break. Like I'm not gonna make you go do all the tricks and cartwheels and stuff.
Help!
I'm seriously like I'm considerate. So if you helping me, like all you have to do
looks like Will.
Yeah, you know where that planking trend came from, right?
The who?
That planking. Remember back in the day when everybody was planking on stuff?
Good day.
You know where that trend came from?
Good day. Meeting adjourned.
I saw it coming.
I have literally set up places in my home so that if my woman felt the need to, she could literally plank and just take the day off. Like, don't worry, I got you. I'll do the rest. Just lay there and breathe through your nose.
We are out here, y'all. Shouts out to Yonci friends. Oh my God.
I'm not like Willie in this respect. Me and Willie not like this respect. That's
my God.
I wish that type of head on every man were breathing.
I wish.
And I also wish that the counter for every woman. But I wish that every woman gets a guy like Willie. You know what I'm saying? A clip master 9000 for a mouth. Like I really wish that for y'all. And then for every guy, I want you to find someone who is like like
I'm not giving head 4 times a day, Willie. I'm sorry.
I'm
not giving it 4 times a day.
He said, "Get yourself the jaw 3,000."
I'm telling you, and listen, the best ones are at church.
I feel like it would lose its specialness if anything that it becomes routine loses its specialness.
Not if the end result's an orgasm.
That's just my personal. And I used to not feel. I used to be of the mindset that like,
my God.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Oh, wow, man.
We're in tomorrow today. Shouts out.
I'm personally I'm more of like a box guy than a mouth guy. But
man, we were out here.
Oh, within them 3 or 4, it's gonna be some cheese pack for sure.
We are out here.
Because you know that first one, that's the one that can be quick, but the second one that takes forever. So I'm not gonna be disrespectful and then have her try to finish me off then, because you know that's what made the odds ever be ever in your favor, because she might not get it done. And it doesn't matter if she got a Bugatti for a throat. It's just physiologically it doesn't work all the time on the second one.
I have a crazy question for the men. The longest time you've received head from a woman?
3 hours and 40 minutes.
What is happening?
And Yonci, since me and you are close, I will tag her and I will send you who it is. Like just off of GP.
Not even trying to be funny though. It doesn't chafe at a certain point.
Yeah. Like it was and the problem was, it's like you ever get someone like a guy who is like so like intent on getting you there, but he keeps moving and stopping, and so like eventually you're like give up, but you don't want to do that because you may have you don't want her to tell on you type thing, because
3 hours
and
41 minutes.
I have a whole
There's no such thing as too much of a good thing, but I
have a whole group chat thread where we discuss this, and they make fun of me for letting her do it because of who it was.
But like,
go with mine.
Yeah, that should be a crime. Like, she had to be in the hospital after that.
Yeah, I was
like lockjaw.
In the military. Yeah.
What in the tetanus is happening?
Clutched them pearls.
Clutched them jaws.
Clothes, the sweater, everything.
You get nothing but wisdom teeth. hours, you gotta go
like
for
you
what's
get
right.
circumcised the second time.
My goodness.
3 hours?
Almost 4. Like how
I
much
couldn't
longer?
even kiss for 3
Hey,
hours.
About how much
anybody,
longer this show is gonna go?
count to 60 times. And let me tell you how much 3 hours is. Count to 60 times. Take
I
your
put
time.
3 hours on
That
the show
is
tonight. That's about how long it was.
3 hours. You got
to have sex.
Oh my God! What in
The
the
time was
Popeye?
too specific for him to be lying.
Get up.
What? Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, what
I'm
in the
not giving- this
Popeye
is why you
Sailor
have
Man is coming
conversations with
on? Like,
Yonci,
she ate
I'll
a
let
hell
you
of a
read
lot
the
of
group
spinach,
chat.
bro.
And mind you, we're talking about something that happened in 2005, and we're talking about it in 2023. Like, because they know the story. We were all stationed together, and it just got out.
That woman who can give head for 3 hours and 41 minutes.
She don't know what she's doing. Get up.
She can
and mind you, it was a whole lot of
That
hands.
is crazy.
It was a whole lot of hands, and like the best part to me was the hand part. Like, because at the hand, it was like all two.
Yonci, fix your
Waited
face.
for 3 hours?
Fix your face, Yonci. Fix it.
No,
You're professional.
He
right
said
now.
the best part was the
Best part was
hand.
his hand. He said it.
Yeah, because she
Fix your
had
face.
like
This
the
is
twist
crazy.
rotation part was cool.
What is happening?
Mind you, I'm like 20 years old when this happened.
He said there were teeth involved.
Question. Like, how many times did you get soft, get back hard, get soft, go back? Like
Every 15 minutes.
Okay.
Like, it was just like I was so impressed that she tried.
It's about him saying nope.
That's what impressed me was she was like dead ass. Like, and what's even worse to me was she hyped it up. She was like, listen. Yeah, it was just she tried, and then I think another part was we were in the I was in the Navy. We were on the ship when it happened. So like I kept getting nervous because someone's gonna walk into the space. I'm like got my coveralls pulled halfway down.
Maybe she had performance anxiety.
Huh?
Maybe she had performance anxiety.
I had performance. No, listen. If she had got me to finish, it would have felt like a fire hose when I was done. Because being edged for almost 4 hours is impossible.
Like scary movie.
I don't know
when
what that
they were
is.
in the
What's
bedroom
edging?
and then like he did, and edging is like when you get your
Yo,
like,
can you imagine doing 3 hours and 41 minutes
Hold
of
on,
everything?
hold on. Stop. What did you say?
Like
edging,
getting them close
edging
and
like
backing
little
off.
pops.
Yeah, edging.
Oh, that's impossible for 3 hours.
Yeah, if you get a dude,
Right?
That close, like I wasn't even close.
But you don't do it. It's like a control thing.
Yeah.
3 hours and that's like watching like
If she
one and
could
a
have
half.
did that, then we probably would be married. If that was,
I think of having to like pee really bad and then not letting yourself go.
I had to go get in the shower and like wrap myself up in the shower curtain because I couldn't. Like
3 hours, bro.
That sounds like a rare form of torture.
Listen,
Right? Thank you.
So this happened, but me and my girlfriend at the time had split up, and I was debating like, do I want to get back with her or not?
That was your punishment.
No, this is what made me go back to her.
Yo, what did happen?
This is what, like, as soon as I'm like,
karma.
I'm in the shower, I'm trying to pee, I gotta take a shower because that went all crazy. I get dressed, like as I'm leaving the ship, I'm like, yeah, I guess I gotta go ahead and make this work because this is what's outside. I gotta go back home, and we now have.
So what would you do if you were in a relationship and you loved the woman and she was passionate about, making love to your member and it was just trash?
I don't think there would be no relationship.
You gotta learn.
Approach that conversation.
Before I knew my worth, I stayed.
There it is.
Just leave. That's just it. Just leave.
I have now.
No, Willie said to be clear, before he knew his worth. What did you say, Willie?
He stayed. My second relationship was someone who gave terrible head every time she threw up.
Oh man.
So
It's important. It's important to note them key phrases. Go ahead, Willie.
So I mean, I've stayed before, but now it's like the number 1B priority that I have for a woman sexually, which is why, loving my woman to death. It's
choking her to death.
The reasons that I love her to
Wait,
death.
what?
Or
What? Wait a minute.
6 is definitely, what I'm saying, the part of her body that holds her head to her shoulders.
Got you.
Her neck.
What happened?
Yeah, because I don't. And yeah, if
Everybody log off.
He's going in the Hall of Fame. Like you know how much, you know how like fire. You know I may be a fairly difficult guy to deal with for the average woman. Do you know how well behaved? Have you noticed how like not outside I've been? How well behaved I am? Do you know what it took to get from me?
Willie, tell him the truth.
I have a question for these guys who are wanting this regular basis. How often are you initiating oral for her?
Every damn. I'm talking about breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Morning breakfast is the best.
They way more enthusiastic than y'all was.
Yeah, how easy that was. Y'all was all half-ass dragging.
Motherfucker, if you want slim fast, I'm there. I don't even need a diet. I'm 5'8", 165 pounds, but I go on a diet to get.
I believe in the rule of reciprocity. So
I just like it.
Have you ever walked in a room and like seen your guy and he gave you that look and you were like, nope, not right now? That's
no,
pretty much.
You come in from work, it's on. We argue,
I'm
it's
not,
on.
I'm not. Wait. No, I am not eating all day coochie. Absolutely not.
What? That's just me. I'm sorry.
That's the best kind.
There are men who you could be out of the gym.
This is the first time we ever disagree, Willie. I'm sorry.
Listen,
no,
but
I prefer more than one day.
You getting 10,000 steps a day. You're not getting one lick
Yes.
from me till you go wash them 10,000 steps off. I don't want no. I'm not a deer.
There are some men who will get mad if you try to shower. I'm
cool.
Really?
I am willing. You better put your hands
This is
up,
interesting
man.
to
I
me.
know we like each other. You put your hands up.
Me that funk, that nasty, that
They want the marination.
That realness, realness. You've been through life. You better come on and get this courage.
Then leave the panties on my pillow.
Get this healing. You better get this nourishment.
Leave them there.
He said, "Let me marinate overnight."
Get this Gatorade.
Let me ask this. What is it about like 3-4 day pussy? What's about that?
It's
what?
Like,
it smells like her.
3 to 4 days. What? Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, YouTube.
I'll explain it.
3 or 4 days and no baby.
I wish she would go 4 days.
Maybe they were camping.
I wish that she would go 4 days.
3 to 4 days to do what?
Yeah, I wish.
He said the kitty had been. If the kitty was marinating for 3 or 4 days, that would be delightful for him.
Bro, you sound like Napoleon.
Those reactions were priceless.
Bro, you sound like Napoleon, like the leader.
What is happening? 3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days of what?
Let me explain y'all what's so great about it.
What are you marinated again?
Let me explain y'all what's so great about it.
Like it's
Marinate that shit in some soap and water.
I have a question.
Drama.
So it sounds like
4 days.
For all the guys on the panel.
She take a shower, she can keep it.
Oh my
Let me
God.
go in there and marinate my vagina in balsamic. Like,
You gonna tell your girl to go outside, hop on the treadmill or the Peloton for 45 minutes.
Let me get some apple cider, like some Caesar dressing.
No.
Caesar
dressing. Some Epsom salt first. Ain't no way.
This is a no judgment zone.
No, we're not judging.
They can judge me all they want.
Judge
me all they want.
3 days.
Stuff. But what I will tell you is this.
He said 3 days and 3 nights.
I am
3
so
days
glad
and 3
that my
nights.
girl has
Give me 4
days.
40 days, 40 nights vagina. Because
I'm not getting Noah's Ark vagina. It's not happening.
Like 40 days, 40 nights. Like you got to get a wax in there at some point. Like what are we talking? What?
Listen, I love. Listen, I'm infatuated with my woman so much. I'm infatuated with my woman so much that I like her smell. Like I like her smell. I love it. Like
I respect. I can see that. I just pray that the Lord.
No facts.
Obsessed.
It's an addiction. I get it.
Yeah,
3 days though.
It smells more like her.
To keep that type of infatuation, far as
Not for the
further
real.
away from me.
Yeah,
Not for the
I'm
real.
just saying.
Now,
Something more
now,
like
in
that.
defense, I've
You
never
don't like
thought
doing
to,
it, but
But I
she
I've
get it.
never
know
thought to
that
like go swan diving in 3-day-old vagina. I've
No,
never
because
thought
and
to.
then two girls be wanting you to eat. You got to eat. You know what I'm saying? You got to eat the other A word at the same time, and I'm definitely not eating no 3-4 day old ass.
Oh Jesus!
You
You think she ain't wiped her butt
That's
in 3
like,
days?
do you wait,
No.
Willie? Do you call it like vajerky or something like that? Like
I
after a
I'll call
while,
it. I just don't say no.
Chilling.
And I just
It's
defend
called
it.
chilling.
Yeah,
Do you
I'm
think it's
cool.
crazy if a guy doesn't eat?
You said
You
what?
said what?
I said, do you
No.
think it's crazy if a guy doesn't eat?
Oh, he's
yes,
childish. He's,
Huh?
he's
yes.
childish.
I think that
Childish?
he's a vegan.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
childish.
he's
Childish.
He's a
childish is
vegan.
what he's saying, and I
He's a
agree.
vegan, is what he is. He's vegan and he doesn't appreciate life.
No,
But again,
he actually,
watch
if he
that
doesn't,
thing first, though.
if a guy doesn't eat women, he gives head to men. Like I don't.
He,
I don't think. I'm
thank
sorry.
you. He's vegan.
Yeah, like no,
You
he's
need,
not.
like,
I
Giving
always
you like
thought that was
something.
interesting when if a man said that he doesn't partake.
Unless it's
You
like
crazy.
a cultural thing. Like Jamaicans swear
Right.
they don't do it, even though I got a whole bunch of
Lies.
Jamaican homeboys that
Lies.
I
If
know.
she gotta take a shower right before you do it, you
Scrappy,
don't really eat box anyway.
Yo, the
Y'all
real,
don't
the
eat box.
real,
Y'all
the
ain't
real, they
eating
real
nah.
yardies. They put that teeth right there, and
Yeah.
they go for it.
I'm
They
telling
go
you
for
now,
it. The
I'm
real
power washing
yardies.
my vagina before I eat it. So
Nah, Willie, you gotta try it, Willie. Willie, just tell her for 2 days. Like,
2 days.
just try it, Willie.
Absolute, bro.
Let it
I'm not
marinate
even
like
fresh
Thanksgiving
off the
dinner.
airplane. Like no, and she'll take a shower before she gets to the airport. That 3.5 hours in the air breathing them Delta COVID germs. I'm not eating that. You got to come in here and put that hot lava
3
water on you and
days,
wash that
bro.
off.
Oh damn.
So what's the difference between you driving to the airport and it not being fresh out the shower?
I am fresh out the shower because I know
No,
what's
I
about
said
to
it's
happen
not
to me.
fresh. No, you had to drive to the airport.
I bet you
Yeah,
not
when
3
you
days.
came home.
Okay, so let's play this. So I'll play the game with you. I walk from my bathroom to the shower. That's mean to the car. That's 16 steps, maybe. I get in the car. I turn my cooled and massaging seats on. So I'm getting cold air blown up my balls, and now they still fresh and minty. I drive to the airport. It takes another 16 minutes. She's outside waiting. That's another 10 steps for me to hug her, grab her booty, put her luggage in the car, and then we get back in the vehicle and head off. Wait till we get on the freeway because there's a bunch of police and turns and lights and cameras in DC. You know how that goes. And now we're driving home. I'm still fresh. And in the event that I wasn't, I got a car full of baby wipes. What are we talking about?
Not baby wipes.
No,
I'm
it's
not
about
giving nobody
let's
no
talk
coffee balls.
let's
I'm
talk
not
about
drinking
minty.
South Park.
Question for the ladies though.
Really, I
Like,
didn't see the minty coming. He
So
said,
for the
"I'm
ladies.
gonna be fresh and minty."
For the
I keep-
ladies, do you
I
prefer
keep
your man to like you fresh out the shower? Do you prefer your man to like you with some natural scent on you?
I would feel self-conscious if I
I'm
was not
looking.
freshly washed.
Like freshly, like 5 minutes, within 5-10 minutes.
I'm not saying it would
Yeah,
have
but
to be like in 5-10, but I'm just saying the longer I would get, the more self-conscious I would be.
You would get over that after y'all been together for a certain period of time.
I think if he consistently was okay, my defenses probably would go down.
Down, baby.
But-
I actually called to get your
Yeah,
haircut
but I
too,
think
but I need you to lay
initially
down, rest
if
your spirit.
the mindset would be like,
Lay down.
okay, I would want to make sure I'm absolutely fresh. Because
And you
women,
can
you
lay
have a
right
lot
here if
going
you
on,
wanted to.
so
It's
it's
longer.
like,
That's how it
even though it's
starts.
natural
comfort,
odors,
but
like we live in a time
It
where
doesn't stretch the
overly
You see how the
Listen, like of a
overly
JJ does not stink unless she has something. Like to me,
Right.
like unless she has something or a BV, something like that, it doesn't stink. So I don't know what y'all experience, but I never smelled
It's
like
not
it.
about the stink. It's that extra salty shit. I mean, stuff that
Sorry.
I'm talking about.
But just sometimes, like
oh my God.
not being aired
After
out,
you
like
work
they say,
out.
you should give it a break. You should sometimes take a break from wearing underwear or sleep, naked or whatever. Like sometimes you just might want it to breathe. So if you're
Don't
just
come home from Pilates class trying to give me some ass. I'm cool. You need to take a shower first.
Yeah, because the bacteria eats the
Like, and
protein.
I was just raised like it's not a mind you, I understand where you're coming from. I told you, I even connected it with the historical dudes who were saying actually feel the same way. It's just that for me, like I have a real sensitive stomach for like a woman's private area. So if it's just not up the utmost hygienic, like it's already bad enough that I gotta say and put
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit we got to do down there. You know what I'm saying? But to think that you want to go like run a Spartan race and then come home and sit on mine and sit on my face, absolutely not. Like,
I feel like that about every woman that's not my woman.
Oh, facts. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Oh no, that's reality.
You said you're so infatuated. Like again, Lord, please, I humbly ask.
Hey, can we give a shout out to like to the curls that are happening right now on the camera?
This is old school. She
This is so nostalgic.
leave and left us high and dry, but she said, "I'm committed." That to me is commitment.
Absolutely.
I salute that.
I would give my 5 rounds in the heavyweight bout.
Yonci, I just put it in my group chat and I was like, "Hey, listen,
Shouts out.
If your old lady told you that like she wanted to go to the old lady and tell her like, hey, don't bathe for 3 or 4 days, and then give me the box." One of my friends said that he went and did it, right? And then she said she told him to get the F out his face. And then another one was like, "Are you serious?" So, you may have just started a challenge in my group chat because I'm pretty sure his wife don't like to wear deodorant no way. So I'm fairly certain that she about to do it. And I have so many jokes already.
I like them.
Oh my
I like them
God.
as a couple.
Oh my God.
I was gonna say, by the way, if you are single,
It's about this gentleman right here.
if
What's
you're
his name?
single and you want a relationship, don't go to Mon's page.
Now you see.
You will feel
Now
away.
you see.
Yes. Oh, you should
Will.
go. No, that should go to his page.
No, you'll be like, "Dang, I'm single." Because their affection, you gonna be like, you gonna be feeling away, like looking for your man.
Oh
and you
my
realize you have a
God.
man. So I just say, don't do that to yourself.
I go to Mon's page. I share my stuff, and girls be like, "Hey, who is your homeboy?" And I'm like, "No, don't do that." Like,
I think I've done that. I'm like, you don't want no smoke with mine, man.
I watch the travel videos and shit, and I'm like, man,
Yeah, you gonna feel hella single. Don't do it to yourself.
Dope. But now I'm kind of wondering, like, on these posts, which we on day 2, 3, or 4?
What?
Hey, mine's lucrative with his business. I'll give it to him. He's steadfast with what he knows.
She's given me 3 before. We've never gone to 4, and I'm trying to get her there. Right? I'm trying to get her there, but she,
I hope you get it now because I want it for you. Like I want you to get it because you want it.
Hey, brother.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the one thing
I believe in you.
I'm not sucking toes. Like
I never understood that to me.
I tried it one time. It was cool,
Look,
but like my
never.
gag reflex starts at my teeth. That's how I know I can never be gay. Like so I just can't suck toes. And then sometimes y'all toes are long. Like especially like the big one in the middle.
I've never sucked my thumb.
That's the thing about intimacy, right?
I think
like
it's bedtime.
That's the thing about intimacy. It's like
it's beautiful.
It's the taboo of it, right? It's the taboo. You're not supposed to have no foot in your mouth. That's why you like it.
I get it, but my gag reflex, bro. Listen. When I go to the dentist, I get put to sleep to get a cleaning. Like you can't stick your finger in my mouth without me throwing up.
Like Willie,
I just never understood it.
Can you imagine be like, let me grab hold with my dentures on this Achilles tendon?
Well, I'm definitely not biting ankles. That's wild. Like that's some weird shit. Like
that's your foot. That's part of your foot.
That's
I I'll rub calves, but me sucking toes is just.
Let me get this third metatarsal.
I'm gag and bite that thing off.
Crazy.
Like listen, y'all grossly underestimate how sensitive I'm. My gag reflex starts at my.
It don't work.
Like
for me, there's zero correlation with anything erotic. So to me, it'd be the equivalent of someone being like, "Let me get at that elbow." Like it's just there's no like my toes. I talked to somebody who was like really, we didn't even date, but that was his thing, and I was just thinking like. I couldn't even imagine him trying to do that, and I'd be like, "Okay, are you done?" Like,
it's a weird moment.
Because it's just not. My brain doesn't correlate pleasure with my toes.
I'm not gonna hold you. When I saw his post, I'm like, the next trip I go on, I'm trying it just because I want to take
toes.
Really? Look, I said I was gonna take the same picture he did, but I was gonna put a meme on it and be like, Montana made me do it. Like I'm gonna hashtag it. I was gonna make a whole hashtag series of going and recreate pictures he did because most of that shit is dope. But then now that we have the added context, like bro, you gotta get day 4, baby. I want 96 hours.
I got you.
I got salmon in here marinated for like
I'm
4 days.
in 4 days. I'm a bribe her. We're gonna do 4 days. But I got a question.
Can she bathe everything else
No,
but
hold
that?
on, wait. I had a question.
No. Oh, go ahead.
Matt,
Go
you
ahead.
asked like 4 in a row. So
My
how
bad.
many times a week for the fellas? How many times a week have y'all wanted to do y'all want to have sex?
Again,
Depends on
No
the
less
period
than
of
the
the
amount of
relationship.
time we get head.
all the time.
Depends on the season of the relationship.
If
And when you're in
if you're
a
willing to give me
relationship where
4
you're
days a
being with
week in
somebody,
head, then I'm
It depends
asking
on
for
all the
4
life
days a week
factors
in
in life.
sex.
so that's every day.
Okay. I have a client, okay?
Wait, except if you're on your period. No, I don't. If you're
You
bleeding,
don't run red lights?
No, if you're bleeding, you get. I'm leaving the house for 7
Now,
days. I don't even want to be around you.
Willie, it's
You
that
run through mud,
decline.
you can run
It's
through
that
mud.
decline when they're done. However, they looking like, okay, I'm trying to regulate, but I'm looking at you like,
nope. That's what your mouth is for.
Hey, brother.
Use your words.
Hey, brother. I'm sorry.
For those 7
I'm
days,
sorry.
I wouldn't want to be around you. Like
Not
I
all
will send you
7.
care packages of chocolate and all your snacks.
I'm going to
But if we live
respect
together,
I'm
going
going
for
to
that.
respect the climax and the most important parts. But when I don't see nothing, I don't know nothing.
No, I don't give a shit if it's day 1, 5, or the
Wait,
last
so
day.
that's every day.
If she's not bleeding, yes.
Okay, so
Young lady with the fan, I appreciate you. Thank you.
I want your advice, okay? This is a client. Never know who it is, so I think it's okay to share. She was in a relationship. The guy said he's not that affectionate. Like he admits, I'm not like a big affectionate person. And she was wanting to be intimate. And he was saying that she wanted it too much.
This straw takes 4 days old. Go ahead.
And and he explained to her that as a guy, and now to give it context, he was late 40s, I think, at the time. But he was saying that for him, it's more desirable if time went by, so that there was like a buildup of desire or whatever. So everything still functioned. There was no ED, nothing like that. But she was struggling because she was feeling rejected, because typically it's guys are saying what you're saying, like I wanted it many times a day. And at one point he was even teasing her. He's like, "Oh my God, do you have an addiction?" And she was just feeling very playful. It was especially at the beginning of the relationship.
How old was she?
I think they only had it was a less than 10-year difference, maybe like 5 or 6 year difference.
Oh, well, there it is.
So is everybody are all the men every day on here?
It depends. It can be every day. It can be 2 times a day. It can be.
All the men what?
Are all the men you want sex every day?
It doesn't have to be every day. Every day would be nice, but
is a preference every day? Yes, but is the obvious notion no?
I want sex when I want sex.
I expect a busted nut that is sponsored by your efforts and not mine every day.
That point, and most men can probably agree is that
can
when
be
we are
creative how you
ready
do
to
it.
bust a nut, we want to bust a nut, and we don't want any questions around it.
I feel like I prefer sex when I want sex.
What it becomes after that is all on you.
Okay, but to answer the question,
nobody's really answering my question.
Yeah,
we all did.
Everybody and their mama answered
Yonci, wait a minute.
But hold on, that question was still on the table.
No, in theory, when you're in a relationship, you have sex every day.
And all 4 men answered, we all literally want sex.
Okay, but hold on 1 second, y'all. We got to answer each one. So I want to close mine out so that we can move on to the next thing. And
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. But somebody asked me a question about the age difference, and I said I think it was like 5 or so years.
It was me.
So what if you could expound upon that?
The reason why I'm asking is like, all right, if you have a woman that is exploring her sexuality, most of the prime years of what naturally know and through biokinesis is through 37 to 41 years old.
Okay.
So wherever she is in that territory, it makes things not acceptable or understanding, but it makes it appropriate. She's going through her time of transition.
But if the guys are saying the majority of men want it whenever they can get it, there's never a time I'm not going to want it. Then
that's according to our primal years.
So after
our primal years are much the same. If again, I said the age disparity.
Your
If
primal years are
he's
what?
50, is 50, and she's 40.
Well, like 47, 48.
Yeah, 10 years. Then she's in her right prime of what she's desiring to do. If she chooses to deal with a man that's 50 years old, then she's going to deal with 50-year-old stuff.
I
With
think
this Geritol, Ben Gay, Icy Hot, neck braces, early nights, and I'm dead at. I'm dead up.
William, I think
laughing
I
because
think it
I'm like
depends on
44,
your health, not
47,
necessarily your
and
age.
not Geritol and all that.
It's health and attrition. At the age of 40,
Yeah, I
most
think it's
men's
more so
health is
health
declined.
because I know because a lot of men don't take care of themselves, but the healthy men that I know, they
themselves.
What you say?
So let's rewind, Mott. Let's rewind.
No,
you said that most men that you know take care of themselves.
No. I said a lot of men don't take care of themselves.
Okay, so you're
Which
saying
is
that
the
if a
majority.
guy doesn't take care of himself,
I would say
that is common
I
for an
think
older guy.
and I'm not saying that I'm right, but I think that the majority of men don't take care of themselves.
That's the part that
and I think that the
matters.
majority of men probably don't like to go to the doctor, and
That's the part that matters. So if you're sitting there talking about you can handle and you can sit down and structure your jawline to suffice a woman in their prime, when you can't even literally physically manifest your own prime because your belly's too big, then don't expect to suffice a woman.
So are
You
you guys on the
can't.
panel agreeing that is normal for a guy in his
Yeah.
40s?
37 to 41 is the prime years for everybody to explore their sexuality.
But I'm saying
in the United States.
I'm asking the guys, do you agree that age later 40s, that would be normal? I could tell a woman don't expect a lot of sex after his late 40s.
If you're dealing with an average man, possibly, because I know that a lot of guys they drink, a lot of people smoke cigars, and which might not be a bad thing for everybody.
Yoni
but
said late.
Yeah, a lot of guys don't necessarily. They're not like super, active and into fitness and taking care of themselves. Which those guys I always notice their like testosterone is higher, and they a lot of them probably make sure they only supplements like they TRT maybe. So like those guys.
Their testosterone is higher if they're not active.
No, if you are active.
No.
I thought
Testosterone is higher if you are consistently active.
Yeah, if you're getting sleep, if you're eating the right
saying.
things, if you take the right supplements, maybe you're on some supplementation for your testosterone. Like those guys they're focused on their physical health, versus a lot of men just we go to work, we come home, and we eat what we want to eat.
So I'm gonna throw you guys a swerve just a little bit.
Listen.
How old do you think I am?
54.
50.
Wait, I want to guess too.
Fairness. 50 years old.
51.
All right, so everybody took
51.
Okay.
Okay, so you're in the perfect category to ask.
So I can tell you the brother
look
is not correct because I'm still in good shape.
Yeah, you look active.
So here's where I recognize you. Where I recognize you long before is because of your posture and positioning. You've given an elder stature, which is different than what we deal with. This is an elder stature, which I'm like, I don't want to mess with him because he knows some information that
you look like a military guy.
It is not. It's beyond military. It's a sense of as a man knowing when an elder is present. When you deal with a bald-headed monk, you know that monk will mess your life up. Basically, the long-headed monk that is like, okay, I'm still learning, but I can give you some information. He gave a simple posture. And as men, and I'm going to say this very clearly, as men, we know that. We know when we have an elder in the room and when we know to submit, we know to concede, we know to yield. We know that stuff by nature. Unfortunately, in our other society, it's not really given as a natural accordance. Like Mott can say, although he's been married and although I'm single and been divorced, he knows when to yield. And I know when to submit, to say, hey, he knows how to sustain a marriage. And I know when a marriage can mess up. I know that stuff by innate because I've been a participant in life's journey. Some people have been volunteers and have been participants illegitimately when they kind of like received a trophy but never did any work. There's some people that need to endure the work that is needed to make sure that, hey, We have a leg to stand on to ask the questions that are appropriate to further life, not as opposed to just living this moment. And I think that Mott is really giving a telling tale, and Will is giving a telling tale of what's going on right here, along with this young lady right here.
Well,
What is name?
with
the curls.
Early
Sorry.
on when I was
The girls with the
Can't
curls.
remember her name. I'm bad with names. I'm sorry.
Keisha.
Shirley Temple.
early on when I was like when me and my girls started dealing with each other, like, and not even started, but this was probably 2 years ago. We got to a point where like she wanted to do it a lot more than I did, but that's only because she wanted to do it like 3 times per day, and I was just kind of like, that's not normal. And and I was, let's do it once a day or twice, maybe twice, but she wanted like 3-4 times a day, and I was just like, I gotta, I gotta replenish this liquid.
I need nutrients, chicken and,
Yeah, I
and
can't
orange
just,
juice.
I can't be letting out 8 ounces of that a day. I don't know. I don't even know how much we produce of that every day.
8
So
billion.
yeah, like
The
Get
same
yourself some black
population that's on
macaroon, homie.
Earth.
I'm gonna give me some of that. Yeah, I'm gonna give me some of that.
But that's an interesting dynamic as a woman because society, paints this picture that men want it as much as they can get. So if a woman ever is rejected, it's another level of like quote unquote shame or what have you. And I've done polls where I've asked like, do you want it more than your guy? And it typically is the older women, but they say yes. And it's very, very painful because it's not ever really talked about, like the woman who wants it and can't get it. It's like this idea that anytime a woman wants it, she can get it. But there are men out there who will, make little comments. Like the guy told her, like, oh, you got a sex problem or something. And it's like, no, she just has a very healthy libido.
Right.
But if a guy does it, it's considered like machismo.
And it's
A man
sad
can
that
nut so much till nothing comes out no more.
Thank you.
When you first
you
learn
literally took it.
masturbation, like you kind of have an episode with that where it's like, oh, nothing's coming out. Oh my god, what's going on? So like,
did you read the other study as to when it happens?
No.
A lot of it happens between 37 and 41.
It happened for me when I was a young boy.
That happened a whole lot earlier for me.
Here's the thing. If most men don't find successful partnership with their compatible person, they will likely go to the right hand or the left hand. Here's the thing. If a man finds a suitable mate, they will in fact procreate their life. Let's look at Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon got 11 kids. He has 11 kids, although he's been married and only had 3. Them other 11 or them other 8 kids are as a result of his ability to want to procreate this world. That is his natural order. He has everything he wants. He has money. He has power. He has fame. Why is he wanting to populate this earth? Because nothing left but his fears of the simplicity. We as men are the same way, but we just don't always have $1 million to just spend on recklessness.
You're a
We
little too
want
deep
to
for me, Willie. I don't.
Go ahead,
I'm sorry,
say that again.
William. I said you got a little too deep for me.
So what we want, and so what I'm saying, what the extreme part is, what we want is we want to procreate for a different reason. We have the fear of sustaining our legacy. So what I'm saying is our society is like, listen, we want to make sure that melanin resonates. It has nothing to do with how we feel, has nothing to do with what we believe. However, in our age between 37 and 41, that is the age of our, what do we call it? Midlife crisis, when we're stuck between what we deem end and what we deem the beginning. And in that time, we get really panicked. And this is scientific. We get really panicked and say, I need to do what I can when I can and really produce the best result possible. Sidney McLaughlin is the world record holder in the 400-meter hurdles, and also is one of the fastest women in the 400-meter dash. Why am I saying that? The reason why I'm saying is that is her parents are 44 and 41 years old when they had her. They decided at the moment that this is the best thing that I can give. And as a result, I will give all of my internal towards what the results are of what I conceived. That's the part that we miss as men and as women and as society. We procreate, but we don't know what the hell we're creating. And we have this excitement of what it is that we're creating, but we don't really have a definition as to what we're creating. And that's all I'm saying. Let's take the time instead of sitting down and saying, let's have all these bastardized kids, bastardized notions, bastardized beliefs. Let's sit down and know what we're creating, y'all.
Bravo, William. Bravo.
That's all I'm saying.
Bravo.
Nice.
Ma, you stupid.
Y'all know, you know what's crazy? This is random, but like the other day I had like I normally I wake up after Deja because she worked, but I don't, I don't work. So like I woke up.
I don't work.
I'm cracking up.
Yeah, I woke up
Trust fund,
and
baby.
like my phone was just like on the other side. I'm like, I don't put my phone there. I'm like, was she looking through my phone? Which I don't care. I could care less if she looked through my phone. But I'm just like, I'm like, am I crazy? But I still think I'm crazy. I still don't know. But I was just like random. Like I'm like, this looking for my phone, like, which is fine. I don't care. But yeah.
You're saying? Are you saying is that weird?
No, I just was like, I'm still like kind of battling with that in my head. Like, am I crazy? Am I tripping? I don't put my phone there.
Are you saying you're questioning whether or not you moved it and you forgot, or if
yeah? I'm like, did I wake up? Was I
she
like
took
on my
it.
phone and did I?
She took your phone.
I think we kind of put our phone in the same spot every night. I think that's
what the fuck.
But like,
it's not that hard.
But no, I wake up like I wake up in the morning and I like do this thing where I'm like, I might get up, I might not, and I just be on my phone and I'm over here, I'm over here, I'm over there. So like,
bro,
then I go back to
she
sleep.
looked through your stuff to make sure you are who you say you are. What the fuck?
Maybe.
Like, it don't make you bad.
No, it's just fine. She could have. She might have looked at my phone. You know, the other day I was out longer than normally, so maybe she was like,
You gotta ask her. You can't just guess. Ask.
I mean, I don't care. She can look through my phone whenever she wants to.
And
If that's
I'm not
what
saying
she needs to make herself feel
What I
good.
am saying is to know that as long as you're doing good, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Now, if you're cheating on your John, you're gonna have a lot of stuff to deal with, whether it's assumption or expectation.
Listen, I welcome her like a long time ago. I was like, yo, I know you probably don't care, but I'm gonna just, this is my code. And you know, I'm like, you don't care, but
Do what
I'm
you
just
gotta
saying, like,
do.
ain't, you know, because if there's ever a moment where she's just having an irrational thought in her head and she's feeling weird, do what you gotta do. Because it ain't.
I would rather her find the good answers than question me on the bad ones.
Yeah, so
I don't want her.
I have an open phone policy. I'm sitting around. If you need to use the internet for whatever, use my phone. Like the only time we are funny about our phones is if there's a birthday. Like we know, and we kind of give each other the wink, like don't scroll right now, and that's a very short amount of time. And then after that, it's just he uses my laptop all the time. I can use his, and you can see all my texts, and you know,
right.
Like I like that. I like having open phone. Like I'm not one of those. It's the principal. Stay off my phone. Like,
what are you hiding?
Yeah, a lot of people argue though and say it's an invasion.
It's not about hiding, it's privacy. Because I'll tell you what I'm keeping private in my phone is the fact that 80% of my financial reach can be accessed via my phone. Almost all of my crypto can be reached via my phone. Other people's personal information, like my employees' records, can be accessed from my phone. So I'm not hiding anything, but I am protecting private information on my phone that my partner does not have any need to go to. Now, if she says, hey, open up, let me see your text messages. That's different. Go see my DMs. I'm not opening shit. Here's my password. Go look for yourself. But what I will also tell you is if you do the shit behind my back, cry behind my back. Because I'm not even going to acknowledge
that part. That really say that twice. Say it loud.
Like you can't even talk to me about anything you saw. You can't act funny about anything you saw, even if you need more context, because you nothing did it behind my back. So sneak and have a problem with it behind my back.
That part right there.
I mean, it makes sense if she can ask him to look, look through his
The
stuff.
moment you
Yeah, she
betray
can see the
me and are
pertinence. Like we're not
dishonest,
logging into
don't
my
expect
Outlook
me to treat you
or
the same
to
way.
like my paychecks to see like when I'm running payroll where I can see everybody's unredacted social security numbers that's on my payroll. Like we're not doing that.
Right.
Okay, so I have a question for you. Are you feeling away if, let's just say, something looked away? Because something can look away. There could be a misunderstanding, whatever.
Yeah.
Are you offended if she asks to see something? Like, is there a part of you that's like, why would you even need to ask her that?
Not at all.
No,
I
no.
expect you to do it, and you better ask before you start acting
You
funny.
doggone sure better
And
ask.
and you better tell me the first time I ask you. I'm not asking you what's wrong 40 times.
Willie,
And then
say it
I'm telling
twice.
you on 39, I don't give a damn now. Because I asked you the first time and you lied and said nothing. So I'm not going to ask you anything.
I saw a meme about that. It was
I agree with that.
If there's a matter, bring up the matter, not how you feel about it.
And
Let's
you can't
get
hide
it done.
anything on the phone from me anyway. If I want to see it, I can see it. I can go through y'all's phones right now from my house. Like it's nothing you can't hide shit from me.
You can't hide nothing.
Like there's with my skill set, a woman has to be the biggest kind of dummy to think that she can hide anything from me. And I don't give a damn if you delete stuff, you can have all the apps in the world. If I have access to you, I have access to everything I need to know about you. So
he's Santa.
Oh my God, there's a lot of messages.
Yes. All that going through phone shit, please. Like, I've had a girl go through my how you show someone a picture in your phone and they just can't help but swipe or look or accidentally swipe when they're trying to pinch or zoom out, all of that type of, corny shit, stuff they do, trying to fake look at your stuff. Like, listen, I'm telling you now, if I show you something on my phone and you see like the little thumbnail and it looked crazy, or you don't understand what it was because you thought you saw a titty or you thought you saw some like cheeks or something and don't remember sending me that picture and you open it up and almost make a problem, I'm on your neck for the rest of the day. Like with your insecure ass. Like, now, why? Look at you. Ha 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 ha.
Listen, I got questions the whole day.
Keisha did you had a question. Yeah, that was you doing all that.
A long time ago, too. Thank
you. You remember your question?
I do. It was just trying to get some clarity. That's it.
Shouts out to the pink girls.
Did you get your clarity?
No, like I just, when y'all said y'all wanted to have sex every day. So how long has your everyday streak been? Like a year, 2 years, 3 years?
I don't know.
I had sex every day from 2012 to March 20th, 2013. And the reason why I know is that's when I had my motorcycle accident and was in the hospital for a couple months. So I know that to be fact. And then came home after that couple of months and then kind of had sex and ended up with testicular torsion. So I think I was like at 610 days, some crazy shit like that. But I had a woman that she couldn't give head, so she'd have no choice. So she was always, a hot pocket.
You said she couldn't get
Wait. Now I'm confused. Willie,
I'm being approximate. So is it like
a little over almost a year and a half? And,
year and a half since when?
Assuming she couldn't give head to save her life. Like she couldn't suck a drink through a straw.
Oh my God! What? That's a permanent root canal.
I'm getting ready to get busy real quick.
Oh, I was like, give context.
Wait, William.
So give him that work, man.
All right. Thanks for answering, Willie.
Yeah, shit, it's easy to keep them type of streak going when you stationed overseas. You ain't got shit else to do but have sex. Like it's expensive over there, and we in the military and we broke. So it's free and it's encouraged.
I felt that.
Like, did y'all know that when a girl gets an IUD, it comes with like a booklet and then like a card saying like the date that it was installed on it? Like you get paperwork for it.
I don't have no glasses.
Yeah,
I got a prescription for mine.
Yeah, because I kept hers. Because once she came home with it, I was like, oh, and we can shoot the club. I mean, listen,
not the full gear.
She had 10 years on it. I was trying to get as much
a real thing.
as I can.
Don't play.
I was just wondering because I know a lot of men say they want to have sex every day. Like we had a challenge in my group chat,
right?
And nobody made it. They didn't even make it to 5 days a week, let alone every day for a month.
The old doctor that just died?
Huh?
What's the old doctor that just died? The low sex doctor? Dr. Ruth?
No, may she rest in peace.
Yeah.
Oh, she passed?
Recently.
Yeah, all that good information. I don't even know if it was good from first hand, but I'm assuming that if she had the type of advice, she was rocking somebody's world until the day she died. I refuse to believe that she was just sitting on all that information and not putting it into action. But she had a 30-day sex challenge where she would have people just try to have sex every day for 30 days. Some form of sex, not just penetration or just whatever worked. And 90-something% of the couples failed by
cunnilingus.
By day 7.
Yeah,
I think that's who I learned from. She was on TV when I was well.
I'm cracking up. Wait.
What's her name? I never heard of this
Throw the
person.
fan up.
Dr. Ruth.
Never heard of Dr. Ruth?
Did they say like
She was on TV when I was younger? She was just
She's
there.
like a little old Russian lady or something.
She was
I
talking
actually
and I was
remember that.
listening, baby. I don't know what happened, but
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah, I
Ruth
just be wondering how many people are really successful at every day, and do you still enjoy it? And how long do you make it? So.
People had a higher success rate when they were sleeping with multiple people instead of just one.
Yeah, I believe
Because
Every day. I mean, consider every day.
The success
y'all
rate
said
was
y'all
almost,
wanted it every day.
the success rate was almost 60% higher.
Yes.
If a guy was sleeping with multiple women, it's easier
Because
for
I
him
think
to.
it's the monotony. I think that if you know it's coming and the
I can't speak to that.
monotony, that's why I think that when it's not regular.
So when you wake up in the morning, you don't crave your person if they next to you.
You damn right I do.
It depends on if he's sure or not.
Like how long have they been together? Are there
It
kids?
don't matter. Like I'll be so upset if I get with somebody.
Honest to
and
God,
it's
the moment
like,
I choose you, I'm going to be thinking about you from sun up, sundown.
we wake up, it's just a
Aside
whole
from my
different
business.
ballpark. I don't know. I haven't done anything since. Well, I didn't even do anything, but I haven't even been around somebody since November. So I honestly
Did
can't
you live with them too?
No.
I think it's different when you live with somebody because,
Yeah,
like I said, I was married for 12 years and I went from just okay, what I think life is going to be like. And, I don't know, I'm a strong believer in things can not get routine, but there isn't the novelty. Like at the beginning, there's the novelty because you don't have access, whatever. And then life starts happening. And I don't mean you become boring and you're not intimate. I'm just saying, I think that there is a level at the very beginning when it's new. It's kind of like people who get money for the first time. You go out and you start blowing all this money. Then after a while, you get used to having money and it's not this big rush. It's not this big, exciting thing. Same thing with a guy who gets chicks. At the beginning, he's trying to smash and meet new people. After a while, you can pull women. However, you're not as thirsty. So I think it's just in life, you start to become more evened out is what I'm saying. I'm not saying you stop having sex and you become these people who are just passing in the night, but it's not the same as you wake up every single day and you're like, oh, like it is at the beginning.
Nah, we're not kissing in the morning.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
crazy.
I don't know. It feels in the mornings. It's just something about the mornings. I don't know if it's the 3 a.m. I don't know if it's the 6 a.m. But I don't know what it is around those times.
That
but
is the most beautiful time in the world. Are you crazy?
It's laying next to them. You oh my God, okay. I'm just ready. I don't know. You just always ready.
I'm not kissing you before that Listerine hits your mouth.
I just said you're not kissing in the morning. But
oh, man.
I have been in a relationship where I have kissed in the morning. But that's something different.
That's a next level of love, though.
Yeah, you can get some head, but I'm not kissing you.
I'm trying to tell you, I love it. Listen, wake up in the morning. I'm here for you. I'm a 5 a.m.er. Sorry.
Damn, I don't. How do y'all get up so early? I can't. It's just something about that.
It's easier to do that than to get up and actually go out. So if we get up that early, my ex or whatever, He used to be up at the Crack of Dawn or whatever. So he stayed where he stayed, and I spent nights out there. So like I always told him, like, if I gotta get up, I'm not coming. So like I'll get waking up, and then it was okay because I slept in.
You got rocked back to sleep.
Right, exactly. So it's like,
girl, it's alright.
Yeah, but
All right. Buck you back to sleep, girl.
Not the unedited version.
I said buck.
Oh, I said rock.
Is that a real song?
I'm a Christian.
That's why I said it.
I'm a Christian since yesterday.
Yeah, I guess I gotta catch up my Chris Brown.
Since 30 minutes ago.
But yeah.
Why do all these niggas have Nerf guns right now? What are we doing?
He said that they were having a fight.
I mean,
okay.
First of all, Will, don't judge.
Will got one too.
Oh, he did. Mom was having one. I didn't realize Will was.
I mean, I go under the desk too, but shit, that's a SIG. I don't think that's gonna be. That's definitely instant demonetization. You can't do that one.
I can.
Oh man, what time is it, Yonci?
I was just looking. Don't you worry about that, sir.
6 minutes, Dougie Fresh. You're on.
We have exactly one. No, actually, no.
We're done.
Yeah, we're 6 minutes away. I thought I had a whole hour.
Yeah, we done at 1:40.
You do have a whole hour.
We done at
Give
1:40.
me some sleep tonight.
Yeah, I can do that.
I think you do have a whole hour left.
No.
Well, no, in credit, Mott donated like 3 days.
No, he did 3 hours.
Oh, I gotta confirm.
And I just served it right now, and as of 5 minutes, in 5 minutes, I paid my debts.
Yonci, you said you paid your what?
I paid my debts.
Hey, pick a number between 1 and 300.
Why are you smiling? One. Dude, 300 would be like 3 in the morning. Yo. You could just do a nice gift. A nice enjoy your day.
Well, whatever it was, it
Don't
just
you
told
want a
me
nice birthday gift?
it told me that I have to wait 1 to 3 days to send you some money. So, oh, they got me.
Oh, probably because of earlier. Today's the 15th.
It's
okay.
My cup been empty for 2 hours.
Spoiled. Okay, let me see what else I was gonna ask. Because I had some stuff that I had put on here. All right, let's see. Oh, I was like, who is that? I didn't see anyone's mouth moving. Okay.
There she goes.
No, that's because Keisha was. Y'all didn't hear her singing. I would not be the only one.
Answer my questions. Okay, so I'll let you guys ask. Actually, Mont usually has really good questions. Oh, but he's on his break.
I have some questions, but my phone about to die. Let me go see if I can grab it real quick and see if I can ask some questions.
Okay.
You charge.
Yeah, it's not like 10%. But I got some questions though.
I have a question for the guys. How do you like to be shown that you're appreciated?
Really appreciate. Take my love,
Head.
No. Keep it with the theme.
In the words of Uncle Luke.
Reciprocity.
Yeah.
Head.
But reciprocity of what? Because you say you buy gifts, so it might not be. So you want her to buy gifts?
First of all, I said that I buy gifts under very specific conditions.
Right. Okay.
So now, if I snatch her soul and she wants to give me a pair of J's, I'm not gonna turn them down.
Not the J's.
Not about to turn me into no
11 to 12. 11 to 12.
Like, no, don't leave the $240 on my dresser, ma'am.
After 11 to 12. You better preach, Willie.
Yeah, we're not doing that. But
Okay, I got some
Toxicity of what?
Reciprocity, like appreciation. Like, these are all words. Just shit. Just any of that in any form. Pick it. Like, however you want to give it.
That's what I asked. Like, how?
She's asking for specific examples. What types?
Well, I gave, like, the one specific example I gave was head, but
yeah.
So then, just being appreciative. Like, we all know what that looks like. Just simple stuff.
It's legit wanting. It's legit wanting to do what you want or don't want to do. But if you don't want to spend money on me,
make my day easier.
Spend $1.
Like, find a way to make my day easier on a consistent.
Make it worth my while.
Thank you.
So make it worthwhile. That's all.
Some head.
Yes.
Taking my word.
Head number one, but also paying attention to our love language.
There it is.
My love language is head.
There it is. Mr. Nagumi, you better say the truth.
Specifically, what are yours?
Physical touch, words of affirmation, and quality time.
Those are my my 3, and I always like to say, I have a gateway. You guys have probably heard me say this. I have a gateway love language. Quality time is my gateway. And if you've given me quality time, then I believe your words and I desire your touch. But if you don't give me quality time, I don't want to touch. I don't want you to touch me, and I don't want to touch you. And I don't believe your words. Your words are crap. You haven't talked to me all day, and now you want to rub on my boot. Goodbye.
Right.
You said you love me, but you went 3 days on your business trip and didn't so much as send a text.
Ain't said a damn thing.
Right.
I got 12 in physical touch, 9 in acts of service, 4 in receiving gifts, 5 in quality time, and 0 in words of affirmation.
Oh, so when I send you messages saying you're such an awesome person, you're like, ugh, just kidding.
From romantic part of me.
Send it to the other Will. Number 1
in romantic relationship.
She's a wish.
Maybe my pops did it too hard, but he's like, hey, never trust anything a has to say. Make her show you.
Daggone.
Hence, acts of service and being high.
Yeah.
A woman's mouth will say a million things, but
that's crazy.
It is not crazy. It's real.
No, it's crazy that it's 12:40 and I am off the clock. No more.
I'm cracking up. Wasn't a redirect is happening.
All right, guys. I made it. I was holding my breath. The time has expired. We are off the clock. Hi, Will.
I'm saying bye.
Good.
Oh,
that is good.
The first is 1 o'clock in the morning.
Wait, I didn't even get to ask my question.
You guys did great. You're going to have to save it for next Thursday. Make sure you write it down. You guys, it has been real. Mont is going to come back and we are going to be gone. Thank you so much to the 8 people who held on strong. I don't know how many of those 8 are you guys watching on another device.
Hey, one of them is my son. My oldest son watched for the past couple hours.
Oh my God. God bless him that he knows that much about you now. Okay.
I had an ex that came on here.
Oh,
that was interesting.
He knows.
I was like, hey.
I think he didn't realize I was talking about his mom in one of these examples. He's just trying to figure out which one.
Oh my gosh.
I'm cracking up.
All right, y'all. Well, have a good night. I will see you next Thursday. Love
y'all. Talk to you soon.
Keisha, go.
Bye.
Peace.